racing week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Yes, indeed. Very good evening and welcome to the evening sessions, SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games. Sam Hargraves with you. You're looking forward to spending the next 6 hours with you. We have a very, very full plate, so I hope you brought your appetite. And I couldn't think of anyone better to get through the next couple of hours of that 6 hours with. And I'll introduce our very special co-host tonight. And, of course, you will always be a co-host for this whole Olympics, as you are every night on SEN. 1300 736 736 to get yourself involved. 0433 98 11 16 off the temper text. So a big night tonight on a day that has had more gold for Australia. Kaylee McEwen, if you weren't aware, 20 years of age, gold in the 100 metres backstroke. This is a sensational story, one with a heap of emotion around it. Her father sadly passing away 11 months ago. Her sister's an Olympic silver medalist, Taylor. We'll hear from her a little bit later on. But if you missed the moment, this was Kaylee McEwen getting gold for Australia today, our third.
The second 25 coming into the wall, she's got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch for Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touching first. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says, Dad, I am with you today.
Kaylee McEwen, that was exceptional. That was a beautiful race.
It certainly was our third gold in these Olympics, and what a moment it was. We'll relive a lot of the postscript to that a little later on in the show. Owen Wright is our bronze medalist in the surfing. A bit of history for him. He defeated Brazil's Gabriel Medina, who incidentally knocked out Julian Wilson, so a little bit of justice for us there. So bronze for Owen Wright. Italo Ferreira, the Brazilian, beat the local Kanoa Igarashi from Japan. And Jess Fox, if you weren't aware, has just claimed bronze again in the K1. It's the same medal she got in Rio. She was silver in 2012. She's still got the C1 to go, which is actually the stronger of the two for her. So that's a little medal update for us today. Why don't I introduce our very special guest? The Matildas are just getting started in their must-win game against the US in the women's football. So we will keep you up to speed on what's happening there. It's an important game for the Matildas. If they win or draw, they should finish 2 in their pool. If they lose, they should still go through as being the best of the third-placed teams. But it is a game that they'll desperately want to win against the might of the US. The Opals kickstart tonight as well. We are the number 2 ranked team in the world behind the US. And so a man who knows the Olympic landscape very, very well. He's a 2-time Olympian, a 3-time NBL champion. He's played in the NBA. He was pick 18 in the 97 draft. He played with Dallas. He played with the Chicago Bulls. He's done it all in basketball. Chris Anstey, hello to you, my friend.
Hello, Sammy. And yes, we want to go one better with the Opals. We've won silver 3 times, a couple of bronze, but never a gold medal at the Olympic Games. So we've spoken a lot about the men in the lead up to the Olympics, and unfortunately a lot of the discussion around the girls was around Liz Cambridge, but let's worry about what we do have, not what we don't have, and a really, really winnable game against Belgium for the Opals to start with tonight.
Yeah, and this is obviously, we got a really good group, didn't we? I mean, Pool C, Group C in it, so Belgium ranked 6th in the world, China ranked 9th, Puerto Rico ranked 23rd. So when you saw the draw, and what was your initial impression of that group?
The impression was exactly as you said. It's really, really winnable, and if you're going to win a medal, you need to be able to beat that sort of calibre of country. And I saw the China-Puerto Rico game yesterday, and it certainly didn't send fear into me. really, really winnable. Belgium are the highest-ranked team outside of us in the pool. But again, we're going to see a couple of WNBA players. We're going to see a little bit of talent, but certainly not the depth of talent that we have on the Opal squad.
So the Matildas, as we mentioned, primed to take on the powerhouse US team. They'll strive to keep that Olympic campaign on track, as I mentioned before. Win, draw, should finish top 2 in that pool. It was a tough group for the Matildas, Sweden, New Zealand and the US. Tokyo 2020 live, free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. Chris Anstey.
I was just being given a little bit of information about the Matildas.
Please.
We're in a little bit of basketball soccer crossover, and Marley Biondolo, who of course many people would know just won Big Brother. Apparently his girlfriend's playing for Team USA against the Matildas right now. Lynn Williams, we believe.
Is that right?
So we're not sure how that sits as Australian Big Brother or sporting fans, but Marley, if you're listening, we hope she doesn't win.
No, we absolutely do. I mean, we had very little interest in Big Brother, and we have even less interest
yes,
in your family having any success. But we wish you all the best in life, just maybe not from a sporting point of view. So they're about 4 minutes in, still 0-all. We might take in some of the action now, Chris Anstey, before we get rolling. So the US, so just to bring us up to speed, this is our last group game. 2-0 the win against New Zealand. Sam Kerr and Tamika Yallop, the scorers there. 4-2 the loss against Sweden. That penalty still grates me that we didn't get in the first half. And Sam Kerr missing in the third, and then Sweden got the goal late to go 4-2 up. But Sam Kerr scored 3 out of our 4 goals so far. So she's having an extraordinary tournament, one of the best players in the world. But why don't we take in a little bit of the action now in Tokyo for the women's football.
After leaving Bristol City at the start of the year.
Just have a look at that foul there on Chloe Lagazo and the start of that battle between Rose Lavelle and Chloe Lagazo.
Steal a few too many metres for the referees liking here. Interesting that Lagazo straight into the starting lineup after not even getting a cameo as a sub in those first 2 games, and straight on to set-piece duty with Van Egmond pushing forward. In fact, they've had a rethink and the left footer Catley has gone across. He's taken a lot of corners already in this tournament from both sides. Polkinghorn on the move, trying to slide in behind, and there was some blocking going on. And Van Egmond left Ertz in her wake.
I think Ertz has made a bit of a meal of that one and really claimed the challenge. Van Egmond just looks to be holding her ground. Potentially Ertz didn't see Van Egmond there, and a bit of a head clash.
The starting 11s that began 4 years ago on this day in Seattle in that 1-0 win for Australia at the Tournament of Nations. 7 Matildas return and 5 Americans. Starters that day as Sam Kerr forces a safety first approach from Davidson, who's a current Chicago Red Star.
See the US going with a centre-back pairing of Davidson and Sauerbrunn, 2 fast players, and I'm sure that's to try and nullify the threat of Sam Kerr.
She won multiple golden boots in her time in the NWSL before heading to London with Chelsea and winning another golden boot. The US on the counter-attack. Morgan gets the better of Yallop, and he's one-on-one here with Tegan Micah, who just backed off, played it cleverly, and made the easy save in the end.
That's the threat that Alex Morgan provides. She's a quick player and sits off the shoulders. Chloe Lagazo, very great effort to get back and put Alex Morgan off, and Tegan Micah happy to see that one into her gloves.
Micah again preferred to Lydia Williams today. Biggest game of her career for Tegan Micah as Fowler tried to release Kerr. It was a nice idea. And now over the top. Micah was playing sweeper keeper if required, but skimmed harmlessly through into her penalty area. That time it was Kristen Press looking to get forward. seven-year thing a moment ago, wasn't it, when Morgan was able to get in behind with Australia so advanced up the pitch.
Yeah, it would have been disappointing for the Australians to concede that early, so happy to not see that one go in the back of the net.
Tom Rapinoe had some joy in behind briefly, but Carpenter will have her covered for speed, able to make up the ground in a flash. A girl from Cowra in the central west of New South Wales. Gallup. Nice touch off her, so the assistant. Lewis just nudged off it by Carpenter, but kept it in. Kennedy stayed on guard. Simon tried to lay it off to Van Egmond, but Dunn was there to pounce. Pass did press no favours. Interesting. The assistant wasn't sure who had the last touch there. The throw-in goes the way of the Americans. Hurts looking to get press in behind, but the ball really is skimming away.
So early stages, ticking up to 10 minutes in this first half, still 0-0. America threatening on a couple of occasions. So this is going to be a really tense evening for the Matildas, and we'll keep dropping in on that. But our Opals are going to start their Olympic campaign in about 9 minutes' time. So we will go to a break and come back on the other side of this. Just reiterating our medals today. Kaylee McEwen, a gold in the 100 metres backstroke. Owen Wright, a bronze in the men's shortboard surfing. And Jess Fox, a bronze in the K1 in the canoe. Bronze for her after bronzing in that event in 2016 in Rio and a silver in 2012. So there are our medals today. Heaps of other Aussies have been in action, and we'll work our way through that. James Duckworth, unfortunately, our last hope in the singles in the tennis, has been knocked out today. We've got Aussies in action in sailing at the moment. We've got the swimming heats tonight as well. Cole Chalmers, Cam McAvoy, Brianna Throssell, Zach Stubblety Cook in action. The water polo, our men's Australian team, the Sharks need a win. They take on Croatia. Then Matt Wilson in action, and the men's 4x200 metre relay, and then Jack McLaughlin, who had silver in the 400 free. He starts off his first heat of the 800 metre freestyle. So a heap to get through. Rob Woodhouse will join us as well. It should be an absolutely cracking night for us here. The night session for SEN, brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
Circular Quay, Carl Expressway blocked northbound, overturned car just as you make your way onto the run over the quay. Southbound lane 1 taken out. Trying to avoid that, use the Harbour Bridge if you can through the CBD. M7 at Gritty Hill, earlier breaking out truck off to one side northbound, speed down to 40. Earlier crashing the M5 citybound. That was clear to Hammondville, approaching Henry Lawson Drive in towards Milperra. Invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised. Business is better with online accounting from Xero. Try free for 30 days. Search Xero. That's XERO. That's latest traffic.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Attention Sydney! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction in Sydney this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Sydney's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita chainsaw bag, valued at $99 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless chainsaw kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
When you're shivering in the winter chill, there's only one thing you need to remember. When the temperature hits you, just get a Fujitsu. And right now, when you buy a Fujitsu air conditioner, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard worth up to $450. Buying new or upgrading, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 31st August 21. Claim by 29th October 21. Prepaid gift card issued by EML Payment Solutions Limited, ABN 301314365532. T's and C's and exclusions apply. See website.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
We're only a couple of minutes away from the Opals getting their Olympic campaign started. Number 2 rank in the world, and they will be taking on the 9th-ranked Belgium outfit. Sam Hargraves with you tonight, Chris Anstey as well. We've had a gold. We've had 2 bronze today. Kaylee McEwen, a gold medalist in the 100-metre backstroke. We got a bronze in the surfing, so history made for Owen Wright. And we got a bronze, Jess Fox, agonisingly, just 1.23 seconds, I think it was, short of the eventual gold medal winner, which was, I think it was Ricarda Funk from Germany who claimed gold in the K1. So the men's hockey, the Kookaburras had a win today, which is good over Argentina, so they're going along very nicely. We'll give you their rankings and standings in just a moment as well. But let's turn our attention to the Opals. Chris Anstey is here tonight, a 2-time Olympian, a 3-time NBL champion. Chris, your expectations, and I've got to say that you are with us thanks to Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. You can get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. Your thoughts, your expectations for the tournament and this game?
Game 1 of an Olympic Games is always going to be shaky. You want to see the ball go through the basket a few times. I expect the Opals to win. I expect Belgium to hang around with the Opals for at least a quarter, but we should just have too much depth of talent in it. You know, we've spoken a lot about Ezzy McBeggar and her rise to stardom, such a young, great, talented athlete. The one I'm really interested in, the one a lot of Australians haven't seen for a number of years, is Beck Allen.
Yeah.
Plays for the New York Liberty, plays over in Spain the remainder of the year. One of the players in the group that doesn't come back and play in the WNBL. Had the privilege of working her out one off-season, and I'll tell you what, she is an absolute superstar. She shoots the ball fantastically well. She's long, she's athletic. Can't wait to see her put on the Opals, bodysuit and get going under Olympic conditions again.
So the starting lineup, Leilani Mitchell, who's an out-and-out gun as well, Beck Allen, who you were just speaking about, Katie Ebzeri, Ezzy Magbagor, and Kayla George as well. The basketball tonight brought to you by City Venue Management. Base compression, crafted compression with a conscience. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience. That's basecompression.com. So Sandy Brondello, I think last time I checked, if she's not the game's record holder for the Opals, she's right up there. So a wonderful history in Australian basketball for her. So we're in really good hands there. And a lot of this team, Chris Anstey, has been together through the silver for the 2018 World Cup, the gold for the 2018 Com Games, and 7 of them were at Rio. So they've played a lot of basketball together.
Yeah, and that's a really important part. Oftentimes we look at a team on paper, and we do that with the Boomers as well, and we talk about the talent. What we don't often talk about is the cohesion of the group. So in those tight moments when it really matters, do you know each other's tendencies? Have you been through this situation before? The Opals have certainly done that. It's something that instills a little bit more confidence in me coming into an Olympic Games tournament, knowing that, because it will be tough. There's a lot of talent out there. There's a lot of depth. It's going to be really important.
They're just about to tip off, but there's a corner coming up for Australia at the 19 and change minute mark.
Again, yeah, drove it back in. And Sauerbrunn was in the road.
So an opportunity goes begging there. They're just about to tip off. So the Opals taking on Belgium. Really looking forward to this. An absolute gold medal chance are Australia. Let's drop in now as the action gets started.
This will be the only jump ball in the game. After that, they will alternate possessions. Some shows of sportsmanship all around. So from Saitama Super Arena, women's qualifying round matchup between Belgium and Australia. Opals have it. That's Ebseri. She will set the scene for the Aussies. Allen looking for somebody to pass it to. Comes right side. That's Ebseri. Nice feed to George. The shot won't go. It's quite common for the first couple minutes to be a little clunky as the teams work and finally find a little bit of a rhythm. But if one of these teams can get off to a quick start, that will give them an advantage. Defense down low. Taylor George can't get it to fall, so neither team's been able to score in the opening minute. And finally we have a basket. Beautiful jump shot by Emma Mason. Mason gets him on top. Opals looking for their first points. And it's going to come right here. Nice drive to the hoop. Meska with it. Good ball movement early for Belgium. Driving the lane as Yara Lindskens. Back to Allen. Out to McBeggar. McBeggar's shot a little bit too strong. Nice rebound by Lindskens. Driving the lane all by herself, but she can't find the answer is Julie Alamont. Score the bucket and the foul. Essie McBeggar off a good pass. Drops a couple in there. She'll go to the free throw line. There's another look at the pass from Leilani Mitchell. And that gets her teammates fired up and a chance to go in front here for Australia. Mason, nowhere to go. If you can look at the ball movement and the player movement, it's really good for Belgium and is forcing the defense to pull itself apart and leaving lanes like that to cut down for easy basket. Turn around by Allen won't go. Good offensive rebound. Allen again for three this time. A little too strong. Rebound by Mason. And another breakaway. Oh, and great job getting back on defense to get a piece of that is Ezzy McBeggar. So Belgium with an early lead. 7 minutes still to play here in the first quarter. Alamon with a nice pass. And a foul on Kayla George. So Kiara Linskins will go to the free throw line. 6'4" center. Just 24 years old. She is very, very strong, and they try to get the ball inside to her. It's hard to move her off her spot. Leilani Mitchell set to inbound the ball for the Opals. A little bit of backcourt pressure by Belgium. And it pays off with a steal. Ball tipped ahead. And there's going to be a...
So 9-6 early lead. Chris Anstey, we'll get your thoughts.
I'll tell you what, Kiara Linskin, 6'4", strong, and she's causing all kinds of matchup problems already, but they look nervous, the Opals. Belgium a little bit more fluid, the ball's moving a little bit better, and they're getting shots a little bit closer to the rim as we see Ezzy McBeggar just get one right on the front of the rim, and that's where we're going to get going from. Yep,
they are, and we actually were taking the wrong feed there, so apologies for that. We'll get back to our Channel 7 feed as we just get a little issue sorted out in studio. So 9-8 at the moment, Australia with possession. Let's head back.
Now Mitchell looks inside for George. Middle stages of the opening quarter. Australia and George inconvenienced. Belgium up the floor. Alamon. Well, quick release came from Kim Mestag off the mark. Well done, Magbagor. Needs help here in traffic. Reaching in from behind. Foul's going to be called on Kim Mestag.
And that's the importance of Magbagor getting those defensive rebounds. She also needs to be that rim protector for the Opals. She's so athletic and long. Great pass here by Leilani Mitchell. Great vision. Nice speed into Magbagor. She needs to finish those every time against the quality of Belgium.
Every with the ball carrying duties. Gets it back from Jenna O'Hay. The captain's checked into the game. Now Mitchell finds a way around the defence. Ebzery off balance toward the front of the rim. And chance now for Belgium. Julie Alamon decides to go solo. It's a good option.
It's not her favourite shot, the three, but when she's on, she can make it. She prefers to penetrate and dish. She's the assist queen, but that was too long an open look for her to, easy to make that one for her.
So a 4-point edge for Belgium. There's Magbagor getting aggressive and earning another trip to the free throw line.
Great to see Ezzy Magbagor busy both ends. It's smart to make her focus down this end, to see if they can guard her, get the players into foul trouble. What a great spin there from the foul line, get all the way to the basket. And that's what Ezzy needs to do, because Linskin's going off now. Linskins doesn't have that quick lateral movement that Ezzy has.
Just 21 years of age, Ezzy Magbagor, one of 5 Olympic debutants here for the Opals. And we're yet to see the best of her. Again, she makes the adjustment there. So it's the first 2. Now gets finally the free throws underway. Only Aussie player to the stripe so far. It's Belgium by 3. And they look outside once more. And it was a good option again. Hannah messed up, knocking down
The other daughter is in. She's known for her three-point shooting, so that would have been on the scout. Got to get a big hand on her.
6-point lead, biggest we've seen in the game in favour of Belgium is Magbagor sharing it with O'Hay. Shot clock to 7. Magbagor down low, adds another 2. Oh, she's putting on quite a show here. This is great stuff from Magbagor, who's got 7 in the game. Again, Belgium firing from long range, this time off the mark. Mitchell. That's it from Ebzery. Penetration from Mitchell. Magbagor goes outside this time. Couldn't finish it. Del's pass was interesting, but it got to Julie Alemont. And now rolling to the hoop and the give and go. Nice finish there coming from Miseman.
Well, that's Miseman. That's her bread and butter. She loves slashing to the basket like that. Fakes the pick and roll, goes for a dive. Have to be aware of that.
Ebzery. Good job for Tolo, who's into the game and scores immediately.
Well, we can do the same thing down the other end. Good recognition there by Tolo. Again, nice touch to the basket. Good way to get into the game with the layout for Tolo.
Belgium with 5 scorers, Australia with 4 at the moment. And this time, Alemon goes to work. She's got 5. Leading by 6, 2.5 out from quarter time. They've had the better of the opening quarter. Magbagor takes it from Mitchell, and by Tolo she gets it back. O'Hay with a mismatch in terms of height down in the low post. Tolo fires, and it's all the bottom of the net for Mariana Tolo, who's 2 of 2 from the field.
Well, that's just smart by O'Hay to post up a shorter opponent, and a great dish to Tolo. Tolo doesn't take many threes, but she can make that great long 2.
Whistle off the ball here. Foul's going to be called on Katie Ebzery. Second team foul on the Aussies.
So we're going to check out for the moment. 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Belgium serving it up to the Opals at the moment. 19-15. Chris Anstey here with us as well this evening. And Australia, unfortunately, the Matildas have gone... No, they haven't gone... Have they gone 1-0 down? We're just waiting to see. There's a header that's gone in from a corner, but they're just checking it for a potential offside. So... we'll come back to that. But, Chris, with 2 minutes to go, we've got to get to an ad break. We'll come back and get your thoughts on the first quarter. 19-15 at the moment. Australia being held together. Brilliant in offence is Ezzy Magbagor has got 7 of the 15 Australian points. 4 to Mariana Tolo and 4 and 2 apiece to Beck Allen and Katie Esbury. We'll come back on the other side of this. You are listening to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, the night session brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert.
In the city, Carl Expressway Circular Quay northbound blocked with an overturned car. All traffic out the ED northbound up through the Harbour Tunnel. Or if you want to use the Harbour Bridge, use the Macquarie Street off-ramp heading up towards Grosvenor Street. M7, Rudy Hill, breaking down truck, speeds under 40, cruiser with it. Earlier, smashing the M5 citybound. That was cleared at Milpera, approaching Henry Lawson Drive. No problems I'm seeing for the M4 both ways past the Cumberland Highway and through Jamison Town. Tonight, I'll be eating 5 lamb gyros with pita and tara masalata with all my friends via the Uber Eats app. What will you be eating? Order with Uber Eats tonight.
Calculating GST. Help. But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your BAS.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh, it's finished.
Hey, Fletch, if you ran into somebody, right, and they said, oh, geez, I'm having some sleeping problems, what would be your recommendation?
Change pillows immediately and change it to Spinal Ease without a doubt.
Yep, and you need to know whether you're a back sleeper, side sleeper, whatever the case may be, because they tailor-made it and it might just change your life. So the way to do it, order your Spinal Ease pillow. We both have one. With free delivery, go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank us later.
If you love racing, you'll love our sister station, SEN Track Sydney, 15:39 a.m. Each morning, racing royalty Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the track.
Major news this morning from Lindsay Park.
And throughout the day, it's over to the team to cheer home some winners.
Yes, Dad! Oh, my God!
Or not.
You're kidding me.
Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track Sydney on 15:39 a.m. and DAB+.
Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
Penrite Oil, 100% Australian owned and made, celebrating great Aussie Olympians.
Dawn Fraser is Australia's most successful Olympian, having won 4 gold and 4 silver medals. Fraser held 39 records during her career and also became the first woman to ever swim the 100-metre freestyle in under a minute.
Great Aussie Olympians over the decades, brought to you by another Aussie great, Penrite Oil, 100% Australian, family owned and trusted since 1926. penriteoil.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Don't forget you can join in SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games, Tokyo 2020. Sam Hargraves here, Chris Anstey in as well, the 2-time Olympian, as we're just working through the Opals. First quarter, they're down 21-17 at the moment over Belgium, but you can call any time, 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16 on the Temper text. Temper a mattress like no other. Chris Anstey's here for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts, and the basketball tonight proudly brought to you by City Venue Management. Base compression, crafted compression with a conscience. Power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com. Good news for the Matildas. That header that came in from the US corner was disallowed in the end. Offside was the ruling. So still 0-all, 36.5 played in the first half there. Just get your thoughts, Chris, on that first quarter. Belgium with a better side. Are you expecting it to open up a bit?
Yeah, we didn't make a show. We got a lot of good looks, especially at the three-point line went 0 of 4. I thought Ezzy McBeggar was great getting us going from the front of the rim. A little bit of a concern. Steph Talbot, we would have expected to start the game, hasn't played and may very well have a niggle, and I would assume he's not playing. So that certainly takes away from our depth. But we've found a lot of good looks at the rim at the end of that first quarter. Belgium's defence doesn't look as strong maybe as what ours does, but no, Belgium have been impressive so far.
Yeah, they have. So 21-17, they lead. We're inside the first minute of the second quarter. So let's head back to this fantastic venue that they've got. It's a shame that there aren't any fans there at the Saitama Super Arena for the basketball, but let's drop back in now. John Coates and Rachel Spawn, your commentators. Thanks to Channel 7.
So they were none of 4 from long range in the opening quarter.
And really the only difference with this scoreline is the shooting percentage. As you mentioned, John, we haven't made a 3.
Just want to reiterate that it's John Casey, not John Coates, who's commentating. Of course, look, John Coates does a lot and has a lot to say, but I don't think he's commentating the basketball. John Casey and Rachel Spawn.
Belgium too.
And the Australians have had 5 different players try a 3-point attempt, and they're still waiting for the first reply. Well, the pass off the mark, but it's going to school to Misuma. Gets it back now, working on George. Works inside, can't convert. And slapped the ball down. She stayed with it, Miesemann. Knocked it down off the knee of George and out of court.
Yeah, George was unlucky there, but Miesemann, she's a tiger on the board. Her second efforts are very good. Tolo's done a good job. Her minutes are being really good out there, but Mag Begor back in, she's going to be playing a lot of minutes in this match, I would say.
Julie Alamon with it. Now Kim Mestag. Miesemann against Mag Begor. Threaded the needle inside. Alamon is there to grab it and add the 2 points as well.
Belgium are known for being a team that has many assists. They led that the latest European Championships, averaging 22 a game, which suggests that they know each other's game really well and instead have that patience in offence. You see the importance of Mag Begor back out in the court. She's just dominating the paint. Beautiful soft touch around the basket.
She has 9 of Australia's 19. 2 minutes played here in this second quarter. And they looked down low. They wanted Kim Mestag, and she's coughed it up.
That great back cut by Alamon.
Mag Begor gets it from Leilani Mitchell and gets it back via George. And again, they isolate down low, and Mag Begor draws contact, gets the finish, and a chance at a three-point play.
You keep going back to what's working, and that's working at the moment. If we can get Miesemann in foul trouble, let's see who they keep putting on Mag Begor. Who can guard her? She's just really feeling it at the moment. Easy. Great back to the basket move, and we know that she can do both. She can do front to the basket as well really well, but really showing us great work inside the paint.
So back to just 1 point in it. 5 unanswered points here from the Opals. Kim Mestag with it, guarded by Leilani Mitchell. Looks inside. Miesemann takes on Beck Allen. Had the height advantage. Said she was fouled. Referees didn't see it that way. Mitchell for Mag Begor. In rhythm. Just lost her handle as the door was opening. Taylor George with it. Now Ebzery. Dribbled into traffic. Shot clock works to 7 as George fires the 3, and Australia get their first response from deep.
Well, we know Kayla George loves the 3 on the trail, and that's the spot where she takes that shot. So great decision there by Kayla, an excellent finish.
7 unanswered points from Australia, but the drought's broken for Belgium here via Miesemann. Ebzery takes it from George. Down to the baseline. Nothing on offer. George, like the first one so much, she goes back to the well. Back-to-back triples from Kayla George. Australia has their biggest lead of the game. We're playing 3.5 minutes here.
There we go. There we go, Chris Anstey. Kayla George. Bang, bang. 2 from downtown.
Knocked down a couple of perimeter jump shots, got us going from there. But how good is Ezzy? Ezzy's just an absolute superstar.
And that's really well said. I mean, so this is a woman who plays in the WNBA with the Seattle Storm. Stephanie Talbot plays there as well. The players doing the damage for Belgium, they were there, 2 WNBA stars. Emma Miesemann with the Washington Mystics and Julie Alamon, Indiana Fever there, scoring the bulk of their points at the minute and are looking tough to contain, but a 28-25 lead now to the Opals.
Yeah, they're the 2. They're clearly the most dangerous players on the floor. We've had a look at them for 10 minutes now. We seem to be doing a better job containing them, but no, you're right. If we can take care of at least one of those 2, I just don't see them being able to score enough points to continually challenge us the duration of the game. But I tell you what, it's nice to have Kayla knock down a couple of 3s. I'm sure Beck Allen will knock down a couple soon. Jenna's missed a couple of wide open ones, but we're okay. Being up 3 and not shooting the ball well is a good situation right now.
We'll get a couple of breaks away. Still 0-0 between the Matildas and the US with 42.5 minutes played there. In the basketball, the Opals 28-25. Leading for the first time against Belgium with 6.5 to play in the second term on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Since 1871, Continental Tires have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tires as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tyres are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tires. German engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tyres fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-tyres.com.au.
We've had to adjust to a new normal, but some things are just not normal. Blood in your poo? Not normal. A recent change in your bowel habit? Not normal. Unexplained weight loss? Not normal. Severe abdominal pain? Not normal. If you notice any symptoms, talk with your GP today. To find out what's not normal or to donate, go to bowelcanceraustralia.org.
Attention! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GDSR and more, all starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Doing a bit of painting? Tools make a difference. Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories are much softer, hold more paint and don't leave brush marks. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Welcome back. Wonderful to have your company. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, a night session for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. As a timeouts call with 5 minutes to play in the second quarter. Belgium have just gone up 31-30. Chris Anstey's here for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now. 45 minutes played into the first half between the Matildas and USA, and it's still 0-0 there. There was a headed goal disallowed from a corner from the US, so still 0-0 there. So Chris Anstey there, this is a really, really good game of basketball. It's played at a really fast pace, and at the moment 31-30 Belgium up.
Yeah, it is, and a couple of costly turnovers. We forced Belgium to call timeout on a little bit of a roll offensively, turned the ball over a couple of times, and it always fascinates me when we get to an Olympic Games or a World Championships, but a big event when you have someone come into a team that hasn't experienced it before, and you can almost see their nerves. So we got Tess Madgen coming into the game and just looked a little bit lost defensively, looked a little bit passive, and tell you what, if you're going to make a mistake, you want to come in and make an aggressive one, because every team, every nation in the world's too good to not penalise you for being passive. So they need to see the minutes. We need to get the minutes into all of the girls, but we need them all to be aggressive. But good timeout call.
Ezzy Magbagor, 12 points. 4 rebounds at the moment, and getting good support from Kayla George with 8 points, courtesy of a couple of triples from her as well. For the Belgian team, 10 points to Emma Mieseman, their WNBA star, and Julie Alamond has 7 as well. As we pick up the action with 4:48 still to play, let's rejoin the Channel 7 commentary team.
Touch of the backboard.
Here's Delaire working on Tess Madgen, who's checked into the game. Coming up empty, so Ebzery again looking for the paint and gets to use a friendly roll as well as she adds to her talent.
And that's what Ebzery loves, that little jumper. She finishes them so well. She's played 3-on-3 before at World Championship level, and that's a trademark in a 3-on-3 game.
Aussies back on top. Oh, big screen, Madgen. Kim Mestag was just going to the hoop as well. Her motion was forward as Madgen arrived and was going the other way.
So just before we get those foul shots with 4:18 left to play in the second, I know we're going national at the moment all around Australia on the SEN network, but one of the biggest names in Australian sport, Buddy Franklin, was up at the tribunal tonight, got given 1 week for a sort of swinging back elbow on Fremantle's Luke Ryan. That has gone to the tribunal tonight after Sydney challenged. The impact has now been downgraded to low. And Franklin's been fined $3,000 and will be right to play against Essendon this week. There's also AFLW draft on tonight as well. We'll update you on that and anything else making news in local sport. But for the time being, with 4 and change left, it's a neck-and-neck tussle at the moment between the Opals and Belgium. 32-31, Australia back in front.
Nothing on offer for Rahman. Shot clock down to 2. Alamon must fire, can't connect, and McGregor the rebound. The power of work on the boards. Izzy McGregor has 5 of those, and it opens up now. Chance for Leilani Mitchell, but that goes wanting.
She's usually such a great finisher inside. For someone so small, she doesn't mind getting in the paint. Just knows where to put it.
Again, they work outside where Kim Mestark fires. Couldn't finish. Loose ball scramble. Comes to Edzery. George the trailer. Edzery goes solo. Caught the back of the rim. George did well to get the offensive rebound. It's knocked out of court by Dallaire. The Opals will get it back. Great running alongside Edzery by Kayla George. Getting that second effort on the board, so they've got another go at the offense. Anna Mestark has checked into the game. Along with Billy Massey. And the Opals restart through Leilani Mitchell. 3.5 to play in the first half. Australia by 1 after being down by as many as 6. Edzery fires the 3 ball. It's all the bottom of the net. Great to see it when you have the confidence to take the 3. Not much else was happening, so she made that decision to take it. So Edzery's had a great impact on this match. There were none of 4 in the opening quarter from Deep Australia. They're 3 of 4 in this term as a foot violation is called on Katie Edzery. But she's got 9 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. She's been a star so far and really answered the call, given that she's been brought into the starting lineup. And now Steph Talbot. And the penetration is good there, and the finish excellent from Julie Alamon. Alamon, she's difficult to guard. That's her preference to shooting the 3, getting into the paint. And then she does get stopped. She's such a great feeder of the ball. Great disher, but yeah, really good finish there. 73% free throw shooter. Last campaign. So you see after each foul shot, you're going to run a press again, a 2-2-1 full court zone, and they should usually go back into a zone. Let's see if they do. George beats Madgen. Yep, definitely in the zone. So let's see how Opals cope with that. Well done. That's the way to stop them get to playing the zone. So great effort to get it inside. Find those gaps. McGregor with 14 on 6 of 8 shooting. Leads all scorers. Outside Alamon off the mark. George the rebound. Puts it on the deck. Mitchell in support, but looks ahead and finds Edzery. Now McGregor. Inside George wants it. Fires over the top. Can't convert. Edzery arrives, but can only succeed in knocking it down out of court. Yeah, they just lost sight of McGregor on the weak side of the floor. So really good vision to get her the ball. Van Loo does the ball carrying duties for Belgium. Now needs help. The pass by Anna Mestark. Via Massey. They get it back to Van Loo, who steps beyond the perimeter. Caught it deep. Edzery the rebound. Mitchell to her right. Inside George creates a path for Edzery from close range. Can't convert. Kept alive by George. She was shut down quickly there. Terrific defense from Jana Rahman. Well, you see Belgium are having trouble guarding our penetration. Another great read by Edzery. Unfortunate not to finish there, and by Kayla George. But again, great second efforts by the Opals. After Belgium had the better of the opening quarter, Australia has settled and had far better of it here in the second. They lead by 3 inside the last 2 minutes. Shot clock at 5 though. Edzery for George. Puts it on the floor. And George has a rattle around the rim and tumble. She's into double figures. She has 10. Australia lead by 5.
So timeout called. Australia up by 5. We'll take a quick break and Chris Anstey will break it down. The first half's got 1:43 left in it and the Opals are leading Belgium 39-34.
In the city, earlier crash was cleared off the Carl Expressway over the quay, reopening the run from the Domain Tunnel up towards the Harbour Bridge. Roseville Chase coming through, broken down van, City Band running off the Roseville Bridge, climbing the hill up towards the Malga Avenue overpass. Thornley, lights in the flash, Duffy Avenue, Chilwell Road. M7 Ritty Hill, broken down truck, it's northbound cruise with it, speed down to 40, M7 travelling well off the M2 southbound. During this time, stay home to help stop the spread of the current COVID-19 outbreak. This means no visitors to your house, including family members. Visit australia.gov.au, authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806. Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Let's head back in. The last minute of play in this first half between the Opals and Belgium.
Mitchell. Taking the one shot in the game so far, Mitchell. Here's Ebzery. Now George. Shot clock at 10. She fires from deep. It's off the mark. It was a pass. Give her the benefit of the doubt to Ebzery, who adds the 2.
I'm sure they'll put that as an assist, John. That wasn't a shot, that was definitely an assist. Ebzery in exactly the right spot.
Australia with a game-high 7-point advantage as Belgium slow it down for the last play of this first half. Belgium led by as many as 6 early in this term, but it's Australia by 7. And Magbagor deflected the pass. It's come unstuck, but Delaire gets a good look, and she splashes the triple. In broken play, Belgium hit with the last shot of the first half and climb back to within 4 points. It's half-time in Tokyo. Australia 41, Belgium 37.
So Australia were about to go in, Chris Anstey, with a 7-point lead. They'd done it tough. They'd ground their way, and they'd left a fair few points out of there. A lot of layups missed, a lot of putbacks missed, and a late 3 makes it a 4-point ball game at the half. What are you making of it?
Yeah, they really hurt those ones on the buzzer, don't they? But there's a lot of talent out there. What do I make of it? Ezzy McBeggar, 14-6. We've mentioned her a lot. She's just been an absolute shining light on both ends of the floor. We have this statistic as when you've been around basketball a long time, it's a plus-minus stat, which essentially keeps track of whether or not your team's winning or losing when you're on the floor. And oftentimes we look past the statistics and you try to find out who plays well together. The 2 best players when you look at that category for us, Rebecca Allen, when she's been on the floor, we're +9, and Katie Ebzery, when she's on the floor, we're +7. So in a 4-point game, that's really, really valuable to know heading into the second half. Leilani Mitchell, for me, she's our only genuine point guard. She's experienced. She's been through this before. I'd love to see her be a little bit more of a scoring threat. Just the one shot she's put up, she'll get the ball moving. She's a great facilitator, but I think the great facilitators are always a little bit better when they're actively looking to score as well. And we've seen what she can do in the WNBA and the WNBL, putting points on the board. She hasn't done that. With regard to Belgium, they tried to zone us. I'm not quite sure why they went to zone. Their man-to-man defense and their physicality was bothering most of our players outside of Ezzy, but they went to the zone and we found a few gaps in it and had a few nice little uncontested looks. And built that 7-point lead, but we go into the break up 4.
All right, beautifully done. Chris Anstey's here for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. The basketball tonight is for City Venue Management. Power through training, performance and recovery. And discover crafted compression with a conscience. Basecompression.com. Just quickly around the grounds for Beaumont Tiles. Shop Beaumont Tiles, tile.com.au. 0-0 half-time between the Matildas and the US of A. We'll be back on the other side of this with plenty more. And a big night of action. Swimming heat still later on too. Rob Woodhouse will join us to preview all of those as the night goes on.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Many of us grew up on quad bikes and we still love them. But a few years back we started migrating to the utility, the comfort and manoeuvrability of the mid-sized two-seat side-by-side and the genuine safety benefit they offer. And now it's happening in droves. 22 years of Polaris Ranger development mean these American-built workhorses remain at the front of the queue. So tow more, carry more, haul, heave and hunt and get into a Polaris dealer and see if maybe mid-size is your size.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
Hello. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Wonderful to have your company this evening. We're an hour in and plenty of action happening in the night session tonight, which is brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Sam Hargraves with you this evening. Get yourself involved, 0433 98 11 16. Text us about any thoughts you had about the events of today. Of course, we struck gold, our third gold medal of these games. It was just absolutely phenomenal to watch as Kaylee McEwen got our third gold medal, 100 metres backstroke, 20 years of age. Can you believe that? She's been representing Australia since the age of 15. And Owen Wright made history, our first Australian to get a medal in the surfing, its first year in Olympic competition. Bronze for him. He defeated Brazil's Gabriel Medina, the two-time world champ, who knocked out fellow Aussie Julian Wilson. So some poetic justice in that. And then Jess Fox, who just a late penalty meant that she dropped to third, was absolutely the form paddler, if you like, or canoeist, and looked almost unbeatable all through up until that very last run where a late penalty meant that she finished 1.23 seconds, I think it was, behind eventual gold medalist German's Ricarda Funk. So bronze for her. 1300 736 7360 433 98 11 16 if you want to get involved on your impressions of today. Have you found a sport that you'd never paid any attention to and now you Matildas at the moment, the second half has just got back underway against the US. Australia at the moment 0-0 against Team USA. So we're going to go back to the basketball in just a moment. I reckon they've done a sneaky channel switch from us, so we'll get that sorted, the feed, in just a moment, and head back to Tokyo at the Saitama Super Arena for basketball. Chris Anstey's been good enough to join us tonight for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. Chris, what's your impressions been that first half? Which, just as we're getting this feed sorted, for some reason Antiques Roadshow, I think, is on the feed that we've been taking. So half-time between Australia, the Opals, 41-37, a 4-point lead. You assessed it pretty well before that. What have you made of the makeup of our team? Were you happy with the squad that the Opals selected?
Yeah, you know what? We've spoken about the similarities between the Boomers and the Opals, and a really glaring one clearly is the Ben Simmons, Liz Cambridge not participating in the Olympic Games. Yeah, you give up world-class, almost best in the world talent on both sides, but you get back probably better culture and better vibe within the group. The other one for me, though, as I look through the minutes in the first half, clearly Steph Talbot's injured. Clearly Alana Smith is injured. Sarah Blitzarv's got flown over last minute to replace Liz and hasn't played a minute. And even with those three being out, Tessa Levy's played 2 minutes and Tess Madgen's played 3. So we've gone short into the rotation. We haven't gone deep into the bench like we saw the men. Now, there was a really, really strong argument, and it was reasonably controversial that Josh Giddey didn't make the Boomers team. He's about to be a top 10 draft pick in the NBA. If he had have gone to the Olympic Games, he would have experienced, even if he didn't play many minutes, an Olympic environment to prepare him for the next time, because he'll be huge in the next 3 or 4 Olympic Games. The exact same thing for me sits with Shyla Hill. Shyla Hill, for me, was one of the standout point guards in the WNBL last season. Almost an all-star in her own right at only 19 years old. Went across and got drafted into the WNBA at number 8. For me, I thought she was a lock for this Opal team. On ability, even if not age. Now, for me, she will be, just like Josh Giddey, an integral part of this Opals team for the next 12 years. And if she had have tagged along, only played the 2 minutes at, I'm not saying Tessa Levy shouldn't have made the team, but one of the low-minute girls isn't playing anyway, she would have turned up to the next Olympic Games, an Olympic Games under her belt, much more comfortable, knows what to expect, and can lead that team from that point guard role, because Leilani Mitchell, this will be her last Olympic Games, and we're going to absolutely need Shyla Hill to perform for our country. I was really, really surprised, especially already, I know it's only game 1, but seeing the rotations that Sandy Brondello's used, that Shyla Hill didn't find herself in Tokyo.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, wasn't it? I mean, is there something about her game you think that she brings to the table that very few others do? Was there a point of difference that she could have brought? I mean, I think we certainly know that with Josh Giddey there is. I mean, he is... I'd love you to try and find over the next bit of time that we've got with the comparison for Josh Giddey. I've called a few of his games this year.
It's Luka Doncic without a jump shot yet.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right.
Yeah, he's a little bit of Lonzo Ball. There are some reasonable easy comparisons for Josh, but...
The IQ is astounding to me. The basketball IQ, as someone who calls and loves basketball, I can only imagine I knew would see things that he does that I've got no idea about. What do you see when you look at him in terms of the IQ side of things?
He sees the game so many seconds before the rest of us, and I haven't seen it. The two best point guards on two different continents I played with were Steve Nash and Darryl McDonald. The very first day I coached Josh Giddey at state level, he dribbled the ball down the left-hand side of the court, threw a around-the-body left-hand hook pass and hit a jump shooter straight on the opposite corner, right in his shooting pocket, and led to a wide-open three. I'd say there'd be a half dozen people in the world that could have thrown that pass. And it was one of those moments where I looked around, and it was a training session to see if anyone else saw it. Ironically, D-Mac was there, Darryl McDonald, and he's just shaking his head going, you got one. But, no, look, and we're here speaking about the Opals, but for me, Shyla Heal does a lot of things and is as good a scorer in the point guard position as any young Australian I've seen in generations. Leilani Mitchell's into her 30s. We don't have a genuine backup point guard in this team. Tess Madgen's not a genuine backup point guard. Tessa Lavey can run the point, but is a scorer off the ball. Jenna O'Hay's a wing. Look, I just thought it would have been a great opportunity, but we're dealing with what we've got, of course. It's just because it surprised me with the lack of minutes we got into Lavey, Madgen, and even Sarah Blitzards, given the fact that it looks like Steph Talbot and Alana Smith may be a little bit banged up and not playing tonight.
Yeah, and so when we come back, we'll get you to explain just why that second point guard is so important, because you've spoken about that Leilani Mitchell started this game a little bit off. I mean, this is a three-time WNBL champion, someone who's played over 350 WNBA games twice. She's been the WNBA's most improved player, 9 years apart. So she's an out-and-out star. So we'll get you to explain the importance of that backup point guard position as we'll just take a quick break and come back with plenty more still to come tonight. The Opals about to take the court for the second half. Second half underway. Matildas and the US still locked at 0-0, ticking up to 53 minutes in that game as well.
Who'd you go with for unlimited data?
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, Serves Up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans, no contracts, and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com.au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com.au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
Actions recommence in the second half. Inside the first minute, Beck Allen hit an opening three, and that was quickly answered back by the Belgians. So 44-39, Opals leading over Belgium.
Magor. Mitchell opens up again for her. She's reluctant to go forward though. Mag Magor. George Allen, shot clock to 4, need to get busy. Kayla George fires the 3. Can't connect. Well done, Ebzery. In over the back of Alamon to keep it alive for Mitchell.
And we're used to that going down by Mitchell. She's so reliable on when she has time and space on that 3 with the just catch and shoot.
Alamon got inside, was impressive, but there was nothing on offer. Now Delaire, Linskins, Miesemann fires. tries unsuccessfully. George forced to carry the ball a long way. Now Mitchell in a trap. Slow pass. Well done, Magbagor. Looked off the defence. Helps herself to 2 more. She's got 60.
Well, we like this theme, don't we, that Magbagor going to work again. She's just been instrumental for us so far in keeping us ahead in this match.
7 of 10 from the field, Magbagor. They need to play some D now. High percentage shot from Miesemann she would expect to make 80% of the time, and she came up short. Well, Mitchell's pass knocked down. Active hands, Allemont. And Belgium get it back from the Opals with a chance to work into their lead. Delaire. Well, Allemont was all alone down low. In fact, she was too open and missed it from easy range. George, under pressure, lost it. But it's retrieved by Mitchell, and as you can see, there's anxious moments everywhere.
Goodness, that was scrappy by both teams then, but well done for the Opals to get another stop. That's the 3rd stop in the row.
Magbagor for George, just mishandled the ball. It comes to Linskens, and off and running. Miesemann, well-timed pass. Delaire, well, the Opals thought she travelled up. Referees didn't see it that way, and Miesemann adds the 2.
Miesemann's just so cool and collected. She's their top scorer. She's just such a high percentage when she's just got time to shoot that shot from only 10 foot out.
Magbagor from close range, can't connect. Allemont on the rebound. She had 6 assists, a game high in the first half. She's feeding Delaire on this occasion. You got beyond Allen, who's forced the foul. Free throws to come for Antonia Delaire. As Beck Allen picks up the foul, it's her first personal.
And this is the most run we've sort of seen Belgium getting their running game going again. It has been a little bit stagnant, and we have stopped it. But it does hurt us when they get that going.
2 of 3 from the free throw line so far in the game. Delaire makes no mistake. She too is a 3x3 exponent, one of the best in Belgium, so you know she's an active, exciting, dynamic player. She's got 10 points already in the game here, a couple of assists as well. And she drags Belgium back to within 3. So much riding on this opening pool game for both teams. Both would have designs on the top spot in the pool. Ranked number 2 and 6 in the world. Zedzeri exploring into a trap. All last touch by Belgium. Allemont trying to convince the refs of otherwise. And she was isolated there, Ebseri, as Jenna Hay checks into the game, and Leilani Mitchell will sit down. Been a little out of sorts so far in the game, Leilani Mitchell. None of 2 from the field. She does have the 4 assists and just 1 turnover. But look for her late in the game to have an impact when it really counts. As O'Hay shares it around the perimeter with Allen. Shot clock to 5. Allen, chance to measure the 3. It's off the mark. Miesemann gets after the rebound and hands over to Allemont.
What we do need to improve on, John, is our offensive rebounding. There was no one in the key for that shot. We're just not contesting offensive boards well enough at the moment.
Delaire pulls up for the jump. It was deflected. Well done, Beck Allen with that long wingspan. Nice pass. O'Hay, wide open triple.
Yes. Good recognition by O'Hay to take that. She saw Magbagor was in the paint. If it missed for the rebound, didn't have to worry about that. She made it. She's always great poise, Jenna O'Hay.
First points in the game for Jenna O'Hay gives Australia a 6-point buffer. Ebseri now up to 5 assists. 6 scorers for the Opals. It's Kim Mestag. Hands over, Allemont. Good work down low, off glass, adds another 2. She's got an even dozen.
Just a little bit of breakdown in our rotation and no split line help to stop that drive from Allemont.
Tolo for George. So the Belgian team have got their own cheer squad behind them as well, making some noise in a largely empty Saitama Super Arena. This is good work from Julia Allemont. 12 points in the game, 7 assists, 3 rebounds. High quality player. Led the World Championships averaging 8 assists a game. And he's done some good work with the Indiana Fever in the past as well in the WNBA. Kayla George, an excellent start.
Love that. give it straight back in, punch it back into George, just stepped into the court. That was massive breakdown by Belgium's D.
12 for George now. Only Magvidor with 16 has more. Nessima dumps it down low. Alamon against Ebzery. Shot blocked to single digits now. Works to the foul line. They left her alone and they pay the penalty.
Must get a hand to Alamon on a shot. They're just high percentage shooters when they don't have a hand in the face.
Miesemann picks up the foul, her second personal. Second team foul on Belgium here in this third quarter.
So seeing Belgium on a dead ball, just going to that full court press again, and back to the zone, see if they can get a stop with that.
Australia by 4 inside the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, F3 with an offensive foul there. Will count as a turnover.
8 turnovers now for the Opals. Only 4 from Belgium. And Ebzery picks up her second personal foul. Kim Mestag with it. Miesemann attracted all the attention. Here's Alamon. Got beyond Ebzery. Deflected pass falls to Miesemann and she helps herself to 2 more. She's got 14 in the game.
Even with the deflection, we couldn't stop that. Alamon always looks for Miesemann off that pick and roll. Miesemann's so good at popping.
Here's Kayla George from deep. It's short. Tolo gets after it and almost into the back of Kim Mestag. No whistle. Julie Alamon. Belgium starting to build here. They've closed to within 2. Alamon went behind the back, almost coughed it up. And now they'll look to reset. Kim Mestag goes to work, takes them on, draws a foul. She's off to the free throw line.
Tolo would be very relieved that ball didn't go down for a basket and it could have been a 3-point play. So Mestag has to earn it from the line. That was a mismatch there with Tolo having to guard Mestag to the basket.
Still neither team can really get authority in the game. Australia's biggest lead, 7 here earlier in this quarter.
We're going to come back at the foul line at the moment, 51-49. It's a tight game at the minute. We've got to get a couple of breaks away. Still 0-0. The Matildas, 63 minutes played at the Tokyo Stadium against the US, who are surging forward at the moment. So tight games for both Australian teams at the moment. 51-50, the Opals over Belgium at the moment. We'll get an aquatics update soon for City Venue Management, Rackley Swimming, your swim family. And Chris Anstey's with us for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track Sydney, 15:39 a.m. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
The news is that she has run her last race.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Craig, you're going national.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track Sydney on 15:39 a.m, the SEN app and DAB+.
From tennis to the running track, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com today and kickstart your sporting dreams. Rebel, sport is calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. At Lead Express, we've introduced a pay what you can model for all businesses affected by COVID-19. If you need help to answer or make sales and service calls, or you'd just like an independent review of your current sales process to make sure it's as efficient and as streamlined as possible, we're here to help. Simply select the type of campaign you need assistance with and pay what you can. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
Get ready to own the city with the Kia Picanto GT Hatch. Turn heads with a razor-sharp sports body kit and 16-inch alloy wheels. Inspire your inner enthusiast and tackle the toughest of corners with ride and handling fine-tuned for Australian roads. Feel the excitement from the punchy turbocharged engine and immerse yourself in the sports-inspired cockpit. Book a test drive for your chance to own the city in a Kia Picanto GT Hatch. For more details or warranty terms, go to kia.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So a minute 10 left to play in the third quarter. Belgium back up 52-51, really making the Opals work hard in this one. Let's head back to Saitama Super Arena for the last minute and we'll dissect the third quarter with Chris Anstey after this for Tyre Power.
Shares it now outside. Rahman fires. She's off the mark. Tolo holding position there. Getting into her back. Lenskens, who came down heavily, and a snapback whiplash with a head on the hard floor as well. We're going to need to take a look at this.
And Tolo did have Lenskens boxed out, but the shot went so long that Lenskens was able to reach for it. And Lenskens losing her foot there, but that's 3 offensive rebounds to Belgium in a row, which you just can't do at this level. Because if that happens that many times, they're going to score off those possessions. Yeah, lost a balance there.
The
whiplash.
Yeah, the whiplash.
Oh. And it wasn't anything Tolo did there. It was just Lenskens losing her balance.
So back underway. Shot clock to single digits. Van Loo pushes away. Mitchell fires. User-friendly roll as well. Belgium on top by 3.
Belgium are coping with physicality really well at the moment. We need to do the same. That's a good reply by Beth Allen. Man, that is so timely.
Van Loo, dangerous from deep. Elects to share it though. Lenskens. Hannah Mestag inside. They've got the mismatch. Kim Mestag was fouled. So free throws to come here. Australia going to be over the limit.
Yeah, that was Magbagor. Didn't need to reach in there. They had a good trap happening. Mestag would have struggled to dish it out cleanly. So that's a bit of a freebie to get him to the foul line.
Second foul on Essie Magbagor. Kim Mestag, 1 of 2 from the stripe so far in the game. She's none of 6 from the field, including none of 5 from deep. So this has been her night shooting-wise. But right now she's put a team back in front in the shadows of three-quarter time.
Yeah, she has an enormous work rate, Kim Mestag. Such a valuable player for Belgium. But yeah, she's usually on song with her shooting. She has a beautiful technique.
So she gives Belgium a 2-point edge. Billy Massey about to check back in for Belgium. And Lenskens will get a rest for the last play of the third term. Sandy Brondello on the sidelines there. You see barking instructions to her team as well. I'd like to grab some momentum here, score the last bucket of the quarter. It's been a lean quarter for them, just 13 points after they had 24 in the second. Pressure up the floor as well from Belgium. Tolo back to Mitchell. Inside 10 seconds to three-quarter time. Madgen in the corner, got a good look, splashes the triple. Great job from Madgen to come up with her first points. Van Loo on the buzzer, can't get it done. And with 1 quarter to play, Australia lead by 1.
So there we go, 1 point lead. Tess Madgen, that's a big shot to hit just before the buzzer to give a 57 to 56 point lead. Chris Anstey's with us for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. We'll get a breakaway, we'll come back, we'll get his thoughts on that third team. We'll set up a big final quarter. The Opals' first game in their group situation. They're in a group, their group is Belgium, China and Puerto Rico. So this is a must-win game for them to get the Olympics off to the right start. We'll be back on the other side of this. Still 0-all, 72 minutes played at Tokyo Stadium between the Matildas and the US.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockeyone.com.au.
Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV, Drive Car of the Year.
From rugby to running, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today and bring your sporting dreams to life. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Opening minute of the last quarter between the Opals and Belgium, 57-56. Chris Anstey, just before we get back there, they were really well held, the Opals, in that quarter, the late lead. But what did you make of Belgium's performance, and what do you want to see from Australia in this last quarter?
We look sluggish, and we are a veteran team, but one thing we're not is we're not quick, but we look slow tonight, and we're, for the basketball people out there, the ball's being passed continually to stationary targets. There's a lot of one-on-one out there, and need to get a little bit more movement away from the basketball. And, with regard to Belgium, Julie Allemand, Emma Miesemann, Antonia Dallaire, 41 of their 52 points. So it's no secret where their points are coming from. For us, a little bit the same, though. We saw Leilani Mitchell, who's really, really struggling this game. Only attempted 2 shots, turned down some wide open ones to put her teammates in slightly worse positions. But Katie Ebzery went and ran the point, so we looked a little bit better when we went bigger. We're a little bit dependent on 3 as well. Ezzy McBeggar, Kayla George and Katie, 39 of our 50-odd points until Beck Allen hit a couple. But Like to see them get back to their starting group. Tess Madgen hit a 3 in the corner to finish that one, but looked a little bit out of her depth for the most part of her minutes. She'll be better for the run, we hope, but let's get back to the starters and finish this thing off.
10 turnovers are costing the Opals as well at the moment, 10-7. McMagor's got 16 points, 11 for Ebsbury, I should say, and 12 to Kayla George. We'll rejoin the action. 59-58 Opals lead, 8:15 to play in the final quarter. 75.5 minutes played at Tokyo Stadium. Still 0-0 between the Matildas and the US. Win or draw, and Australia should finish second in their pool and then go through. Lose, and they run the risk of having to qualify being the best of the third-placed getters. So it's an important clash. So is this one, the opening game of the Opals campaign. We'll head back.
In the final term, Australia on top by 1. This is Delaire. Sharing it with Alamont, who looks inside. The pass had a little too much on it. They're forced to recover it with 5 on the shot clock, and they fill it up to retake the lead on the back of Delaire's shot.
We did say that we don't want them to start hitting their threes, John, because they're already 19% at three-quarter time, and we know they're so capable of hitting their threes. So we've got to make sure we know that Scout still got a big hand in their face.
5 points to 2 is the run here from Belgium at the start of the final quarter. Challenging Australia to go with them. And from close range, they've extended the margin. They're out to a 4-point buffer. Sandy Brondello's had enough. Timeout Australia. A 7-2 run to start the final quarter. Has put Belgium on top by 4.
So alarm bells ringing. Chris Anstey, you heard John talking about it there. 7-2 run to get things started. It's just not looking cohesive for the Opals at the minute.
No, it looks really stagnant. We mentioned in the game with the Boomers a couple of nights ago, it looks clunky. The ball becomes really stagnant. Our shots are contested. There seems to be a little bit more flow to what Belgium are doing right at the moment, but we really need Leilani Mitchell to finish this game well. She's played poorly so far. We need her if she's gonna finish this game out in that point guard position to look at her scoring opportunities a little bit more and get those dominoes falling over. The next player up will get a little bit more open if she's aggressive. But having said that, I still expect you just get a little bit of a look at Beck Allen. She's starting to look for a shot a little bit more. She's only 3 of 7 from the field. But if someone's going to get the scoreboard ticking over outside of Ezzy, I think it's going to be her.
So 78 minutes ticking up to at Tokyo Stadium. Still 0-0 between the US and Australia. The Matildas, who won their first game against New Zealand 2-0. They lost their second game to Sweden 4-2 and currently 0-0 at the moment. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and for $0. Online accounting to help you do business, but better. Let's get back to the basketball.
McMagor hasn't scored since three-quarter time. In fact, she scored only 2 since half-time. So Belgium been able to close her down, and she needs to catch fire again as Beck Allen comes up empty. Kim Mestag the rebound. They've got this on their terms right at the moment, Belgium. Up 4. 7 minutes to play. Julia Lamont patiently.
We will get back to the basketball in just a minute. We're just having some TV dramas. We will be able to pick this up again, though. Just bear with me here.
Great effort there by Beck Allen, and we know that Leilani Mitchell always looking up to kick the ball up the floor. Great vision there, and spot on with that pass. And even though Leilani isn't contributing on the scoreboard much, we know that she can do that.
So Beck Allen, who plays for the New York Liberty in the WNBA, averaging 9 points a game, 86% free throw shooter, 19 of 22 this season in her 22 games. Now she's a former WNBL Defensive Player of the Year before heading overseas and plying her trade there largely now.
That's right. She was the only player that didn't play in the WNBL. Lena Smith was injured, but she has been plying her trade in Europe for a long time.
This is Delaire, who's been busy, wants to take on Beck Allen. Nothing on offer there. Miesemann looks inside. Ebsbury with the excellent work with the hands, knocks it down out of court.
Well, our defence becomes so important here. You just don't want Belgium to build on this lead. We've got it back to 2. keep getting those stops. Sandra Bondello was talking, and not let that happen. Oh no. Okay, they've got to get the composure back here.
Wow, Australia has given up a 6-point edge now here in the space of just 30 seconds.
Yep, bad communication on the in-line play, and then just lapse in concentration to give it up and bringing it back in after a score.
Ebzery comes up empty. So Belgium with their tails up here at the moment. It's 11-4 start in this final quarter. And they've got a 6-point buffer, and the Opals are looking all at sea at the moment. Tick over 4 minutes play. Alamon joins in. Shot clock rolls to 5. Outside, Rahman takes on George, ran into the contact down low. They're going to call a foul here on Leilani Mitchell with half a second on the shot clock.
Yeah, she had really nowhere to go. And by fouling her, got her out of her own trouble. Yeah, that was a bit too casual there, throwing the ball in. Got to make sure of that. Particularly this time of the game.
How about Emma Mieseman, though? She scored 8 points here out of the 11 Belgium have scored in this final quarter. I told you she was a superstar. 2019 WNBA Grand Final MVP and the championship winner. And she has really undone a lot of the Opals' good work, and she's back with it now. Pass didn't do a lot of favours for Hannah Mestag, and they're going to get it back, but with 7 on the shot clock. See Steph Talbot in her tracksuit on the bench there. Hasn't suited up for this game. We're unsure of the injury concern. And information hasn't been shared with us, so unable to update you at all. There's Alamon with 2 on the shot clock. Decides to fire from deep. It's off the mark. George the rebound. Now Ebzery.
So we have to find something in offense that works for us. Love to see us go inside. Get even the two post players working together. Get Magbagor closer to the basket.
Here's Beck Allen. Looking for Magbagor. Active hands from Mieseman. She's doing it at both ends of the floor. Alamon hard to stop in this equation. Adds another 2. Belgium has the biggest lead of the game with 5 minutes to play.
We just have to look after the ball. Have to make sure of every pass to your teammate.
Some come unstuck for the Opals. 3 turnovers in this term. They've only scored 4 points, and it continues to dry up as Alamon.
And again, no one in the keyway for offensive boards. We have to get possession, and one way to get possession back is from the offensive rebound.
Alamon dictating the tempo. Feeds Lenskins, who shares it now with Mieseman. Shot clock to 5 against Magbagor. The step away was pretty to watch.
Well, that's her trademark. She has an amazing ability to get separation from her opponent by that step back and just the high percentage in finishing that shot. She makes it look easy.
Leilani Mitchell draws contact. She's off to the free throw line looking to score her first points of the game. But it's been 15 points to 4 Belgium here in this final quarter. And a lot of the hard work's done by Emma Mieseman. It was almost single-handedly snatched this game away from the Opals.
She certainly has, and you know she's had it. Her teammates are finding her as well. They're getting her the ball because they know she's hot. So hard to stop. Obviously, there's still time for the Opals to come back. Leilani Mitchell. When you want some at the foul line, it's Leilani shooting over 95% the WNBL. She's clutch at the foul line, but we do need to get some probably some 3-point shots. We're not shooting great from the 3-point line as well, but just get this lead, reel it in.
Tess Madgen checks into the game, and Leilani Mitchell sits down. You're right about the free throw shooting. 20 of 21 in the WNBL season, and the WNBA season with Washington. She's 10 of 11 at the moment. Of course, the WNBA season has paused for the Olympics. But it's Belgium in the driver's seat as we count down the last 4 minutes of this final term. An 8-point edge.
So we've gone to a zone, just changing it up so that as long as we get this... Well,
George thought she was fouled, but again, it was Emma Mieseman coming to the party, doing enough to work it out of court. off her opponent.
The zone looked like it was going to do its job and get possession. So unlucky not to get that one there by Kayla George.
So again, Belgium are patient at the offensive end. Invariably, they'll work the shot clock down to get a high percentage play. This time it's Lenskens who fires to the left hand.
Well done, Tolo, again not to foul. Lenskens a good finisher around the basket.
Well, Tolo called for a travelling violation, just caught it between steps.
I was hoping they didn't see that.
Turnover number 14 for Australia, including 4 in this quarter. And in contrast, well, Belgium, they have 4 turnovers full stop. And they had 2 of those in the opening quarter.
Well, they've just looked after the ball beautifully.
So 3.5 to play. Belgium by 8. Australia not doing enough at the moment to suggest they're going to be able to retrieve this situation as Alamon takes on Ebzery. Nice pass from close range. Kim Mestag makes the shot and she's fouled in the process. Her first field goal of the game and a foul called on Tess Madgen.
Well, she's a star for Belgium as well.
Now, we're just going to leave with 3:15 left on the clock with the Opals trailing at the minute. Something's unfolding with Sam Kerr at the Tokyo Stadium. Maybe an injury here. This is a massive story unfolding. We're just going to drop in on the Matildas.
Defending his title hopefully in the 100, but this is the first time that we've seen him in the pool. But of all people for Australia to see on the ground, Sam Kerr is not one of them that we want to be seeing in the football, so hopefully she's all right.
Back to you, Brenton. As the US make another change, Rose Lavelle taken off. One of your former teammates out there, Georgia.
Yeah, Kristen Mewis, who I spent a bit of time with at Canberra United. She came over to the W League and played a couple of games there. On for her first game in this Olympic tournament.
It looks like Kerr is pretty happy to get back out there again, which is a good sign.
It certainly is a good sign. So still 0-all, 87.5 minutes played at Tokyo Stadium between the Matildas and the US. So that looks like it may be heading for extra time. The Opals, 11 points behind with just under 3 minutes to play. It's going to take a miracle from here.
Aussies can definitely do. They've shown.
As they try and retrieve this 11-point margin. Getting it off quickly. Miesemann adds another 2. She has been extraordinary here in term number 4. 28 points. She's got 12 of Belgium's 20 since three-quarter time as Ebzery takes on Alamon, draws the foul.
Yeah, Miesemann pretty much gets to the point you just have to starve her of opportunities, but she's so good at getting the ball in her hands. She works beautifully away from the ball. So Ebzery absolutely needs to make these foul shots. She's had a great game. 11 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists. Coming into the starting lineup for Steph Talbot. She's done her job.
Can't get the back end there. Miesemann the rebound. So she's got 9 boards now to go with her 28 points. 5 assists and 4 steals. She's been a one-player wrecking crew for Belgium, particularly here in the fourth, where it's 20 points to 6 in favour of Belgium. Australia starting this quarter, 1-point lead. Alamon's pass easily picked off by Beck Allen. Picks up the dribble now and needs support. Gets Magwagor involved. Inside the last 2 minutes, Australia down 13. O'Hay wide open for the 3. Yes.
There we go. That was great ball reversal to get it back to O'Hay. Used a fair bit of the shot clock up, but ended up getting a great shot. But we can't have this happening.
Well done, Magwagor. Late whistle. Magwagor's called for the foul, inconveniencing Miesemann, so she's off to the free throw line.
Well, Belgium, they're just relentless running. They haven't taken the foot off the accelerator at all. They realise that Australia are a great opposition and will keep fighting to the end as well.
So going to the foul line now and looking to close this one out. So let's take the final minute or so of the culmination of this game, USA and the Matildas. We're ticked up to 90 minutes. There's 4 minutes of additional time. There's only a minute 45 left in Australia and Belgium, and it's a 12-point lead to Belgium. So they look like they've got that one locked away, but the Matildas have got 4 minutes to try and put one in the back of the net.
Lewis was told to bring it down and did so for Dunn. 4 minutes being added on here.
Fowler's had a great game here for her first start in the Olympics. She hasn't looked out of place at all and has actually created some really good attacking opportunities for the Matildas.
Outside of the boot, some kind of ball, but it will roll through for Micah, bravely at the feet of Carly Lloyd.
Very well timed challenge there from Tegan Micah. We've spoken throughout this game of her not stepping out and bringing through those balls as they come through the back line, but that was a perfectly timed challenge and such an important intervention.
She was playing in the W League as a teenager, Tegan Micah, and this guy kept bugging her, kept on putting phone calls in saying, come and play in the States at the UCLA Bruins. And she mentioned it to a couple of teammates who played through the college system, and they said, you better get back to him. What are you doing? What an opportunity to take a scholarship, get educated in the United States and play for UCLA, who play in front of crowds of 15,000 in massive occasions against teams like Stanford. And she eventually took up that opportunity and became a star in goal. Thought she was off the radar. That's the fear when you go and play in college, that you're not on the Matildas' radar anymore. But here she is, an Olympian.
Yeah, what a great signing that was to head over there. And I think it's such a good opportunity, as you said, to be able to get an education and also play football and in such a good environment as well. You look at these US players, and most of them have come through the US system, so they've got such high quality in that league.
Kennedy getting more touches than anyone else in this last 20 minutes or so. Kerr's moving okay. Lynn Williams flew into the back of Catley. She's got another knock.
Yeah, Steph Catley will be sore after this game. She's copped quite a few knocks. It's Carly Lloyd just leads with the elbow there, which you're always going to get a foul called against you, although it's very hard to jump without using your arms. It's illegal in football, and especially if it catches the head of another player, it's just too dangerous.
Steph Catley, once of the Orlando Pride in the United States. Very familiar with these opponents as well. Former teammate of the likes of Alex Morgan, Megan Rapinoe and Tobin Heath from her time in the States. And they'll be exchanging pleasantries very shortly. And it's had 0-0 written all over it for about at least the last 20 minutes. The chances have certainly dried up.
Yeah, you'd have to think coming into this tournament, if you offered the Australians a draw against the US, you'd take it.
One final thrust forward.
So Australia, the Matildas doing everything they can to play keepings off at the minute. It looks like they're content with a draw, which should see them finish second in their pool, and they'll go through now to the knockout stages. So they needed to win or draw to make sure they finished top two, and that's how it's looking like it will finish as the final whistle sounds. The 0-0 draw, so thanks to Channel 7, of course. And with 29.7 seconds left with the Opals and Belgium, Chris Anstey, who's here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts, your trusted tyre experts. No point going back to that with 29.7 seconds left. 15 points Belgium are up. Emma Miesemann, 32 points. 9 rebounds and 4 or 5 assists. WNBA star with the Washington Mystics. They've just been too good, too often, too consistent for Australia.
They're big too. Emma Miesemann, you've just mentioned. Julie Allen on 14 points, 9 assists, and it was just a little bit too much. And Really, really disappointing by our girls. We didn't play great in the first half, and we thought that was as bad as it was going to get. But down in the fourth quarter, it really, really became apparent with Leilani Mitchell not playing well. We don't have a backup point guard on that team.
Yep.
And we mentioned that Shyla Hill's sitting back home in Australia, and she's 19 years old and could have been a wonderful addition. But if you've got Tessa Levy over there in a game like that where Leilani's struggling and you can only find 2 minutes for her in that game with injuries, you wonder when you're ever going to find minutes. But, really glaring example of that, a couple of minutes to go in the game, they put Katie Ebser into the one. She threw it to Mariana Tolo, their biggest, slowest centre on the Opals team, in the middle of the floor on the break. She travelled, not where you want to give the ball to your centre, and I can tell you that because I didn't want it there. Really vital turnover when probably our last swing at it, but probably what you saw was we've prepared a team around Liz Cambridge, and for her to walk out in the last minute, we're still adjusting. I would imagine we selected some of the players on that team on the understanding Liz was a part of it and would have suited and complemented Liz well. She's not there anymore, and we're going to have to adjust, and we're going to have to improve very, very quickly.
So it was Sarah Blixars was a player that came in who... two-time WNBL champ, as we know. I've got a soft spot for her because she won one of those with the Bendigo Spirit, my hometown, now the Southside Flyers. So very, very good player. But was that an opportunity then to bring in that backup point guard?
Yeah, maybe. It's a tricky one. You didn't expect Sarah or whoever they brought in to play in this game. I don't think Sarah's even had a taped training session with them yet. But the selection, I'm going to have to think about it a little bit more. But no, like I said, I'll keep coming back to we need another point guard. I still think in a 12-man roster, any time you go away internationally, you need insurance with your decision maker. That's your point guard. You should have 3. We've got 1. And it's perplexing.
So we'll put some thought into that, and we'll give you an idea of what the Opals have got ahead. We'll talk about the Boomers as well with Chris Anstey. We'll make the best use of him while we've got him. And just repeating, the Matildas and the US, 0-0. And 0-0. The Matildas finished 3rd in the group, I'm being told. I thought they needed a win or a draw. So New Zealand and Sweden there must have been an upset there. But what we're being told that the Matildas have finished 3rd in their group, but it is enough to advance to the quarterfinal. The top 2 teams in each group advance, as well as the 2 best third-place finishers. So on goal difference, Australia have got the edge there. So they should get through, but they've just scraped through by the skin of their teeth. So 3rd in Group G, but they do advance to the quarterfinals. And New Zealand, it was a 2-0 loss to Sweden. So that sort of went to script. But a 0-0 draw between Australia and the US, a 15-point loss to the Opals over Belgium. The basketball update for City Venue Management, power through training, performance and recovery. Discover crafted compression with a conscience, basecompression.com. And this is the night session on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts.
At Apia, they know that retirement age doesn't mean slowing down. It means finally going at your own pace. You're not past your prime, you're Generation Go. Carol's here to tell us about the good life in retirement thanks to Apia. Now that you're retired, what do you do more in your life now?
I've joined the CWA.
Oh, lovely.
I'm a member of the Kiwani, and I'm on the committee of management of a local learning and community centre.
Wow,
So,
you're a busy lady. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you have another passion? Get out and about?
I walk.
Yep.
I do a lot of knitting, and through the community centre, we sell those to raise funds for Relapse for Life, and I'm doing a lot of reading and gardening.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Malcolm, and I would just like to say a very big thank you to Apia for this wonderful surprise.
Sounds impressive. Generation Go for Apia. Helping you get the most out of retirement, visit apia.com.au. Apia, get set, go.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Apologies for that little break in transmission. Needs about 7 arms in here, Chris Anstey. Just repeating 0-0 between the Matildas and the US at Tokyo Stadium. So the Matildas do advance to the quarterfinals. They finished third in Group G, just enough to advance to be the best two finishing third place, to be one of the best two finishing third place getters in their group. 15-point loss to the Opals over Belgium. Not the ideal start. We'll talk more about that with Chris Anstey in just a moment, but there's another big night in the pool tonight. So we've got heats of the men's 100-metre free. We've got heats of the 200 butterfly for the women, the men's 200 breaststroke. We've got the men's 200-metre breaststroke heats as well. I just said that. And the men's 4x200 freestyle relay and the men's 800. No better person to go through it all with. The man who's just winning fans every time the microphone gets turned on. It's wonderful to have Rob Woodhouse with us. Rob, it should be another big night, and before we get to that, what a day today, another gold medal. And what about Kaylee McEwen? A bold move for her to get rid of the IM, no individual medley, focus on the backstroke, and it paid dividends. And it was an emotional day too, given what she's been through, losing her dad in the last 12 months. But what a day.
Yeah, it's a very emotional day for her and for her family, her mum and her sister in Queensland. But they've been through a lot together the last few years. I was scratching my head a little bit when she did pull out of the 200 IM, the individual medley, because she's ranked number 1 in the world in that one. But it certainly paid off, as you said, Sam, in dividends. And now she's got a couple of days to recover and focus on the 200, and she's red hot for the double there, plus the medley relay. So a brilliant result for her and for Australia.
Just before we get back to what's ahead tonight, the Aussie men's sevens have just stepped out to play their quarterfinal game against Fiji, who won the gold at Rio in the men's rugby sevens. So they got through as the lucky loser, which the Matildas have done as well, to be the best, one of the best two third finishing teams in their group. A 14-12 loss to New Zealand today. They need to win this game against Fiji to stay in medal contention, so we'll drop in on that throughout the course of the night too. But Rob, let's set the scene for tonight. Great day, another gold medal day, as we just said, with Kaylee McEwen. That every one of these, I think we say, is a wonderful story, but that genuinely is a wonderful, wonderful story, and what a future at 20 years of age. I mean, the sky's going to be the limit for her, and that's, I suppose, a year more to wait doesn't do her a disadvantage as it does to maybe some of the older athletes.
That's exactly right. We've seen that with quite a few events. The younger athletes, so that extra year has made the world of difference both ways. For the older athletes, they're missing out. Interestingly, 3 nights of finals, there's only been one athlete so far that's defended their title from 2016, 5 years ago. That's Adam Peaty. But so many young, I call them kids, they're not really kids, so many young men and women coming through and shining here. And then it's only another 3 years before the next Olympics.
Let's go through tonight. Kyle Chalmers first up on the blocks, 100-metre freestyle heats. He's got the bronze medal in the relay. He stormed home from about 7th to 3rd. What's the game plan going to be? We know he's been swimming a bit harder in some of the events and heats that he intended to. I don't think we can expect anything less from him in this, can we?
Probably not, but he will want to be controlled, because this is going through the rounds from the heats to the semi-finals tomorrow morning, then of course the final the following morning. That's where he needs to be at his peak. So look, he's done it many times before, albeit not for a couple of years now, and certainly not in this circumstance. So it's about control. He won't be too worried about what's going on around him. I'm sure he'll be aiming to win his heat, and knowing that if he does that, sort of something under 48 seconds, he's going to be good enough to get comfortably into the semi-finals.
Yeah, so Kyle Chalmers opening his defence of his men's 100-metre freestyle crown. So he won this event at Rio in 2016. I still remember Gerard Whateley's call of it. It was absolutely magnificent. And Jack McLaughlin tonight, the silver medalist in the 400. He's in the men's 800 as well. So Tokyo 2020 live free and in HD on 7 and 7 Plus, the only place to see it all. Speaking to Rob Woodhouse, who's poolside at the moment. Rob, Cam McAvoy, he another who was the selfless man who got Australia through to the final in the heats of the 4x100, wasn't in the final team, but he gets a chance for individual accolades now. He's got the next heat after Kyle's in the 100 metres.
Yeah, Cam's an interesting one. He's gone down in the low 47s back at the peak of his career, but that's going back 4 or 5 years now. So he wasn't that quick in the relay the other morning. So he's going to have to go a big improvement on his relay swim just to get into the semi-finals. He's in lane 1 of the final heat of 8 heats.
Brianna Throssell, didn't qualify from her semi in the 100-metre fly. She's got the 200-metre fly tonight heat.
Yeah, Brianna's better in the 200, I think. She's certainly a solid 100-metre swimmer, and also a good 200 freestyle swimmer as well. But I like her in this event, and this is a really wide-open event. So, again, for her, it shouldn't be too difficult to get into the semi-finals. There's only about 17, 18 entries, so there's only a couple that are missing out. Very low entry in this event, so she should be right.
Zach Stubblety-Cook and Matt Wilson both didn't get through and qualify from their heats in the 100-metre breaststroke. They've got the 200 tonight. Are you thinking the same for them? Are either of these two guys better over the longer distance?
Yeah, very much so. They're both much more suited to the 200. I'm sure they would have liked to go a little bit faster in the 100 and maybe get into the semis, but it wasn't to be. It's all about the 200. And Zach goes in ranked number 2 in the world in this event. And the number 1 in the world, Chupkov, the Russian, who's the world record holder, is not in great form at all. So, they're both looking pretty good. If they can get down around 208 tonight in the heats, they'll be comfortably into the semis tomorrow.
Our first medal, Sunday. I was lucky enough just to get the last bit of it before I went off air on Sunday. Jack McLaughlin in the 400-metre freestyle, the silver. One of the stories of the meet from a swimming point of view, Tunisia's Ahmed Hafnaoui was the gold medalist from, I think it was lane 8. But Jack in the 800-metre freestyle.
Yeah, and he's a good chance too. And Hafnaoui is in that event, and this is Hafnaoui's preferred event, believe it or not. He had a massive, took about 3 seconds off his personal best in the 400. So watch out for him. But this is also a loaded field. The Italian Poltrineri is probably the one to watch. He's in the lane next to Jack McLaughlin in these heats.
Rob, brilliantly set up as always. I'll touch base with you just before Kyle Chalmers jumps in the water. We'll speak to you again then.
Terrific.
Rob Woodhouse, just an absolute pleasure, and we're just very lucky to have him and his expert eye running over each and every single swimmer, each and every single race. Brought to you for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. CanStar Blues first place getter, award winner for service again. The aquatics update is for city venue management from first splash to first medal. We are your swim family. RackleySwimming.com.au. Chris Dancy's still here. We'll dissect the Opals loss. Fiji have scored the first try in the first period of this men's rugby sevens. We'll look to take in some of that action when we come back on the other side of this SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20 and zero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
For over 40 years, Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery has helped to shape and build Australia. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.com.au to view the latest online catalogue or contact your local Kubota dealer for your copy today. Kubota, shaping Australia.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Welcome back to the night sessions. It's been jam-packed for Tyre Power. Your trusted tyre expert Sam Hargraves is here. We'll cross back to Rob Woodhouse. At about 19 past, Kyle Chalmers gets into the pool to start his defence of his gold medal from Rio. Fiji 7-0 over Australia. It's a must-win for Australia to keep going and progress to the medal stages. It's a minute 12 left in the first, so we might even take this last minute and then Chris Anstey will dissect the Opals. Well, you'd say shock loss to Belgium. We'll do that next.
The penalty, Australia. Take it quickly. Turner across to Maloof. Roach coming back on the angle run. Penalty to Australia. Fiji going off their feet. Maloof. Holland. Longbottom. He gets the footwork going. Maurice Longbottom. He's got players on the outside and it's Lockie Anderson and he can't control it. No try. Oh, it looked so good for a long time, but they just couldn't finish it off.
Australia, they did all the hard work, especially in the form of Lewis Holland in the middle, having to make a crucial tackle, then gets away with the steal. They had the numbers. Maurice Longbottom, great patience to just double pump there and hold that defender, but the desperation from Waisia Nathumu. Try-saving tackle there. Lockie Anderson disappointed.
Led off for Fiji. Close to half-time and the Fijians leading 7-0. Time off again. Fiji. Can they go coast to coast? Well, we know they can, but will the Australians allow it right on half-time?
Set and hold it.
July. Big shove coming from Australia. And wow, Australia earned the put in. That's a terrific scrum.
Yeah, absolutely. And Australia don't typically focus on their scrums, but clearly they've done a bit of work around their set piece. They're in a great position here to have attacked the scrum. So that's a really great defensive effort there from Australia, just hooking at the ball.
Well, now they're just confirming if it is half-time, in fact. Wow, well, that is a let-off for Fiji.
7-0 at half-time. So, we both, Chris Anstey and I, went up with arms in the air. Australia had put themselves over, but the ball not in control and bobbled over. All it needed to do was to be placed down and they would have levelled things up, but they go in at half-time 7-0. They'll resume pretty quickly. So, Chris Anstey, let's turn our attention back to the Opals. So, ranked number 2 in the world, our girls. Belgium ranked number 9 in the world. They qualified for the Olympics by knocking out Sweden. In this group, China and Puerto Rico as well. They've got 2 main threats in there, 2 WNBA stars, and we spoke about them a lot, Emma Miesemann and Julie Alamon, but Australia absolutely chock full of WNBA and WNBL championship-winning talent. Were you surprised with how out of sync they seemed throughout the whole game and the result in general?
You've described it perfectly. It seemed like we're out of sync. It looked like we hadn't played a lot of basketball together. And when you think about it, the preparation when you have somebody as dominant physically as Liz Cambridge is, it would become... what we do would become centred around Liz. So clearly we've had to change the style of play, change some of the sets we're running because we're not going to be able to just throw the ball into the post and ask one of the current group of girls to score. But having said that, what does become apparent, we've already mentioned the selection, is we're really, really shallow in that point guard position. And we turned the ball over 14 times. They only turned it over 5 times. But for us, 9 of those turnovers were actually stolen by Belgium. So that shows a lack of confidence, a lack of aggressiveness. That led to 6 more field goal attempts. It led to more free throws. Belgium were just a lot more aggressive and cohesive than what we were. And you're right, Julie Alamon was fantastic. But we knew that going in, and you should be able to deal with one absolute superstar. Alamon was fantastic. But this one's more about us. We need to get a lot better very, very quickly. We need to get Steph Talbot back into the lineup. Alana Smith can provide some very good minutes in that 4 spot and give Ezzy a bit of a break. Ezzy McBagger was absolutely fantastic in the first half. Ran out of legs in the second half. Wasn't nearly as effective once they scouted her and got a hold of her. You're right, the pool is very, very winnable. I see no reason that we should struggle against China.
Really should be 2-1. I mean, sorry to cut you off, but just to sort of reiterate your point, China ranked 9th in the world. Belgium was 6th, sorry. So Belgium ranked 6th and China ranked 9th in the world. Puerto Rico ranked 23rd.
Yeah, Puerto Rico are really, really ordinary. But yeah, even with China, with the depth of talent we have, we really need to get the girls going. We need better flow. a little bit more aggressiveness on both ends of the floor. Defensively, I thought we were really, really reactive. And let's give Belgium credit. They shot the ball pretty well, but they were able to gap us in the game by getting out on the fast break from their turnovers, by our poor ball movement on the offensive end. We didn't create anything easy, and on the other end, it just seemed like Belgium by the end, we're getting more and more uncontested looks at the basket as the game went on. So again, yes, on the floor we missed Liz Cambridge, mainly because we've centred the plan around her, and you've taken out the biggest piece coming in. But Ezzy McBeggar, great. Kayla George, good in patches. Beck Allen was down. A few of the girls had very, very average nights at the office. But we live to fight again another day. Well, in 2 more days, but it has to be better than that.
Yeah, Leilani Mitchell, just the 2 points, had 7 assists, but they'll look to her now as someone with so much experience. And she's a fantastic story too. I mean, grew up in Richland, Oregon, an American father, but Torres Strait Islander mother, had the choice to play for Australia or for America, chose Australia. Over 360 WNBA games, currently with Washington, but has played with New York and Phoenix. And then comes back over here for the WNBL seasons and has won 3 titles here, has been a 2-time finals MVP. That's a very strong resume.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's a superstar of this league. She's been fantastic in the WNBA. She's 36 years old and she's small, and over the course of her career, she's been quicker, she's been crafty, she's aggressively shot the ball, and in the WNBL final, off the top of my head, and somebody will correct me, had 30-odd points to carry the Southside Flyers with Liz Cambridge and with Jenna Hohey and with some of her teammates now, put the team on her back and carry the scoring load. We have to see some semblance of that, at least the willingness to shoot the ball and attack on the rim. But I'll tell you what, internationally, the bodies are a little bit bigger, they're a little bit more athletic, and she just seemed really passive when she got her feet in the paint, like she was almost over-concerned about the defenders getting hands on it. So I expect her to be better. She's been around before, she's done it, she's going to watch the film. Again, a tough night, but we do have the luxury of a reasonably shallow pool, and we should be able to get to 2-1.
Quick break. We'll come back and go back to the men's rugby sevens. We'll continue to go around the grounds. I'll do a medal tally update shortly for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com.au. This is SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics for Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service mobile plans from $20. We'll head back to Rob Woodhouse to the pool just before Kyle Chalmers gets in the water to start defending his Rio 100-metre freestyle crown.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon Footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. NSWTB/00896. ACT TP 21/00450. SAT 21/420.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
We've got 3 minutes to go in the rugby sevens, so let's head there before we come back to get Kyle Chalmers into the water.
4 winners we've had, John Henry. The captain, what a knock. He's got a double. 2 tries so far in Tokyo, and they've both been in the quarter-final against Australia.
Just when someone needs to step up, he's your man to do it. Jerry Tuai, most experienced player on this Fijian side, but Australia, it's energy-sapping stuff. Just watching them defend. Every time they get the ball, they just can't secure it. We spoke about it pre-game. They need to just control that possession. And work really hard in their threes, and they haven't been able to do that and create any momentum, any continuity. And a team like Fiji, they'll make them pay.
So there's 14 points to nil. 2 minutes remaining. The winner will play Argentina in the semi-finals. Fiji, the Golden Men from Rio in 2016, in the box seat to advance through to the medal round again in Tokyo. There is time for Australia, but they need to try and find some space, and again just having that extra roll to try and buy some time, and it goes against Australia. So Fiji falling it out the back door, picked up by Tuivaaka, and he spins it wide, and now the Aussies, they're tired, they're falling off tackles, and Tuimamba, he races in and he seals the deal. Emanasi Tuimamba, World Rugby Dream Team honours in 2019 and 2020. Relentless pressure deep inside Australian territory.
Well, it's evident which team has more energy. Fiji.
Yeah, with only just over a minute to go, that looks to be the end of Australia's Rugby 7 men's campaign. Fiji just too good, too strong, 19-0 at the moment. And that's not the way that Australia would have wanted their Olympics to go, but we're proud of them nonetheless. One man who did us proud at Rio is just about to get on the blocks. Let's get back to Rob Woodhouse. Kyle Chalmers getting ready to defend. Rob, your thoughts?
Last four. Yeah, a pretty solid heat. As we said earlier, he's got there's a couple of 47s already in the earlier heat. So Kyle's going to want to have to go under 48. So to do that, he's going to have to be right on his game.
Of the Russian Olympic Committee alongside him in 5, and Maxime Brousset of France. Bit of speed on there, Kyle.
Chalmers looks fantastic.
He got away smartly. We know he doesn't always dominate early on in his racing. In lane 1, Spudjuddy of Brazil has started very well, but Kyle's in an excellent position for him. Tucked in 4th spot at the moment. Got a great turn. This is where the back-end speed typically kicks in.
And speaking of kicking in, look at the kick that is behind Kyle Chalmers. He will follow through and he will continue to progress down this last 15 metres now that we have to go in this 100 metres freestyle.
Barna from Serbia was in the lead for a while, but Chalmers has come through now. Lane 8, Kissel as well, the Canadian, in the top 3. Chalmers first, Minikov second, and Kissel third.
And what a great heat swim of this 100 as we watch Kyle here. 47.77.
47.77. Thank you, Ian Thorpe, and thank you, Channel 7. Rob Woodhouse, your thoughts on the swim?
Good swim. He was out quite slow and he just eased into that second 50. He turned on the feet. The big kick came in with about 30 metres to go, and he probably about a half a body length behind. Then he just powered to the front. He looked like he was cruising towards the end, so that would have taken a bit out of him. But nice first individual swim for him, 47.77, the fastest qualifier so far with one more heat to go.
So you said before the heat that he needed to make sure that he swam within himself and didn't go too hard like he had been saying that he'd done earlier on. Do you feel like he stuck to that?
Yeah, absolutely. He'd be puffing a little bit. There'd be a bit of sucking the air in, but as there should be for anything a sub 48 seconds, it's a pretty solid workout for him. So he would want to improve probably another 0.3, 0.4 into the semi-finals tomorrow. That should get him a spot in the middle lanes in the final, and then see what he can do in the final. It's all about building through the rounds.
And now we were speaking before, Cameron McAvoy gets the chance. You mentioned that he hasn't probably been swimming at his best for the last sort of 4 years, and he was part of the relay men's 4x100 team in the heats and wasn't part of the final team that won the bronze. What can we expect from him here?
Well, I'd love to see him under 48.5, 48.3 even to get into the semi-finals. It's going to be a really big ask for him over there in lane 1, though. All
right, let's see how it pans out for Cam McAvoy. We'll check in with you, Rob, after the race.
Chalmers in Rio. And lane 6, David Popovic, the emerging superstar, a PB of 47.30 at the European Juniors earlier this month. He's the second fastest this year. Look at Caleb Dressel's start.
Already out in front, great underwater skills, great off the blocks. Popovic is the other one to watch, but, you know, he's really behind at this stage. He has to come through in this second 50. Dressel looks strong.
talk of all sorts of medal hauls possible for Caleb Dressel. He's in 6 events here in Tokyo, 3 individual and 3 relays. He's got a relay gold already. Now, pushing hard is Nemeth of Hungary. So this is interesting, a bit of a challenge. And Chacon of Italy, who we've seen a couple of times, pushes up now. Might be Chacon just in front of Dressel. Dressel hitting hard, hits it, just misses. Chacon first, the Italian. Dressel second. And Maressi, the Italian, in lane 5, 22 years of age. The national record holder third.
Yeah, ever so slightly faster than what Kyle Chalmers did in that race, 47.71. And then also Caleb Dressel, 47.73. And then just behind the other Italian that was in the race, 47.83.
Hard for Cam McAvoy. He did look terrific in his heat swim in the 4x1. Didn't swim in the final, as we know, far left of screen. And just unfortunately for Kyle, has not had the easiest of times of it over the last few years.
No, he hasn't. But, you know, the performances that he's created have also inspired others in the country to be able to produce performances that have made the relay team good.
Rob Woodhouse, plenty of praise there from Ian Thorpe for Cam McAvoy, but it was 48.72 in the end, and that's probably not going to be, won't be enough, finishing 7th in that heat.
No, 48.4 would have got him into the semi-finals, so not too far off, but 0.3 of a second is quite a way in 100 metres. What was interesting there, we saw Caleb Dressel narrowly beaten. The top 4 qualifiers are all within 0.1 of a second of each other, so it's really, really tight. But Dressel went out quite hard, but he was only about 0.3 ahead of what Kyle Chalmers' split was, and as we know, Kyle Chalmers is a much better second 50 swimmer, so I find that encouraging, to be honest, even though it's just a heat.
So Kyle finishes qualifies third fastest from those heats. And for those who don't know much about Caleb Dressel, just there's talk of heir apparent to Michael Phelps.
Yes, and Dressel is he's not the world record holder in this event, the 100 freestyle, but he is the world champion in this event, the 50 freestyle, the 50 butterfly, the 100 butterfly. So he's a multi-event swimmer, and the US are always obviously so strong in their relays as well. They've already won 1 gold medal in the 4x100 freestyle relay. So there's talk of Dressel maybe winning 6 or 7 gold medals here. He's got 1 ticked off, but this is the one that they all want, the 100 freestyle. It's the blue ribbon event.
And just talk to us about the young European that heard Basil mentioning there in the Channel 7 commentary, one of the rising stars coming through the ranks.
Yeah, David Popovic, he got 4th actually in the 200 freestyle final this morning at 16 years of age, and he was way over there in lane 1, and the guy over in lane 8, the Brazilian Sheffer, actually got the bronze. So the medals were coming from all over the place, all the challenges, but Popovic is certainly one to watch, the 100, 200 freestyle for a long time to come. At 16, he's just got this perfect technique and long, gangly arms that just power him through the water.
Brianna Throssell up in a few minutes' time in the women's 200-metre butterfly heat. We'll check back in with you there. Thank you very much, Rob Woodhouse. Wonderful to have him as part of the coverage as SEN brings you the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. He's here for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prizes. CanStar Blues first place getter, award winner for service again. Quick break. Chris Ansie's still here. We're going to go into what's next for the Opals and for the Boomers who play tomorrow night. So looking forward to that as we work our way through these swimming heats this evening as well.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Bravo Talent Management connects your business with past and present sports stars and the biggest names in Australian media. Scott Cam, Shayna Blaze, Jamie Jury, Merv Hughes, Ross Greenwood, Joe Stanley, Steve Price, Wayne Swass from Pucker Up, and more. For brand ambassadors, appearances and keynote speaker engagements, inquire with Bravo Talent Management. BravoTalentMGMT.com. BravoTalentMGMT.com.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Don't forget you can get involved with us, 0433 98 11 16, to text us anything you thought, anything that you're liking, any impressions you've got. If you're watching a sport at the moment that we're not covering in enough detail, then give us a report on it, 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. Just some other things making news. We're going around Australia at the moment on the SEN network, so wherever you're finding us, however you're finding us, it's great to have your company. Buddy Franklin's 1 week suspension was downgraded at the tribunal. The significance of the force was downgraded, so he's just got a $3,000 fine now and will be allowed to play against Essendon this weekend. And there was the AFLW draft on tonight too, so Charlie Rowbottom went at pick 1 to the Gold Coast. She nominated Queensland as her zone, the Oakley Chargers product, and she's gone number 1 to the Gold Coast Suns. Now, Georgie Prasparkas is the younger sister of Carlton superstar Maddie Prasparkas, league best and fairest winner. She went at pick 2 to the Calder Cannons. Charlotte Thomas to West Coast from Subiaco. Ella Friend to St Kilda with pick 4. Stella Reid to Richmond with pick 5. And those were the top 5 there. But you can jump on the AFLW website to check on all of those. Well, let's get back to Rob Woodhouse and just have a chat about the next heat on the cards tonight. The women's 200-metre butterfly, Brianna Throssell, who wasn't able to qualify from her semi-final in the 100-metre fly. But, Rob, you believe that this is a much better event and she's far better suited to this?
Yeah, it's a really open field, this event. The Chinese athletes, Yufei Zhang, who was in the medals in the 100 butterfly, she's probably the favourite. But Brianna can sneak a medal. There's a couple of the more veterans, I suppose you call them, like Katinka Hosu, maybe not swimming as well as we would have expected. And so she'll sort of drop back a bit. Harley Flickinger, the Americans, one to watch as well. But and those three with Throssell are all in this next heat.
What are we looking at for her time-wise?
Honestly, there's only like 17, 18 competitors, so only a couple are going to drop out. So I actually don't think any of them are going to go too hard. As we're saying that, I've just noticed that Hosu is actually not turned up on the block, so she's not there either. So it might only be 17 athletes, so they're not worried about times. It's just about getting through to the semi-finals here.
Let's take a listen.
Swimming here, but is surprised to see her elect to swim it. And this is fascinating. We only had 17 starters, 3 heats, less than full lanes in each of them. And in actual fact now, every swimmer will get through to the semi-finals.
Well, that's right. Now that Katinka Hosu is not contending this event, very rarely do we see an event that has 17 people entered.
And it would only be if you disqualified for having a rule infraction that you wouldn't go through, and they'd have less people in the semi-final. But it's part of the protocol that they put in place to limit the number of athletes that are swimming in some of the events.
Well, be good on you, Elise Thomas of Great Britain in lane 6. Our leader, Brianna Throssell, she was 8th in the final in Rio. Jessica Schipper, the national record holder. We've only won gold once at the Olympic level in this event, Susie O'Neill in Atlanta in 1996. So Brianna Throssell, who had a good swim in the 100, this is her favoured distance though, and she's in 3rd place after the turn.
So marginally missing out on qualifying at trials for the 100 would have been extremely disappointing, but got the opportunity to swim, as she will probably be a relief swimmer in the heat, hopefully, for the butterfly. She'll get a bit of reprieve. She'll rest up some of the other athletes, but it's a great opportunity to be able to swim here. You can swim quite freely. That's the best thing, because you're guaranteed a spot into the semi-final. So you can have a consistent hit out, but there's not too much pressure on this event.
No, weird situation, isn't it? They would have known well before us that there was no Katinka Hosu, and therefore clearly doing the sums in their own heads, knew that there was only 17 starters, and with one gone, everybody gets to swim in the semis. Brianna Throssell, lane 3, starting to come through now, completing a physiotherapy degree from the University of Notre Dame in Perth. Also a creative brain behind her own startup West Coast Dress Hire. She's using this as a bit of a dress rehearsal for what's to come in the semis. She might get into 3rd spot here. On the wall first is Flickinger of the United States. Throssell did get 3rd, and Thomas, lane 6, in 2nd position.
Looked a solid swim, Rob. What were your impressions?
Yeah, really good swim, actually. 2:09, that's not too shabby at all. And particularly given, I mean, I think everyone was surprised with Hosu not turning up. And as the commentators were saying there, that leaves only 16. So everyone's going through now, which is quite remarkable, really. But good swim from Throssell. Probably blew the cobwebs out a little bit. And she's obviously very comfortable into the semi-finals tomorrow morning.
Beautifully done. Rob Woodhouse is with us, of course, our expert for tyre power, sporting tyre power winning service, winning prices. Rob, at about 10 to 9, we'll come back to you, or just before then, as we get set for the men's 200-metre breaststroke heats with Zach Stubblety-Cook and Matt Wilson in action. So we'll have a chat to you then. We'll take a quick break and come back on the other side of this. So we want to dig deep with Chris Anstey onto what's next for the Opals, who went down by 15 points to Belgium today, the 6th-ranked team coming into these Olympics. Australia ranked number 2. And then the Boomers are in action tomorrow. And they were pretty scratchy in their win against Nigeria to open up their campaign. So we'll drill down into that with Chris Anstey on the other side of this. You're listening to SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics.
Is it time to switch your home loan? Athena Home Loans now has one of the lowest fee-free variable home loan rates in Australia. And our customers are saving thousands. Low rates and no fees. 2 of the ways Athena is helping Aussies pay down their home loans faster. Check out athena.com.au to see how much you can save. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability. All while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
An odds update for Top Sport, home of the top sports betting multi. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Good evening, it's Tristan Merlehan here from Top Sport. There are plenty of gold available in the pool tomorrow morning with 5 finals taking place. All eyes will be on the women's 200-metre freestyle at 11:40, where Ariane Titmus renews her rivalry against Katie Ledecky, where she is $1.30 to claim her second gold of the meet. Madison Wilson also snuck into the final and is a $67 shot to claim gold. After the success of the girls on day 1, the 4x200-metre freestyle relay is the final event of the session, which takes place at 1:26. The Aussies are currently on the second line of betting at $3, just behind the Brits, who are at a short quote of $1.62, with the US lurking at $6. Hopefully for all Aussie fans, Katie Ledecky is still without a gold by the time she gets to the 1,500-metre freestyle, where she is $1.08 to claim the prize. Maddie Goff is $26 to claim gold, and as always, gamble responsibly.
Top Sport, home of the top sports betting multi. Download the Top Sport app today. Gamble responsibly. 1-800-858-858.
Well, guess what, Fletch? The snoring was back last night. You know why? Because the youngest, he stole my Spinal Ease pillow.
Yeah. Did you know that they're Australian made too?
I did that.
They're Spinal Ease pillows, Australian made. I have one. I love it because as soon as I put my lemon spread down, I'm asleep.
Yeah, absolutely. It might just change your life, you know, because I notice a huge difference when I'm using the Spinal Ease or not using the Spinal Ease. So order your Spinal Ease pillow with free delivery. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank us later.
Today is a confusing time to be young. We see kids enjoying the party and laughing with their friends. They seem like they haven't got a care in the world. Or do they? Every day we become more dependent on technology, but for kids looking for a real conversation, it can be tricky. The problem is no one's talking about it. At the Harrison Riedel Foundation, we believe that the right conversation at the right time can stop small things from becoming big problems. Help us help our kids by donating today at hrf.org.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Chris Anstey's still with us on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games for Tyre Power. It's been a bit of a dirty night for our Australian teams. Our men's rugby sevens, unfortunately, their journey has come to an end at these Olympics, going down in the quarterfinals to 2016 Rio Olympic gold medalist Fiji. The Matildas got a 0-0 draw against the US. That was good enough for them to progress through. They, the best of the worst, I suppose you call it, that rule where the the two best teams that finished third in their groups get through to the knockout stages. So they are through the Matildas, but a 0-0 draw against the US. They were 2-0 winners over New Zealand on the first night of competition before even the opening ceremony on Wednesday night, and then a 4-2 loss to Sweden. And now a 0-0 draw to the US, but they are still alive, so that's good news. First game for the Opals in their campaign was against the 6th-ranked Belgium, and they went down by 15 points. So, Chris Anstey, before we get to what's next for them, let's have a look at what's next for the Boomers. So the Boomers, 84-67 win against Nigeria. Paddy Mills really did carry the can in that game. Some little cameos from a couple of others, but their next game is tomorrow, so you're going to be back in here with me. Lucky you. We're going to have Chloe Dalton in here as well, who won gold for the women's rugby sevens in Rio, because the women's rugby sevens are going to be going at about the same time. So we're going to have a good night tomorrow night. Looking forward to that. But Australia take on Italy. Tell us what we should be expecting from that game.
We expect a very, very different game to what we saw against Nigeria. We saw long and athletic and a little bit out of control with the Nigerians, but with Italy we get, for the NBA followers, Danilo Gallinari and Nico Mali, who would be familiar names, but we get a team who absolutely executes on the offensive end. The ball moves incredibly well. They shoot the three exceptionally. In their win against Germany, they came back in the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game from 2 down to win by 10. Shot the three ball at 48%, and 7 of their 10 guys hit three. So it just goes to show the depth of scoring we're going to have to deal with. They're a much higher IQ team than what we had against Nigeria, but at the same time, I think we did to Nigeria what Belgium just did to the Opals tonight, where we eventually broke them down and exposed their flaws. And for me, when I look back a couple of days after the first one, Aaron Baines, and if I look back historically, doesn't start tournaments well, which is surprising, but his physical impact will continually improve over the course of the tournament. You're right, Paddy Mills puts the team on his back right at the start of an Olympic game, says it's going to be okay, I'll knock down some shots, I'll get you all going, I'll keep you around. But Dante Exum, for me, was the one on the defensive end. He was exceptional, was just a great addition to the roster, someone we weren't sure was going to be fit. His length and energy on the defensive end was incredible. On the offensive end, he did a lot wrong. He made some bad choices. He got too far into the paint a couple of times, turned the ball over, took a few ill-advised shots. But then you stop and think it might be his 12th game in 12 months, so he's going to be rusty. So I expect Dante to continue to show what he did on the defensive end, but be much more polished on the offensive end as we go through.
You know Brian Goorjian well, so when he's got a guy like Dante Exum, who we know has got every bit of talent that you need to succeed, just has never had a good run with injury. And you could tell that he had talent, because even despite all his injuries, Utah held on to him for a long time. They really persisted with him, so they knew he had something there. What approach do you think Brian Goorjian's taking with Dante, who clearly wants to prove himself, clearly wants to play? Is he just giving him a bit of leash in these early stages to say, find some form, find some touch?
I think it's whatever you do on the offensive end, you experiment a little bit, trust your skill, make good choices, but give me something on the defensive end, and that will put you on the floor. And that's exactly what Dante did. Speaking of that, Matisse Thybulle, that just adds a whole nother element to what we do defensively. And for a coach like Brian Goorjian, as you mentioned, to get an athlete...
He'd love Matisse. He would love Matisse Thybulle.
Would love him. And you know what? It's a sign of how well we could potentially be going, where when you look at the mainstays of our group, Matthew Dellavedova, Paddy Mills, Aaron Baines and Joe Ingles, there's an argument to say that the best lineup doesn't include Matthew Dellavedova at the moment. There's a conversation around what happens when he's off the floor, but Paddy Mills can run the point. Dante Exum can run the point. You can insert Matisse Thybulle into a core group now and get every bit what you get from Daly on the defensive end with a little bit more explosiveness on the offensive end. But for me, I was really, really pleased with what they did. And as we've just seen with the Opals, a win on opening night against anyone's not a given. So to walk away with a 17-point win on opening night against a team that boasted 8 guys that played on NBA rosters last season, with room for improvement was really impressive.
It's interesting with Delhi, isn't it? When I watch them play, and you tell me if I'm on the money here, but when I watch them play, and I love Delhi. I mean, I'm from Bendigo. He's a Maryborough boy. I used to interview his old man when he was over in St Mary's, and I've had the pleasure of meeting him a few times, and we've done a few interviews and things like that together. It seems to me that his role in this might just be that, okay, you're going to be our momentum guy. When we're up and going, you might be sitting down. But when we're really pushing the pace, but when we need to slow down, we need to control the ball, we need method over, madness. I wonder whether that's what Delhi's role is going to be. Clock management, game management, pace management.
That is exactly what his role is going to be. Pace management, game management.
All right, I'm going home. That's the best. I won't do any better than that.
No, and you're spot on. And if you look at the years that Delhi's been most successful in the NBA, he is the best type of teammate to put next to a superstar. You put him next to LeBron James, and he gets LeBron the ball exactly where he wants it. He defends like crazy. He doesn't have to be anyone he's not. The times Delhi struggled is when we've asked him to go and be an NBA player, to play outside yourself a little bit.
Yep.
We don't have LeBron James, of course, on the Boomers, and as we get rolling, he's got Patty Mills as a running mate. Joe Ingles at times will get going. When Matisse Thybulle clicks in, I'd love to see how Delhi facilitates for him as well.
What did you think of Joe Ingles' game?
Really patient. I thought it was really good. He knocked down shots early, level-headed both ends of the floor, made great choices, turned the ball over a couple of times. But what you get with Joe, what you get with Delhi, and what you get with Patty Mills is that Brian Goorjian will put them on the floor, and it's almost the best quality a player can have for a coach. He will know exactly what he is going to get out of those guys from a decision-making point of view and from an effort point of view. The skill stuff comes and goes a little bit. It fluctuates, of course, but the rest of it won't. So he's got mainstays in those three guys there, and that's invaluable.
So really we should be looking at, Italy ranked 10th coming into this Olympics. Germany ranked 17th. Those are our next two games, and that closes out the group stage. Shouldn't be satisfied with anything other than 3-zip.
I think that's right. And as much as anything, you want momentum going into a quarter-final series. It's going to be really interesting for both the men and the women. They're doing it a little bit differently this year, where the three top teams, of course, go straight through, and the best-placed second team goes straight through as, I suppose, a leading a pool into a quarter-final or a favourite. But then the other four are randomly selected. So now all of a sudden you've got this deal where France just beat the USA, and we might go through undefeated and come out of it 3-0 and find the USA waiting for us through luck of the draw, which would be an extraordinarily hard hand to be dealt when normally you're working on a regulated seeding type system. So we, of course, hope we don't get that. We always, going 3-0 generally gets you a better crossover. It's not as short of doing that this year.
Yeah, we want to play America, but when it's for a medal.
Absolutely, that's right.
And we want to win. Our men's water polo team are just about to take to the pool as well. In about 5 minutes' time, the next heat for our swimmers tonight, the men's 200-metre breaststroke, Zach Stubblety-Cook will be in that heat 4, and then in heat 5, Matt Wilson as well. So we will get a couple of breaks away and come back. And before we let Chris Anstey go, we will just preview the next game that the Opals have in their group stages after going down by 15 points to Belgium tonight. So the next game, a must-win game. And we'll talk to him about that after this SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. We'll speak to Rob Woodhouse in just a moment for Tyre Power, winning service, winning prices. We'll be back after this.
So far this NRL season, we've enjoyed some huge moments.
That is a tremendous try from Reece Walsh.
And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Still going hot wide, he stretches out and scores. Too strong.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are.
Scott for the corner, and Scott scores.
Join our NRL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment.
That little kick, Tago is a star, and they score the try.
Rugby League Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
From football to basketball or serving an ace with a tennis ball, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Recording receipts, but in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box, but storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Aussie Sharks are in the water. It's their second group game of the water polo competition. So Australia lost their first game 15-10 to gold medal fancies Montenegro. They take on Croatia, who thumped Kazakhstan 23-7. So this is an important game for our men's water polo team. We are not too far away from the next heat, which is heat 4 of the men's 200-metre breaststroke. So we've got a couple of swimmers coming up in this, Zach Stubblety-Cook and Matt Wilson. The results so far tonight in the pool from a heat perspective, Kyle Chalmers started his defence of his gold medal he won in this event in Rio. He finished first in his heat and qualified for the semi-finals third fastest. Cam McAvoy unfortunately did not qualify. Brianna Throssell finished third in her heat of the women's 200-metre butterfly and will take her place in the semi-finals tomorrow as well. So Heat 3 has just culminated. We'll bring Rob Woodhouse back in, our expert for Tyre Power Canstar Blues first place getter, award winner for service. So that's the wrong one. This is the right one for Rob Woodhouse. So Rob, we spoke a little earlier about how this event ranked number 2 in the world, Zach Stubblety-Cook, coming into these Olympics. So we should be really bullish about our chances here.
Yeah, I think so. And Matt Wilson briefly held the world record in this event just in 2019 during the World Championships. He was a silver medalist at those World Championships. So two great breaststrokers we have here in the 200. This is definitely their specialty. One of the other, there's quite a lot of favourites, I suppose. There's a pretty open field, 5 or 6 of them that could win gold, but one of them is a German, Marco Koch, who actually swam really slow in that first seeded heat. I don't think he's going to get through the semi-finals there, so that might just open the door a little bit more for the Australian boys. But it's Zach Stubblety-Cook in this next heat, and he's it's his second appearance at these games after swimming the 100 earlier in the week. But as we said, this is his main event and a really good medal chance for him.
All right, so let's head to the pool now, and Channel 7's Basil Zempilis will take us through the call. So Zach Stubblety-Cook is in lane 4. And just before they go, Rob, the main dangers in this heat, or he should have this company pretty well accounted for?
Arno Kaminga is probably the main danger. He was a silver medalist in the 100 metres breaststroke yesterday, and he looks to be in great form.
Let's head to the pool.
Record at the Australian trials, 2:06.28. Australian record, second fastest this year. So the yellow cat, middle of the pool, lane 4, number 1 ranked this year, 4th at the World Championships. Alongside him, Kaminga of the Netherlands in lane 5. He was silver medalist in the 100 breaststroke. And Wilson's next to him in lane 6. You can see him on the left of screen. Andrew Wilson from the United States, 6th in the final of the 100 breaststroke.
Stubblety-Cook's got a lot of work to do here. He's really long and really strong, but he's got a lot of catch catching up to do. He's really got to keep up in that first 50. Kaminga turning first, 28.67. Nice fast start, but you've got a lot of catching up to do, and that makes for really hard work. So Zach Stubblety-Cook really needs to make a move here. If not here, really in the third 50.
Seventh on the turn. Let's see if he can make up some ground. Kaminga is the leader in lane 5 from the Netherlands. The 25-year-old is the national record holder, and swimming well in lane 2 is Prigoda, the Russian. He's got a world championship medal, 3 of them in fact in bronze. So Kaminga, Prigoda and Corbu of the Netherlands. So the 2 Dutch swimmers, 1 and 3.
100.94 is a fast 100 split, let alone having to do another 100 after it. They're 1.2 seconds, 1.28 seconds under world record. That is lightning fast.
And Stubblety-Cook now making his move. He'd moved up from 7th to 6th at the 100. We'll get a look at them now at the 150. She out in front. Swimming very quickly. Kaminga, 100 breaststroke silver medalist, and still under world record pace.
Arno Kaminga knows how to put a good 100 together, and that is very obvious.
Zach's in third spot now and bringing it home.
He's made a really good move here. That was so crucial for him to move up. He looks really strong, and he's come home really strong, which means that his first 100 was pretty easy, and he's got a lot of energy in the bank.
Racing for a spot in the semi-finals. Zach Stubblety-Cook, number 1 ranked swimmer this year, gave Kaminga a huge start. Can he find the wall first? Bit of a confidence booster. Kaminga just in front. They lunge. Dead heat again. Well, we keep seeing them in the pool at Tokyo. Is that 4 now, Liesl?
4 dead heats now. That is so rare in Olympics. Amazing. Well done, Zach Stubblety-Cook.
So 207.37, Rob Woodhouse, another dead heat. We've seen a lot of them. One actually wasn't a dead heat, but we don't need to retread over old ground. But what did you make up? But what did you make of the swim? He gave up a lot of early territory, then came home strong.
Yeah, that's the way you should swim the heats, coming home strong. So you've got a bit left in the tank and not sort of easy or dying off towards the end. So great swim from Stubblety-Cook. It would be good to see him go out a little harder. He lost about 2 body lengths in the first 75 metres. So the rest, he was catching up a lot in that last 50 metres. Good lunge on the wall as well. And, well, once again, it didn't quite look like they touched the wall together, but it's a dead heat. 207.37. That's almost an Olympic record and just over a second off the world record. So that's augurs very, very well for Zach.
22 years of age, he started swimming at the Wheelers Hill Water Rats in New South Wales. Apparently it was part of a Learn to Swim program for general water safety. So he's come a long way from someone who just wanted to learn how to be safer in the drink.
He certainly has. And another New South Wales boy in this race, Matthew Wilson from up the Blue Mountains. And, let's hope he can go somewhere near 207 as well. Yeah,
Rick, he was really disappointed not to make that Rio squad and didn't really sort of come back bigger and better. So I think we'd all be hoping for him to get some success here.
Yeah, absolutely. He deserved to be in this team, and this is his big chance, this 200 breaststroke.
Let's get back to the pool.
So Matthew Wilson, silver medalist at the World Championships and a former world record holder in the 200 breaststroke. The time that he achieved the semi-finals at the 2019 World Championships and then went on to earn the silver medal in the final. Came so close to qualification 5 years ago, missed out. Came so close back in June and then was promoted into the team, and it's fabulous to see him swimming here now.
I'm so happy to see Matt Wilson swimming. Nick Fink was out really quick. He's turned in third, so he's dropped off a little bit, but great to see Matt Wilson turning there second.
Sidlauskas, the Lithuanian, in lane 1, the leader. Interesting, Dmitry Ballandin alongside him from Kazakhstan is the defending champion with the red trunks. Just saw a shot of them now across the pool in lane 2. The bronze medalist from Rio, Anton Chupkov, the world record holder in lane 4. So Matty Wilson doing a good job. Just in second spot at the moment, maybe ever so slightly back in third, with Persson of Sweden alongside him in lane 6. So Persson it is, just up in second, Wilson third, and Sidlauskas, where he's been for much of it, in the lead across in lane 1.
Sidlauskas from Lithuania turning a little bit slower than the heat previously. It just goes to show that this heat is a little bit more controlled than the first one, not going out so fast. Matty Wilson has a little bit of work to do, sitting back in the pack a little bit, but confident he can bring it home in the fourth 50.
Blue Mountain swimmer, as we said, he came so close to selection for Rio in the 200 breaststroke. Made his first national team at Budapest 2017 and continues to go forward at a great rate. And let's see what he can do here in the concluding stages of this final heat of the men's 200 breaststroke.
Sidlowska's still out in front, out in lane one. He's really got a point to prove. Dropping off a little bit here now. But Matthew Wilson making his move. He's got to get up there, at least top three in this heat.
And he's pushing through hard. Person alongside him in lane 6 was in the lead. Coming through now, the American Nick Fink. Wilson pushing up just off the pace a touch here. And we've had another dead heat. Can you believe that?
5.
Another one? 2 in a row?
I would say it would have almost been 3-peat. It would have been 3 first. If Kutkov didn't have a short little stroke on the end, he would have been quite even. Really interesting. I've never seen so many dead heats in an Olympic Games.
So that's 5 now, Rob Woodhouse. Matt Wilson, what are we thinking? Just your first hunch. Is the time going to be enough?
Oh, yeah, there's time certainly enough. There's actually been a disqualification. The Chinese Quinn is out, but I think Matt Wilson will be around about 11th or 12th into those semi-finals. So it was a slower heat than the previous heat, that one, but still quite a strong time there. 2:09.2. He's going to have to do a 2:07 to get into the final. There's no doubt about that. But look, he's done what he's needed to do, and that's all that matters here. So not a bad swim.
Rob, always a pleasure. We'll get you back up with us for the men's 4x200 freestyle relay. Alex Graham, Mac Horton, Elijah Winnington and Zach Inserti are our team assembled for that. We'll speak to you then, my friend.
Thank you.
Rob Woodhouse with us for Tyre Power. And Chris Anstey's still here, so we'll make the most of him before we say goodbye. Chris, so Opal's 15-point loss tonight to Belgium, 6th-ranked side up against the 2nd-ranked side, so we never really look like getting going. Our next clash is Friday against China, who are ranked number 9, and then Puerto Rico awaits on Monday. If you were to give us 3 dot points in what needs to improve between now and the China game.
Well, there we go. We need to get Steph Talbot in. She's going to create a big difference if she's injury-free. But, China haven't finished better than 6th since 1988. They're not a team that contends for medals, except for Beijing, of course, when they finished 4th and somehow found a way to contend in China. But they're big. They've got a 6'9" centre. They've got a 6'7" power forward. They're systematic, so they don't have top-end talent, but they've got top-end size. So we need to make sure we are a lot more disruptive on the defensive end, defend them over the full court, don't let them get into their system. But I'm looking at, it sounds like a really cliche thing to say, but I'm looking for every single one of our players, maybe with the exception of Ezzy McBeggar, to step up and go to the level we know that they can play at. But the big one for me, and we didn't talk about her much tonight, and I think we're going to need a big game out of her, is Mariana Tolo to deal with that size that China have. Again, this is where the sort of role that Liz Cambridge would have played. It's the reason Tolo was in there. We're going to need her to step up and be a lot better.
Yeah, she's been a Defensive Player of the Year before, I think in about 2017 in the WNBL. She's with the Canberra Capitals now and has played in the WNBA as well, 3-time champion too, so certainly can play.
Her experience, she is a
post-second Olympics
guru. Footwork is fantastic. She gets her step through. She's actually got good touch. She hasn't played a lot at this level over the last few years, of course, but we're going to need a big one from her because we'll be very, very outsized. We should have more talent than what China do. We should get across the line, but we've just learned tonight that strange things happen and we need to make sure we're ready to go.
So with so much size on the inside, we'd be looking at our perimeter shooters on the outside to have a much better game. I think the 3-ball went, I think it was just over 30% tonight,
which isn't too bad. You're right, you want to make sure you shoot the 3-ball well, but at the same time you can't go away from getting your feet in the paint and getting shots at the rim just because you see size in the paint. I used to love it as a 7-foot guy who stood underneath the rim when the guards were scared to come in because they thought you were going to block shots. You had no intention of blocking. It was fantastic. So we've got to make sure we're aggressive. I thought as great as Kayla George was tonight, you know, we started the game on the perimeter. We started trying to knock down jump shots. They didn't go. We want to make sure we build our game inside out, get the ball inside to Ezzy, get the ball in the paint on dribble penetration, attack them from the inside out. The perimeter shots will get much better looks from the outside if we get our feet in the paint early.
Mate, you're a star. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow night.
See you tomorrow night.
Chris Anstey, what a thrill to have him as part of SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. He'll be back tomorrow night. Chloe Dalton, who won gold at Rio in the women's rugby sevens, she'll be in as well. So it's going to be great to have a couple of stars of their respective sports in to take us through as our Australian teams do battle tomorrow night. We've got a full card, and I cannot wait for that to get underway as well. Plenty of action still happening this evening. At the moment, the Sharks 3-1 over Croatia. We've got swimming heats still to come as well. And then it's been a successful day for us again with gold medals. We've got a couple of bronze as well. We'll relive those moments, hear from the people and their family members and those surrounding them who have been involved in the success of the day. We'll look at the medal tally as well, and we'll make sure we look ahead to tomorrow. I'd love to hear from you. 1300 736 736. Your impressions of the Matildas tonight, who finished 0-0 against the US and go through, just scraped through to the quarterfinals. What did you make of the Opals? 15-point loss to Belgium. Our men's rugby sevens campaign is over after going down in the quarters to Fiji. So you can put that on the agenda or anything you'd like. 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16. Temper, a mattress like no other.
Hello. National Tiles of European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. So rush into National Tiles' all-new spectacular mega store at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
We've been there for every game at 4 and 25. When meatloaf overcooked it and Gregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Bradbury skated by. This golden crusty pastry watched as Taylor kicked the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, we're a lovely piney mates of 4 and 25.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Before we head back to the pool for swimming, let's go to the other pool for the men's water polo. Australia must-win clash, their second of their group games against Croatia at the moment. Croatia have just levelled it up at 3-3. There's only about 17 seconds left, actually, in this quarter, but we'll still take the final stages of that before we head back to Rob Woodhouse.
Swimming well. He's led for most of this quarter.
Just the speed of that ball that comes out of his hands. Obradovic just underneath Anthony's elbow, quite near the body as well. Difficult to get your arms down, cover all angles.
Another one of those that plays out of Dubrovnik, which half this side does. So just looking, they don't want to give Croatia a chance with the ball late in this quarter. They want to make sure they're the last to use it with any chance on the clock. And they will be, unless the alley-oop scores from almost his own goal line. It's 3-3 Australia Croatia at quarter time.
So there we go, just a little taste of what's to come. So locked at 3 apiece. So the water polo at the moment, Australia's group, in case you were wondering, the Sharks have only played one game. This is their second game. They're in a group with Spain, who have won both of their games. Croatia, of course, who they're playing tonight, who won their opening game. Serbia, who won their opening game. Montenegro, who beat Australia in their opening game. And Kazakhstan. So the top 4 go through. There's Group A and there's Group B. In Group A, the United States, who have won both their games. Italy, who are 1-1. Greece, who are 1-1. Hungary, who are So Italy are actually 1 win and a draw. Greece are 1 win and a draw. Hungary are 1 win and a loss. America have won both their games. Japan have lost both of their games, and South Africa have lost both of their games as well. So that's Australia's group. They've lost their first to Montenegro, but really positive signs. Montenegro, a gold medal fancy. So that would actually really have instilled a fair bit of confidence into our Sharks. So we'll head back when play resumes there. In the meantime, let's get back to Rob Woodhouse, because the heats of the men's 4x200 metres. Australia are going to be in Heat 2, which is the heat coming up next. So we'll work our way through tactically, performance-wise, and we'll go through the people that are participating in this from an Australian point of view, our combatants. Rob Woodhouse, welcome back.
Thank you. It's it's an interesting event. There's 16 teams, so it's just the two heats. Obviously, the top 8 go through, so not really a lot to learn from this first heat. The Russians and the Italians seem to be fighting it out in this last of the 4 legs. But the Australians, Alex Graham, Mac Horton, Elijah Winnington and Zach Inserti, they're all different stories. And we're, of course, resting Tommy Neal. He finished 9th in the individual 200, just missed that epic 200-metre final that we saw this morning. And we're also resting Kyle Chalmers. I expect Kyle will come in for the final tomorrow morning as well after his 100-metre semi-final. So assuming those 2 guys come in, then 2 of these 4 guys they're really swimming for places in the final. So Mac Horton, we haven't seen race so far. This is his only event of the game. So he'll be primed and ready to go. Elijah Winnington will want to be bouncing back for what, from his standards, were disappointing for him in the 400 final. He wanted to go a lot better. Still magnificent to make the final, but he wasn't that sharp in the 200 heats either. Zach Inserti, some great freestyle leg in the freestyle relay of 47.7, I think it was, to win the bronze medal yesterday. And Alex Graham was in that relay as well. So some really good swimmers there, but there's only 2 spots left, I believe, to go through to the final to make way for Tom Neal and Kyle Chalmers.
I find the Mac Horton and Elijah Winnington combination fascinating, because it was Elijah that grew up idolising Mac and then knocked him out in the event that he won gold in Rio, and now they're teammates together in the relay. And when I interviewed Elijah before the Olympics, Rob, and I asked him about that dynamic, and he said, no, Mac's been nothing but supportive, encouraging, gracious. So it was wonderful to hear about that relationship that's developing there between those 2.
Oh, absolutely. And you can't underestimate what the experience of people like Mac Horton, Kyle Chalmers, Kate Campbell and others bring to the rest of the team. And even though we're seeing just unbelievable performances from the likes of Kaylee McHugh and Ariane Titmus, you know, those women are young. They're only 20 and 22 years of age. And the experience that's around them, these people that have won Olympic gold medals and world championships, it does an incredible amount. So even though Mac, you think, okay, he's just got this one event, this 4x200 relay, his influence on the team is massive, and especially to people like Elijah Winnington, who competes in the same events as him.
So America, I'm just clicking back through multiple Olympics to try and find the last time they lost this, and I'm back at 2000, which is when Australia won it. So since Australia won it 2000, America have won it every year, every Olympics since.
Yes, and I assume Michael Phelps has probably been part of that team, actually. But Australia haven't medalled in this event since 2008, actually. So it's been a couple of Olympics without a medal. They'll be keen to make amends. Australia are the world champions in this event. So that's from 2019, of course. But as we've said a few times, you know, a lot of these guys, or most of the Australian team, actually haven't raced internationally since those world championships. So it is a bit of an open field. But the British seem to be the favourites. I mean, they finished 1-2 in the 200 freestyle individual, and the gold medalist from that event this morning is anchoring this relay team for Great Britain tonight, Tom Dean.
So let's head to the pool now, beautifully set up by Rob Woodhouse, and we'll check in with him after the culmination of the men's 4x200 metre relay heat.
What a fascinating insight from one of the best, Ian Thorpe, a brilliant relay swimmer. Liesl Jones and Ian Thorpe in commentary for this second heat of the men's 4x200 freestyle relay. Alexander Graham in the water for the Aussies. Lane 4, the United States, the defending champions in lane 5. Silver medalists, Great Britain. They were there in Rio, second on the dais, and the bronze medalists from Rio. Home pool for them, Japan. They lead it out. They're in lane 7. So Korea at the top of the screen, lane 1. Germany 2. Great Britain 3. The Aussies in 4. The United States in 5. Brazil in 6. Japan in 7. And Ireland in 8. And Alexander Graham going really well.
Yeah, he's taking control now at this part of the race. He looks good as well. That stroke is long. There's ever so slightly a pause on it where you actually get to glide a little bit, which you can afford to do a little bit more in a 200-metre race compared to what he's been doing in the 100 metres, where we saw him in that relay where the Australians won the bronze medal.
Drew Kibler in the water for the United States. First time we've seen him at these Olympic Games. 21-year-old making his Olympic debut, and he's gone up on even terms now with Graham. So Kibler is going to give the United States the lead. The Australians second, and Germany towards the top of the screen now on the left-hand side in third spot.
Great turn, by the way, by Alexander Graham. The Germans were really pushing up during that lap, or the last lap, the third lap of this 100, in the 150 of this 200 metres freestyle. But Graham's going to give a good lead here.
Matthew Richards, the 18-year-old in the water for Great Britain, hands over to James Guy. The Aussies in first, the United States second, Great Britain third.
And this is the first time we get to see Mac Horton. So know that his program, he's been able to adapt this, but he's been working on the 200 metres freestyle. And, you know, this is an event that everyone wants to be a part of again in Australia, because there is the prospect of being able to win a medal. Hopefully, that medal actually is very shiny.
Andrew Seliskar out in front for the United States. Great Britain through James Guy, a very experienced campaigner, 25-year-old, been around for a while. Second Olympic Games. Mac Horton, of course, champion in the 400 at the Rio Games. Down to complete his first lap. The Americans, though, out by almost a body length on the Australians. So Seliskar, a very good first 100. James Guy trying to go with him. The Aussies back in third.
Back in third, James Guy, you know, great performer. He was very emotional watching the race yesterday morning as we look back. Kicks on. Expect Mac, just with some of his background, we hope that he'll be able to come through in this last 50 metres.
Zellman in the water for Germany, and they're getting up nice and close now to the Australians. Mac, it's not coming easily for him.
It isn't, but realise that each of the Australians that are swimming in this race, they're also swimming for their position in the relay final. Mac's losing a bit of ground here, which wasn't expected.
So Great Britain
still commits to, you know, the finish, making sure that he gets on the wall strong, so that we get the best leg here.
Might get him in fourth. Jarvis in the water takes over from James Guy. The Americans in second spot. Patrick Callan from Seliskar. Elijah Winnington now in the water for the Australians, the 21-year-old, and immediately he gets to work, and he's made up some ground quickly. So Winnington onto the shoulder of Patrick Callan, making up good distance. Great Britain first, the United States second, Australia third.
Yeah, Winnington was out very quick. He was looking at moving almost 2 metres per second down that first 50 metres. So he'll sit there right next to the American, Patrick Callan, and he has to set up Zach Inserti for the final leg. We'll be looking at closing just a little bit of the distance that we have with the Great Britain team, or the British team, and what we'll be looking at, what we are able to include to this relay. And as I said earlier, the concern is for Cole Charp is how much does he put on the line in this relay before he actually has a chance to swim in what we expect he'll be in the final for a gold medal and back up his gold medal that he won in Rio Olympics.
So Zach Inserti is going to get into the water and swim for the Australians, the anchor leg of this relay team. And he's been in excellent form, so the young man from Perth in Western Australia gets a big opportunity to do something special for his country here. Trains with Michael Palfrey at the UWA West Coast Club out of the old Challenge Stadium, Thorpe, where you won your first World Championship. It's still
Great Britain in front. Last swimmer in the water now, Tommy Dean, who's had a great day. And the Australians, excellent stuff. Winnington to give in 30, almost level terms with the Americans. Callan to Pieroni. So it's Great Britain in 3, Australia and the United States 4 and 5 side by side.
Zach Inserti's stroke slightly different. Watching it here, he's lengthened from what he's done before. It was a good changeover, similar to the Americans. We're just behind them here. We prefer to go through second fastest in this heat. Good turn by Zach Inserti.
So Blake Pieroni alongside him. Out in front though, Great Britain, they've got an excellent squad here. Not just the 4 in the water, but there's great depth to their team. Tom Dean with 100 metres to go, and they're going to take some shaking in the final.
Oh, they certainly will. This is... What we'll be looking at is what we can change, what we can implement, how we can catch up to what the Brits are, which we are doing at this stage. You drop in someone like Kyle Chalmers, and we have one of the best swimmers in the world that will be able to make up some of the distance, but we can't rely on one swimmer. We have to have a team that can deliver the results. And looking at the trials, looking at our top 6, we do have that depth, and we haven't had it for a long time in Australian swimming.
It's been an excellent 50 there from Zach Inserti. He's got them in a second spot, so he's going to try and get as close as he possibly can to Blake Pieroni. The United States, obviously, he's got a half a body length on them, trying to close the gap on Tom Dean, and the Brazilians joining in as well. They'll fade a little, though. Well done, Zach Inserti. Second for Australia. That was an excellent last 200 by the Aussies.
It absolutely was. Zach Inserti was fantastic here in this race. His split, I think it's going to be something like 145, for Zach. For me, what was impressive about it was that he was able to make up about 2 metres, the body length in that race. But Zach Inserti's time, 145.58. Almost, he went out there, great return swim, as was Alexander Graham's in the beginning as well.
So well done to
Ian Thorpe there, the part of the team that last won Australia gold in this event back in Sydney in 2000. Rob Woodhouse, your impressions of that swim, Australia finishing second behind Great Britain in the heat there of the 4x200 metre freestyle.
Yeah, good swim there by the Australians. Look, the British are going to be hard to beat. They're bringing Duncan Scott in, who got the silver medal this morning, the 200 freestyle final. We will bring in Tommy Neal, and I assume we will bring in Kyle Chalmers. And as Ian Thorpe was saying, it's a bit of a dilemma because Chalmers, his main event, that 100 freestyle final, is the very next morning, and swimming a hard semi-final plus the 200 relay, 4x200 relay in one session tomorrow. It's hardly going to be beneficial to him for the 100 freestyle final. So they'll probably already know what they're doing, but it remains to be seen whether Kyle Chalmers will actually come in for that race.
Well, based on that time, would they be confident enough with the swimmers that they've got to leave him out, or because it's always going to be wait and see, isn't it? Or do they need to? Or do you look at that time and go, geez, I'm not sure if we've got what we need? What's your gut telling you?
My gut's telling me they can't win it. My gut's telling me that Britain will win this in a canter. They look very strong then. They're 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, and they still have Duncan Scott to come in.
Is that a margin that Kyle can make up, do you think?
No, I don't think Kyle can make up that margin. Not with Duncan Scott coming in as well. But but also the Americans, they might be in the same situation. Caleb Dressel may actually swim that final, so in which case they cancel each other out in terms of the 100 freestyle. But it's a really interesting one to see what happens. We don't know. We won't know until tomorrow morning. But there's no doubt Australia is a stronger relay team, so clearly a better medal option with Kyle Chalmers in that relay. But it's a question of whether he swims it at the expense of his 100 freestyles.
It's going to be a watch this space. Before we let you go, we won't have you just before Jack McLaughlin gets off and racing for the 800 metres heat. He's got the 1500 as well, so he's got a fairly full card as well. What are you thinking for Jack in the heat to the 800? Where's he placed?
Like all of them, he's going to have to watch around him. There's only 2 seeded heats in the 800, so that helps a lot. But you're straight into the final. There's no semi-finals of the 800, so he's going to have to be on his game. But he's had plenty of time to recover from what was a sensational 400-metre swim. So I expect him to be right up there and hopefully qualifying in a middle lane.
Before we let you go, as I say, I like going down memory lane. Obviously, 2000 we won gold, but I remember 2004 where Australia came second in this event with Thorpe, Hackett, Klim, Nicholas Springer up against Phelps, Lochte, Van der Kuyt and Keller. 0.13 of a second. It would keep some of them up at night, I'd imagine. Still, do you remember that race?
I do remember that race. It was incredibly close, and Australia were nowhere near expected to. Well, they weren't expected to get anywhere near the Americans, and that was a superstar American lineup. That really was, and it was a fantastic race. Unfortunately, that time we were on the receiving end of a beating by the Americans, only just. But well, let's hope they can turn the tables tomorrow.
Rob Woodhouse, it's a pleasure to have you as part of the coverage on SEN, mate. We'll speak to you again tomorrow night.
Terrific. Look forward to it. Thank you.
Rob Woodhouse, the best in the business when it comes to covering all things swimming. I think he knows more about the swimmers than they do about themselves half the time. That's how good he is. It's wonderful to have him there, and that race brought to you courtesy of Channel 7. You can stream every Olympic sport on 7 Plus. Download the 7 Plus app to your smart TV, your mobile or tablet to watch Tokyo 2020. The lines are always open. You're the co-host with me from here on out. 1300 736 736. Get your calls in about what you're experiencing with the Olympics. If you wanted to talk about some other sport as well, the lines are open. We're going to take a break and come back and take you to the Satsumi Water Polo Centre. Australia 5-3 up over Croatia. We'll head back to that pool on the other side of this on SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 for Xero online accounting to help you do business but better.
We've had to adjust to a new normal, but some things are just not normal. Blood in your poo? Not normal. A recent change in your bowel habit? Not normal. Unexplained weight loss? Not normal. Severe abdominal pain? Not normal. If you notice any symptoms, talk with your GP today. To find out what's not normal or to donate, go to bowelcanceraustralia.org.
Just a bloke in a bar. Made from the finest natural ingredients with no artificial flavours, Bloke in a Bar is a crisp lager with mild hops brewed to taste like real beer and enjoyed with best mates. You could even call it banter in a can. Get a taste of Bloke in a Bar. Visit blokeinabar.com, click on the store locator and enter your postcode to find your closest stockist. Brought to you by the Bloke in a Bar podcast. Enjoy responsibly.
Hi, it's Katie Brown. I've discovered the best guilt-free beer going around, and they're ideal for after training. Thanks to Australian Sports Brewing Co., we can all enjoy Zero Plus Sports Beer. It's electrolyte-enhanced beer for recovery. Yeah, how good. Alcohol-free Zero Plus Sports Beer. If you're a beer buff, you'll love this full-bodied pale ale with a delicious, refreshing finish. Crack one open after training today. I'll join you. Zero Plus Sports Beer available online at sportsbeer.com.au.
And selected Dan Murphy's outlets.
Last year, he turned 130k into 500 grand for punters. Inside Track Club with Troy Little is back. With Inside Track Club, you're part of an exclusive punting group with Australia's best greyhound punter. Join Troy Little in live chat and video analysis for every greyhound race each Thursday and Saturday nights. SEN Inside Track Club. Join now. Book for one session and try it out, or get early bird deals and jump on board the year. sen.com.au/SEN Track.
Club enter terms, fees and conditions apply. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Australia in action, second game for them in their men's water polo campaign at the Satsumi Water Polo Centre. They're 6-3 up with 6 minutes to go in the third, so we're going to drop in on that action now, courtesy of Channel 7.
Times in history, but once was at the last World Cup.
No, I think he definitely was just trying to break the momentum. Obviously, that Australia was building again.
Australia never beaten them at the Olympic Games. Vukocevic. to him now. Marvellous outside shot. And that's an awesome save from Chrysanthos. Great job. And on top of everything else, manages to control it. He didn't just tip it over the bar. So we've got two Australians now. Lockie Edwards joins George Ford in a little bit of foul trouble. Edwards is on 2 as well. 3 major fouls. You're out for the game, but you can be replaced.
Yeah, we do not want either of those players, but particularly Lockie Edwards. He is doing an incredible amount of work. And unfortunately this time, Tomasevic is pulled up. A little bit of manhandling.
They're hard calls, those, and you don't know exactly what's going on. They're usually both holding on to each other, but it looked fair enough. Garcia unloads it now. And again, we've got Aaron Younger doing a tremendous job on Longcar there in the centre of the pool, getting himself into great position. But that is an unbelievable shot.
It's incredible, isn't it? Bukic just letting fly with that. So they're playing with incredible enthusiasm at the beginning of this quarter. Very mobile in their defence, putting the Croatians under a lot of pressure.
You've got to have some luck sometimes, and gee, a post can come in handy. So the Australians now out by 3. Can they make it 4? They can! Tim Putt, 7-3 over the might of Croatia.
That is an excellent goal. I love it when these youngies, you can see Goran Tomasevic shaking his head, don't give it to me. And he just puts the goal, sees where Biac is moving slightly to his right. And that is a fantastic goal.
Croatia, the silver medalists from Rio, the gold medalists from London. Team's been up and around for a long while, average age of 31. And right now, they're under the pump. 4.5 minutes to go. In this third quarter, Australia out by 4.
It's a very important part of this time of this third quarter now.
Swap messages with Ray Mayers, the former Australian skipper today, who thought they showed enough against Montenegro to potentially win here tonight. He said they'll need some luck, but I think they showed enough.
Anthony Chrysanthos coming up with another brilliant save. Exclusion here. Reece Houghton.
So at the moment, they're 2 from 6 at extra, which is not like them Croatia. What have they got here? Obradovic, surely he's going to score. Has to. Fanovic scores against his dad.
And it's a very comforting shot for the Croatians. Not a lot coming on. Holds that ball up beautifully. He's very close in. He's only on about 3 metres out. He like peels his hand underneath that ball.
It was beautiful. That's always going to make it bounce further, but it also brings the ball around under the arm of his opponent. Beautiful shot. But look, they hadn't scored since the first quarter. So they've been, what's that? 12 minutes without scoring. So they needed some momentum to go their way. Australia's still out by 3.
Australia really need to weather storm. Excellent work from Tomasevic there.
Yeah, he's got the exclusion this time. Oh, thought he was going to get the ball as well back on 2 metres. They tried the little pass to the post player. Still retain possession though. Clock's running down. Need to shoot. Had to shoot.
Well, and unfortunately, there's a massive counter-attack.
Yeah, there sure is. But this is going to. This is going to be a kick out.
Oh, AJ. Just a little bit too much, too long. Right idea, and unfortunate. Just held on just that little bit too long. Was intentionally just pulling back just to give his teammates time to come up.
Yeah, so he was kicked out for that and just held on for a little long. So now it's now a 5-metre penalty.
It will be count as a double exclusion on AJ, which is not great.
Yeah, that's right. So he will be on 2 fouls along with George Ford and Lockie Edwards. So Australia with 3 players in foul trouble, and the match, you would think, about to go back to a 2-goal game. Chris Anthos, what's he got? Vukovic, the 33-year-old veteran, the big left-hander. This will go like a rocket. Wants to get Andrew Ford away from him. You tell him to move, sir. 5 metres.
Santos can't save that. Went like a bullet into the top corner. They've got themselves within 2, Croatia.
And here goes AJ. Yep, pulls him back and then just has another little go there. Not me, sir.
Well, he's suggesting that Fatovic may have just milked that.
Yeah, I think guilty is charged.
Guilty is charged?
Guilty is charged. That's a brilliant shot, though. That penalty was just brilliant from Vukovic. I'd love to know the speed. Need a speed gun out there.
Well, it was like a Jeff Thompson pull up on them.
This is really important here that the Australians just don't let any other goals in.
Well, there won't be an extra score. They've dominated the last quarter and a half, but the last minute and a half, not so flash.
Richie Campbell, he's been on target all night, not this time, just put the top of the post. And we're going to get another kick out, are we? Or is that an offensive foul? It's gone the other way. My eyes were for the ball, so that's happened.
No,
Pick it up there.
Yeah, definitely saw that. Looked like the Croatian went underneath Richie Campbell, obviously playing for an exclusion. And the referee, yeah, it's difficult for the referees. They're under a lot of pressure in these games. He could easily have, called that as an exclusion.
If you're watching waterpolo for the first time, you're tearing down the pool, someone ducks under you, try and, make it look like you're trying to top of them. They're just trying to milk an exclusion. Instead, it's gone Australia's way. Now, Fatovic has called a timeout. One of the reasons for this, obviously, is to talk about what they may want to do here with this extra man and potentially, put a different group on, depending on what sort of extra man play they want to run. So it looks like they're going to take Tomasevic out. And coming in is Tim Putt. So that was the only change. Yep.
And they'll probably possibly keep him down there for someone in for a flying sub. Really, at this particular time, we've got a couple of players in foul trouble. It would be great to run the clock down without either team scoring, just so we need to bring those players back into the game. Possibly not with so much time left on the clock, but if we can get a few more minutes down without any great damage on the scorecard, that would be a bonus for us.
Forward back to Campbell. Roach. Forward. Campbell. Roach again. Oh, that was on. Absolutely. That was nice play. But just found the post.
Yeah, just possibly a little bit cramped there. I did think AJ might have released one of those shots from one of his balks.
Wonderful player, but inside the last 2 minutes of this third period, Australia up by 2.
Important here. The Australians have a really solid defence.
Tim Putt's got the centre forward in a lot of strife, but he's just starting to work his way back in now, Loncar. He himself to 3 metres. They'll get another 20 seconds on the clock. Just so you know, it's 30 seconds when there's a turnover, but if it goes out to a corner, it's 20. So Bushley is in some trouble as well.
It's an excellent save from Chris Anthos. He's got his eye in today for sure. Great defence, a lot of pressure around the outside.
Vukovic back now. It was a horrible pass.
Yeah, excellent pressure though from Nathan Power. Croatia were passing the ball around quite easily there, but obviously that was part of it, and then Nathan could tell the shooter was coming, so snuck out there and put him under immense pressure.
And a look away pass when there was really not that much need for it, and you put your teammate under enormous pressure, as you say. Anyway, easy sitting here in the commentary box. Chance. Unlucky.
Australia need to use their time. This third time break can't come fast enough for them. And let them score here.
Well, they dearly love to be next to score, but certainly they don't want to see Croatia get within one. Oh, they've well and truly done that. Jukovic, this giant left-hander, 33-year-old veteran. Olympic Games number 4.
Reece Howden trying to help back there. Nathan Power just struggling to keep up and cover there in defence, so ended up having to switch, and by switching has just given the shooter just too much space.
4 Olympic Games, including, of course, a gold medal in London. We were there for that. They had that night. They had, from memory, 7 players that were 6'6" or over. The Giants. So can Australia next to score, get themselves out by 2? Not long to go, as you can see, both for the shot clock and
that's awesome.
water.
Sorry, Lockie Edwards back in the water. He's just, thankfully, he's back in. He's drawn an exclusion straight away. First time he's back in at centre forward.
Lockie Edwards there with another chance. They're starting to tear off there. His brother Blake has got it. Looks like there was a chance of the counter for Croatia, but Australia an opportunity to set it back up. Oh, he's on!
Yes!
8-6.
Oh, that is a goal.
Oh, turn it up.
No.
Surely it's a goal.
They're going to have a look at the VIR to see when the hooter sounded, to see whether that's a goal or not. Surely it left the hand before the hooter.
I'm speechless. Right, let's see.
Need to hear more than anything else, which I'm not sure as they watch this VAR we will hear. Did the ball leave the hand before the hooter? 7-6 at the moment. Are Australia out by 8? They're not showing us what they're seeing.
Oh, my heart is pounding.
It's a big moment in the game, isn't it?
This is a huge moment in the game.
Massive Phillip at three-quarter time to be up by 2.
Massive. This is just not going to be the same because we can't hear the hooter. It was beautiful.
It's a great shot. The real issue here, you can... Diaz is waving his finger all over the place, saying, no, the hooter is gone.
Yeah, you can also see the fear in his eye.
And Blake Edwards is going, you're kidding. And we're sitting here, none the wiser. And we're trying to get a look at what's going on.
Hooter's going off in the background. I'd love to be hearing.
Okay, it's a chat. Are we going to see him signal that number 12 scored?
Oh.
No goal.
Of course.
Blake Edwards can't believe it. We can't believe it, but they're out by 1, the Australians, over the Croatians.
So there's a quarter to go, and that's high drama. A shot on goal just as time expired, and you heard from both commentators from Channel 7 that they believe that ball had left the hand before they heard the siren go, but the officials disagree. They deliberated over it for a substantial amount of time, as you heard in commentary. And but Australia up by 1. They've never beaten Croatia in Olympic play in water polo, so they're on the precipice of a history-making evening for them in their second game of their campaign after losing the first to Montenegro 15-10. This is an important game for them just to square up their ledger for the rest of their campaign. We will come back to the action on the other side of this.
Attention Sydney! Lloyd's Auctions are holding a massive classic car online auction in Sydney this weekend, including Australian, American and European classics, featuring Glenn Seaton's championship-winning Ford Falcon EL, Russell Ingall's Castrol V8 supercar, low-kilometre HSV GTSR and more, all starting at $1 at Sydney's greatest auction house. Bid now. Also on offer, Ford Mustang Mach-1, Valiant Pacer, Shelby Fairmont, XP Falcon X Police, VL Walkinshaw Group A, Monaros, Jaguars, Porsche and Ferraris. Bid now or call now to put your classic car into our next record-breaking auction.
Hello. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
SEN Track is your new home of chasing, pacing and racing. And Saturday Trackside.
When you roll them into something, I've learnt a bit of value.
Simon O'Donnell, Dave Taggart and Paddy Garshagan bring it all to the table.
A few people on your multi, Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. The banter, the expert analysis and cheering home a winner.
Down, Tommy! Down,
Live stream Saturday Trackside on the SEN app via your mobile, computer or smart TV. Lock it in. Saturday Trackside on SEN Track.
Thinking of building new, making a sea change or escaping to the country? McDonald Jones are making it even easier to make your dream a reality. Right now, they're taking a huge $25,000 off every home design, giving you free 20-month fixed price for added peace of mind. Plus, your choice of free flooring or $20,000 in My Choice upgrades. You'll need to hurry. This offer won't last long. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au or drop into a display home today. Conditions apply.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So Australia 7-6 up against Croatia at the moment. They've never beaten Croatia in an Olympic tournament. So if they were able to do that, it would be a PB for them for Pilot, your online men's health navigator, real doctors, real treatments, discreet shipping, pilot.com.au. So got another couple of hours to spend with you this evening. We're going to go back to the pool at about, and not the water polo pool, of course, but the swimming pool at 9:53. At 9:55, I should say, Jack McLaughlin, who got our first medal at these Olympics, the silver on Sunday in the men's 400-metre freestyle. He's going to start his campaign for the 800 metres freestyle. He's in heat 5 of that, so we'll make sure we bring you that action. And before we go there, let's head back to the Satsumi Water Polo Centre, though. Australia, the fourth quarter has just started, 7-6 lead over Croatia.
Performance. Got another kick out. Geez, had a great go. Not too early to shoot, that's for sure. He was on Aaron Younger, the skipper. A great save from Biac, but of course I'll get the ball back.
He's becoming very theatrical, Biac. He's complaining about lots of things. I can see a look of terror in his eyes.
AJ Roach. Howden back to Roach. They're running out of time. Got to shoot and score. What a game he's had. Richie Campbell, a couple of cracking goals when they've really needed him, the former skipper.
Yeah, he's an absolute scintillating form with his shot. Look at that. Went like a rocket. Hit the wood right past Biac's head.
Doesn't it feel good?
Oh, it feels so good.
Get in off the wood. 3 from 5 for Richie Campbell. A 32-year-old from UNSW West with a hat-trick, and they're out by 2.
Tukchak there has got a yellow card.
Okay, so there's a kick out. An extra man opportunity. They're shooting at 3 from 7 at the moment from extra. Garcia gets it back to Obradovic. Garcia, look for the post player. Well saved. Chrysanthos got the arm to it up onto the post.
Just right in the correct spot there, Anthony. Gorgeous game. Terrific positioning.
So Nathan Powell is...
Oh, yes. Gotta love that.
Sensational. Aaron Younger. They're out by 3.
Just calm. Look at that. It's got plenty of water space in front. There was just nowhere for him to shoot. He's just brilliant.
They're on the cusp of a famous victory here, the Australians. Never beaten Croatia at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, super important these Australians just stay confident and positive with their play. Just continue to put pressure on the Croatian centre back. So every time they get the ball, they're pushing out and putting them under pressure.
You can't sit on a 3-goal lead against Croatia with 3/4 of the final quarter still to play. So they're going to press early here.
Also very important that the Australians don't give the referees any opportunity to exclude them. Like, they'll take any... they've just got to keep working so hard and play cleanly. And once again, Chrysanthos in beautiful positioning.
Yeah, Fanovic shot early, didn't he? It's just a little hint of nerves, maybe.
Australia have to keep working hard for each other and make sure that they're giving each other easy passing options. Don't want to put themselves under pressure. Use their time.
Walks it in for a long way. Can't be long to go on the shot clock. Said here, there it is. Inside 5 seconds, but he's fouled from outside 6 metres, so he can shoot and he scores.
Blake Edwards, that is, look at AJ Roach going off. On the side, Blake Edwards, that is a fantastic shot. Look at that, bodies everywhere, another deflection.
Oh, a bit of help came off Fanovic's arm. The keeper was probably in position to, wasn't he? It just sent it screaming past him.
It's just terrific play from the Australians, really positive.
Well, Blakey Edwards will get the credit, but had a bit of help from
what I like
young
then,
Fanovic.
As Blake was taking that, we were covering in defence. We were already up the pool, heading back to make sure that there's no counter-attack. The Croatians will bring out every trick in the book here. They've got to be up for it.
Yeah, they're going to cherry pick, going to do whatever they can. A lot of theatrics, a lot of pretending that you're fouled, which is happening right there, and I reckon they've fallen for it. They have. So Andrew Ford is out, so a chance at extra. Gucevic is going to shoot. He's up to it again for Santos. The man from Sydney Uni having a blinder.
Terrific play again. Look at that. Tim Park just a little bit late to put his hand up, but Chrysanthos had it covered. Just playing such a beautiful team game. Again, stay positive, keep moving. Watch those cherry picks.
Another chance at extra man, Deb. And I reckon this is a very good timeout call from Elvis Fanovic. Just settle them down inside the last 5 minutes. They're out by 4. This is a very important moment. A goal here. You bridge too far for Croatia.
Yeah.
So Australia 10-6 up. Just under 5 minutes to play in the fourth. As we've heard a couple of times in the commentary, never beaten Croatia in an Olympics before. Australia's best ever in a world tournament is a silver. We've gold in Com Games, but a silver at the World Cup in 2018. And this squad, Aaron Younger, the skipper, at his third Olympics, so too is Aidan Roach and Joel Dennerley. And for Rhys Howden and Richard Campbell at their fourth Olympics, this is a really special moment getting set to unfold. So let's head back to the Satsumi Water Polo Centre. 4:50 on the clock. Ball back into play. 10-6 Australia lead.
Here he is with the ball. Younger. Back to AJ Roach. Across it comes. Looking inside to the post players. Nothing on. There it is. Unlucky. May push it in though yet. Was he fouled? No. Looked like Tim Putnam got there for a little push shot, but
Yeah, high ball. Hard for those because the Croatians have got such long limbs. You've got to give those balls such enormous height.
Nathan Power was a long way out for a big man. Good leg work.
And we'll try for no exclusion here. Try and get Croatians to use lots of their clock time up. A lot of wrestling going on there in the centre.
Gee, Bukic has shot very early then, hasn't he? Like there's some signs here that they're absolutely under the pump.
Well, they couldn't get the ball into the centre because Rilic was underwater, too busy wrestling. With Nathan Power, he's doing a terrific job. Well, they're all doing their jobs just so well.
And now they're really pressing the Australians, trying to get a turnover deep in their own territory.
Well, they really need to steal. They want possession back. So they just have to make sure the Aussies are giving each other passing opportunities, using their clock, still taking a shot if they can to try and earn a corner if they're close enough, but dumping in this occasion is the exact option that they need to take.
Absolutely. Use their 30 seconds, dump it off, why not? There was nothing on.
And they have to madly scramble back. There's a little bit of a counter-attack coming.
And the reason they dump it is to limit any opportunity for that counter-attack. Give the defence a chance.
Using a lot of the time up, the shot clock.
So Garcia. But comes to Bukic. Well, hard to defend against that.
There's just so much action going on, isn't there? Rilic is just monstering in the centre there with Nathan Power. And you can see Reece Howden had to come back to help. It's a great shot. I mean, there's just so much action, so many bodies in the centre there. He's threading that needle.
Bukic, that's a wonderful goal. He's had 4 attempts from out wide tonight and finally put one in, and it was beautiful. But they're still up by 3, the Australians.
Again, they keep going forward. They don't want to just give possession up at the end every time. They still need to take some shots.
Oh, there's too much time left to do that.
Absolutely.
If they do, they're going to end up giving them at least 3 possessions. There's too much time for that. They cannot sit on the lead. Got to be trying to score again. Richard Campbell, long way out. AJ Roach, will he look for it now?
Oh, extra man, fantastic.
Yeah, that's a great result as the clock was wet. What's happened there?
Well, Blake Edwards has scored, but unfortunately we all missed that one.
Well, we the cameraman missed it. So we'll try and pick this up in replay for you. There's the foul that led to the
exclusion. Look at that beautiful leg straight over the top of the scone. You've got to be happy with that one.
Absolutely.
Biatch is going to have nightmares tonight.
So again, out by 4. Inside the final 3 minutes, Edwards has had 2 shots tonight, and he's 100%. Can shoot from there if he wishes, having drawn the foul. Just to shoot in one clean motion. If you do play the ball back on, you can still shoot now, but it does play the defence back into the situation.
Just fantastic. Calming everyone down now.
Yes, it's time to start using every second of this 30.
Mickey Edwards, he's a big man. He's still swimming strong.
And no rush from AJ Roach. He's well aware of the situation. Use the clock. Try and potentially draw a corner. If you can't score, that'd be the next best thing.
There's a lot of tired-looking Croatians in that water. There's long palms trying to get himself back up into that centre forward position.
Putting plenty of pressure out there back at halfway as well.
Edwards again.
Moncar has drawn the exclusion from Lockie Edwards. And Croatia are going to call a timeout. A minute 30. They need 4.
Yeah, it's Lockie Edwards taking one for the team there. He's just done so much work in this game. It's absolutely incredible, but really had to give up that extra man. He was sort of caught a little bit behind. exhausted as well.
Why would he be? I'd be interested to see his minutes tonight, like he's had a lot of water time.
Yeah, there just has not been a bad player in the pool for Australia tonight. They've all been outstanding. There's still a lot of time left on the clock. Still a minute 30 to go.
So Australia scored 5 from 12 from action shots. Croatia 1. Extra player, 5 from 12 for Australia. Croatia 3 from 9.
Lockie Edwards putting some of his professional wrestling, was that the squirrel group in there as well?
It does.
Oh dear. It's all happening.
You're entitled to buy him a drink first, surely. So Croatia setting up this extra. Need to score early. Running out of time. Put that one away. Back within 3. A minute 18 is a long while in water polo, but not if the Australians play smart.
Yeah, they knew exactly what they needed to do. Score quickly. Some tired bodies in there. Richie Campbell couldn't just quite get down and cover his corner. Anthony Chrysanthos couldn't do much about that one. Stay positive, keep moving, give passing options to your teammates.
Yeah, need to use every second, don't they, Deb? Now it is at the point where 2 good 30 seconds of possession will see them home.
And for a bit of holding going on there, they're going to be trying to steal the ball.
AJ Roach won't panic.
He's just letting it play on the referee. Nice drive from Reece, just got to cover.
Yeah, trying to get the ball back into the centre forward. The shot clock was almost gone. And a counter-attack, no. I thought there was for a second a counter-attack opportunity. But they've got a steal here. Lockie Edwards on that 3 fouls. They've come up with the ball. There's only 38 seconds left in the match. Australia lead Croatia 11-8. The first time they've been able to defeat Croatia at the Olympic Games. It's happening before your very eyes right here.
This is an incredible game for Australian water polo. These boys are absolute amateurs in comparison to the professional Croatian team, and they are just have been outstanding the whole game. Congratulations, boys.
Yeah, you're earning a couple $100,000 to play water polo full time for Dubrovnik or any of the big size Pro Reco, wherever it may be. And here they are, victors over Croatia. Australia 11-8 for the first time in history. They've beaten the Giants, and they're in this chance with a genuine chance now to get out of this group of death. Look at that.
So excited for the boys. They have been so close at so many major tournaments and Olympic Games, and even today they didn't get some of those calls that we really thought they should have, and they were still too good. It is absolutely a remarkable victory for the Australians. They've worked so hard for so long, and congratulations to the boys, but also to the bigger playing group, the coaching staff. Fantastic.
That's exciting. That is sensational. We should be absolutely wrapped with our Sharks, our men's water polo team. So I'm just having a look at rankings coming into the tournament, and from what I'm reading, and you might know better if you're a devotee of water polo, that Croatia are ranked number 2 in the world. And you heard from the commentators there that every single one of them professional, making a decent living playing professional water polo. All our team, all our lads are amateurs. Which is that is a big upset. They came close to upsetting Montenegro, who are one of the gold medal fancies, and they have now upset Croatia. And you heard in the commentary the first time that's ever happened at an Olympics for Australia. So in a night where our teams haven't had the greatest of evenings, and Matildas drew 0-0 with the USA. They scraped through to the quarterfinal round. The Opals, they lost by 15 points to Belgium, and our men's rugby sevens team, they unfortunately bowed out of the Olympic tournament, going down to Fiji, who won gold in this tournament when it was first ever in an Olympics at Rio. So they are the defending gold medalists, and they pretty easily accounted for Australia. So wonderful to see a PB. And that, I reckon, is one of the great performances of the night. That's a Wolf Blass great performance. Wolf Blass, IWC Red Wine Maker of the Year, the International Wine Challenge Red Wine Maker of the Year. That was brought to you by Wolf Blass. So Jack McLaughlin up on the podium now. It's an 800-metre race, so we'll get a break away and come back and pick up Jack McLaughlin's 800-metre heat on the other side of this.
Everyone needs an injection of kindness. Kindness is simple and can change someone's day or life. Kindness is also contagious, so pass it on. If each one of us did just one act of kindness every day this kind July, that would be 775 million acts of kindness across Australia. The possibilities are endless, and together, what a great country we can be. Do something kind this kind July. Find out how you can get involved at staykind.org.
Hi, I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
G'day, it's Matt McKeldin. And I'm Steve Johnson. And we're the hosts of The Driver's Seat. Each week we chat to some of the biggest names in supercars. Jamie Whincup.
Firstly, thank you for the intro. Bit of work there, so I appreciate that.
Charlie Robinson, welcome to The Driver's Seat.
Even during high fives, I'd run out the back in my dressing room and watch what lap they were up to.
Chaz Mossert.
All I knew I had to do was win a race, and you guys would have me back on. I would have done it sooner.
Get radio's #1 motorsports show on your smartphone.
Download the Driver's Seat app to listen now.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, right around the country on the SEN network. Wherever you're finding us, however you're finding us, it is brilliant to have your company. I'd love to hear from you. Muzza's just text through from Geelong. Sam, it's Muzza, enjoying all the commentary of the Olympics. Shoulder is getting better as I've been sitting at home in rehab, enjoying it with my lovely guide dog Hudson. Go the Blues and keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Muzz. You're a very good man. So text through any time on the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. So 250 metres swum, heat 5. Jack McLaughlin currently sitting in about 5th position, about a body length and a half behind the leader. Let's join Channel 7's commentary team Basil Zemplis, Ian Thorpe and Liesl Jones.
When we look at a swimmer like the Brazilian, he does a lot of work, he does a lot of training, and he grits through it. And when we look at the Italians, it's actually quite similar. I've looked at Paltrinieri when he's been swimming, and he has that stroke as well, that you can tell that they've done hard work, but they're missing out on just that slightest amount that comes from the efficiency that you can gain by actually having a smoother stroke. And it's when the coach says, you've got to make this time. So you do everything you can just to make the time, and you don't do it from efficiency, you do it from grit and determination.
Interesting too, Liesl, that Paltrinieri in lane 4 and Aubrey in lane 5, the Italian and Frenchman, they're both swimming in the open water event at the end of this week or early next week.
Which Costa's stroke would be perfect for, a little bit more choppy, but even further to Thorpe's comments, just with Costa's left hand, when it goes in, it's almost snaking around, so the left hand flicks out, which means he's not catching the water at the front very efficiently. He's not pulling much water, he's just reefing it back and not catching the water.
That's Costa lane 7, closest to us. We're getting a really good look at exactly what Liesl was talking about right there. And across in lane 2, Felix Orbeck, the Austrian. So lane 7, lane 2, and Jack McLaughlin, the Australian silver medalist in the 400. He's in lane 3. Grant Hackett is the national record holder. 7:38.65 from all the way back in 2005.
Shows how good Grant Hackett was. It still stands. It's a tough record to beat, but can Jack McLaughlin do it?
It's possible. Looking at his swim in the 400, it is possible to get down to that time. I don't think it will be at this competition, I have to say, and that's with all due respect for Jack here. But Jack will put on a show in this race to go through to the finals. And, watch him. He can back it up. He does the work as well. Smoother stroke. And that means that he's conserving energy compared to the other competitors. If he sticks with Paltrineri here on the way through, he'll be able to qualify as one of the better lanes into the final.
500 down, less than 300 to go now, and Yellow Cap right of screen in fourth spot at the moment, moving up into third now and into a tie for third with Paltrineri alongside him in lane 4. So he's in a good spot. Still the Brazilian leading. Costa, Felix Orbeck of Austria in lane 2, Paltrineri and McLaughlin. And McLaughlin's just got him on that turn.
Interestingly, Detti and Paltrineri, both from Italy, have very similar styles, that kind of long stroke. Thorpe, in your opinion, who would be better out of those two?
Well, it's great question. Thanks, Liesl. Throw me under the bus. It's the different. They've won both the 800 and the 1500, and it's alternated between the two of them. So it's a hard call. Paltrineri, he is an Olympic champion, so I give it to him. Detti's been better. He's swum across more of the distances than what Paltrineri has. His 400, he put up a decent 400 just a couple of mornings ago. But yeah, I think with all of this, and when we look at World Championships, which Detti has won, he's swum better at the Italian Championships and qualifications and European Championships than what this indicates. He has one World Championship gold medal. When I say one, it's still significant compared to Paltrineri's 1 gold at the Olympic Games and also 3 gold at the World Championships.
Orbeck now clear leader. Paltrineri still in that battle with McLaughlin. McLaughlin probably back in fourth spot again at the moment. And Guilherme Costa of Brazil, lane 7. He's just fought back a little bit here. So Orbeck first, Costa second, Paltrineri third, and Jack McLaughlin in fourth spot at the moment. The 8th placing at the moment, Daniel Whippen, 7:51.65 from the previous heat. So needs to get under that time, 7:51.65, and swim in the top 4, obviously, to be comfortably through. He's pushing up now.
He is. They're going to turn even. He'll be breathing on the other side on the way back. Orbeck trains in the US, has experience in the NCAA competitions over there. We'll look at Jack McLaughlin. He really wants to stay into this third position, be in front of Paltrineri here. But this heat looks good.
So might even be able to get up into second here. Orbeck's tiring, there's no doubt about that. Costa finishing the better. And Jack McLaughlin, he's got enough left in the tank to get him through safely in third spot. So Orbeck's going to win in lane 2. Costa second. Jack McLaughlin third. We'll check the times and make sure that it's okay. But by virtue of that third placing, he looks as though he will be fine and into the final of the 800 metres on debut at these Olympic Games.
So there we go, Jack McLaughlin. They're just assessing the times. And we'll come back when we know a little bit more. But it was the Austrian Obiek who got home first. So once we have confirmation of where everybody's placed in their heats and whether he'll get through, we'll update you on that from the pool for Jack McLaughlin. But Mark's given us a call in Sydney. Mark, hello to you, mate.
Hello, Sam. How are you?
Really well. How's your day been? What's been your highlight?
Well, I've got to say the highlight's been, I'd probably say the water polo with the Sharks, because it was great to see them get up over Croatia, which they've never done before.
Incredible, wasn't it? The commentary team did such a good job of putting the win into perspective, and this is what I love about sports that we don't know much about, Mark. And when you've got the experts that they have covering them the way that they do, to put the context around it, that all of the Croatian team who are ranked in the top couple in the world, all of the Australian team are amateurs, all of the Croatian team are professionals. So it's like a VFL side taking on an AFL side and having a win.
That's right. And I've got to say, a huge thank you to you and the SEN crew for the top job you're doing, not just with the Olympics, but all the other things you cover as usual, especially AFL, because that's my favourite Aussie sport. But especially considering the fact that Gladys says we in Sydney have to be under lockdown for another month because of just the way the coronavirus cases are skyrocketing here at the moment. Like we had 172, I think, in Sydney today. And that's our highest daily total since this new pandemic started. So, again, a huge thank you to you and the SEN crew for the top job you're doing, because it's a real lifeline and a real source of good positivity to me at the moment.
Appreciate that, Mark. Thank you very much, mate, and always good to hear from you. We'll chat to you again tomorrow night. Make sure you give us a call and give us your highlights.
Will do. Thanks.
1300 736 736. Give us a call at any stage. I'm with you till midnight. 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. I'm going to take a break, come back, and we're going to start working our way through the events of today in chronological order from an Australian point of view. Starting with the triathlon results this morning, we'll work our way through the whole day's card. And then a little later on, we'll hear from Kaylee McEwen's sister, Taylor McEwen, and that full chat that she had with Jared Waitley a little earlier on today. Mark Leishman actually spoke to SEN Drive, so golf's not far from getting started as well. So we will look forward to, we'll play a bit of that for you later on as well, and a heap to work through from the events of today. If you've got something you'd like to report in, if you've got a highlight, if you've got something that you think we should be paying more attention to, even if you've just seen something weird and wonderful, that I'm always, and it's not being and ridiculing or anything like that, but it did, I suppose, jolt my ears when I heard the commentators for the Croatian goalkeeper, whose surname was Bijac. That just given the language difference and how that word can sometimes be used and the way in which it can be said and used from certain rap songs and movies. It did sort of turn my head when I heard them call him that. So if you've got anything of the weird and wonderful as well, we'd love to get you to fill us in. 1300 736 736. Muzzer in Geelong, I'm going to come back to you straight away on the other side of this.
Hello. National Tiles of European-made Kimberlook laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. So rush into National Tiles' all-new spectacular megastore at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
Everyone needs an injection of kindness. Kindness is simple and can change someone's day or life. Kindness is also contagious, so pass it on. If each one of us did just one act of kindness every day this kind July, that would be 775 million acts of kindness across Australia. The possibilities are endless, and together, what a great country we can be. Do something kind this kind July. Find out how you can get involved at staykind.org.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Now, there's irrigation channels right around Australia, and quite often some of these irrigation channels will have some of the most extraordinary fish you could possibly imagine. And there's a great story during the week. 80 centimetre Murray cod was saved when they were doing some maintenance work on the irrigation channel. They're very happy. Very happy.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
It's been a very big day. Day 4 of competition I won't leave tonight without giving you the most up-to-date medal tally for Rebel Sport. Sporting Dreams start at rebelsport.com. You can shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com. Sporting Dreams start at Rebel. Our very good friend Muzza has given us a call, 1300 736 736. Muzza, hello to you, mate.
Hello, how are you? I just want to thank everyone at SEN because I tried to follow the soccer the other night on the tally, and the only reason I knew Australia were playing was because of the goalkeeper, and it was frustrating. Tonight, the water polo was brilliant, and I can remember in the 2000 Olympics where Australia won it with 0.4 seconds to go, and that was with the late Clinton Grievous, who's no longer with us, and it was awesome. And you blokes, everyone, Jared, yourself, I've listened every day, and it's just awesome. And radio beats the tally, even if you can see, because you're more up to date. We get better interviews, and it's just wonderful. And I'm not peeing in anyone's pocket. You know I live on SEN, and it's just awesome. And may my Blues put in a better effort this week.
Oh, Muzza, now
they all should be sacked.
You are as staunch a blue bagger as we have that rings up this station, and we will just digress from the Olympics for just a moment. But after the weekend, mate, even you surely would have been throwing just maybe throwing a little bit of a tantrum.
My iPhone and my pocket radio are lucky to be in one piece. My poor guide dog got put in another room so he didn't think I was going crook at him.
Oh, poor Hudson. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because I was yelling. But, mate, it was so insipid.
Yep.
We got one tall forward and they played him in the ruck. And if the Carlton board can't see that we need to sack the coach, and there's only one assistant coach, and that's Luke Power they should keep, the rest all should go. And go and get Mark Williams and let him bring in whoever he likes, because we are as weak as Sippet when it comes to pressure and tackling.
Muzza, I knew you'd want to get something off your chest in regards to the Blues, mate.
And if I could just send a cheerio to the lovely Margaret, because her and I suffered last weekend.
Yeah.
We both suffered as staunch Blues supporters, and Margaret's the flag bearer, and I'll be the second behind her if she likes for SEN. But I have not stopped listening all day.
We appreciate it, mate. I'll speak to you soon.
Cheers. Take care. Bye.
Good friend of the show, Muzza, rings very regularly. Now, there is a big story unfolding here, and thanks to Bill in Hawthorn, who's just made me aware of this. We try to be over as many things as possible, but and obviously we try and present more of an Australian skew to our coverage, because we feel when you can't be across everything, you can at least be across what the Aussies are doing. There's a massive story unfolding over the last half hour. It's to do with one of the biggest names from the American team, a superstar really in her sport, Simone Biles, who was, for many people, almost an odds-on favourite to win gold in the gymnastics, has pulled out of the team gymnastics finals after a disappointing vault in the first... I'm reading this from the ABC website. After a disappointing vault in the first rotation of the women's team event, the American was signified by an R on the competitor list before the bars began indicating she would not continue in the competition. So the International Gymnastics Federation have confirmed she would play no further part in the team event. She'd been leading the United States' defence of their women's gymnastics title. She got 4 gold medals at Rio. She didn't get off to a great start, 13.76 on the vault in the first rotation. All 3 of the Russians who vaulted scored higher, as did her US teammates. And then there was just scenes of confusion, apparently, when she dropped out. So there's... Only Michael Phelps has won more gold medals. That's the record. That's the pedigree of Simone Biles. So she is an out-and-out star in the world of gymnastics. She's the reigning world and Olympic all-round champion. So that's a big story, and there's probably plenty more to play out in terms of it, but that's what we know so far. So the US gymnastics team has released an official statement Simone Biles has withdrawn from the team final competition due to a medical issue. She will be assessed daily to determine medical clearance for future competitions. So thank you to Bill in Hawthorn who's put it across that. And I've said this a few times as part of the coverage. We cannot be in every single place at every single moment. Myself and Julio does a great job producing this. We are just two humans. And so with you, we feel like we've got a very good team on the ground. So if you are seeing stuff that you think we need to be aware of, then please do let us know. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Yeah, that's a big story that's unfolding. So why don't we work our way through the events of today? And even if you, and by the way, whoever texts this one through, I did notice this as well when I've asked you to send through the weird and the wonderful throughout the course of the day. There's a few oddities that do go on over the course of an Olympics, and one of them would have had to have been what happened today in the warm-ups for the BMX. I don't know if you saw this, but one of the gold medal fancies in the BMX racing events, Nick Kimman, was on a practice run on the course. This guy's the 2019 European champion. He's expected to be right up there competing with Aussie Anthony Dean for the gold medal. He was doing a practice run at the course and he was going over one of the jumps, and you could hear apparently the course attendants yelling out, "Watch out, watch out," while he in midair yells, "What the hell?" As he's coming over the jump and about to land, there was an official just standing in the way, and he took him out and cleaned him up and almost hurt himself in the process. He tweeted out after that, "I hit an official trying to cross the lane. Hope the official is okay. My knee hurts, but I'll do my best to be ready for Thursday." Thanks, everyone, for the messages. I appreciate it. The competition gets underway on Thursday. This is one of the gold medal favourites who almost got taken out by an official inexplicably standing in the middle of the racetrack during practice. I mean, I don't know if he's related to the woman that held the sign out during the Tour de France. I'm not sure about that. That was an extraordinary scene. So if you've seen any of the weird and wonderful, please let us know. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. Ash has found another good name competing in the Olympics. Efimova. Now, give me the sport too, Ash, because we got the full name. Especially if she wins, because that's what she's done. That's very good, Ash. Give us the full name and the sport, though, so we can keep an eye on Efimova. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. So each night I like to recap the day's events, not by sport, but in chronological order. So I want you to feel like if you didn't get to experience the day, then you can now. And I'll give you the medal tally update very shortly for Rebel Sport. Sporting Dreams start at rebelsport.com.au, and that cycling update was for City Venue Management. Camino apparel for the modern athlete. And we are going to start with the triathlon because it was the first event of the day. So Camino apparel, creative and sustainable cycling and triathlon apparel for the modern athlete. So at 7:30 this morning, Ashley Gentle, Jazz Hedgeland and Emma Jeffcoat took to the course for the triathlon. There was no false starts in this one. The boat didn't get in the way to mar proceedings. But earlier on today in the triathlon, which was won by Fiora Duffy and Georgia Taylor-Brown, the silver from Great Britain, and Katie Zaferes from the USA. Unfortunately, our girls, Emma Jeffcoat was the only one of the Aussies to finish. Ashley Gentle and Jazz Hedgeland weren't able to do so. And this was Emma Jeffcoat after the triathlon finished.
The outskirts of a tropical storm brought the conditions today. Our triathletes brought the effort. Emma Jeffcoat, that was a dramatic race today.
Yeah, it was. It definitely was. I kind of had an inkling that it was going to play out that way. The girls up the front with the likes of, Flora, Katie, Jess, Georgia, they're, amazing. They're so strong swim bikes. So I kind of knew I had to be there from the get-go. And, halfway through when we dived back in, I saw I was just off the back. So, in an ideal world, I would have got on, but I missed that opportunity today. But, learn from it and move forward.
The heat's been a massive factor in Tokyo this week. Today, almost the complete opposite. How did you handle that?
I know. I feel ripped off. So many hours in the heat chamber, and then we get a typhoon and it's raining. I didn't even get an ice bath beforehand. So it was actually pretty mild. You definitely feel the heat a bit on the run, but yeah, on the whole, it wasn't too bad.
Tough day for your teammates as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was really disappointing, and I just was really upset for them when I came past. I think it was the 7th or the 8th lap, and saw Jazz and Ash sitting on the side of the road. I know how hard we all work, and yeah, it's just devastating not to be able to finish. And Ash was a real medal potential, and the result today doesn't take that away from her.
So Emma Jeffcoat, very circumspect, but fantastic attitude after finishing 26. It was Flora Duffy, I incorrectly read off the page. Bermuda, I think it's the first gold medal for Bermuda in Olympic history. She was a world champion in 2016 and 2017. I'm just trying to find that out in regards to how many gold medals Bermuda has ever claimed, but... yeah, it is. It's the first ever Olympic Games gold medal for Bermuda. So congratulations to Flora Duffy. What an achievement. And she'll go down in Bermudan history, which is, again, one of the great parts of the Olympics when moments like that are able to occur. So the surfing, the men's quarterfinals started just before 10 o'clock this morning. Owen Wright up against Luca Macinas from Peru. Owen was able to get through that one. He scored 12.74 to 7.83. We'll get to the main part of that story with him a little later on. Spoiler alert, in case you missed it, but it was a very, very good day for Owen Wright. This is a little bit of what he had to say after the quarter-final win.
Mate, yeah, that was tough. The waves kind of halved in size and shifted a bit, and the coaches on the beach kind of signalled me down the beach, and yeah, I jumped straight to the spot and got my 2 good scores right there. So pretty happy about the coaches there. Yeah.
So Owen Wright was pretty happy then. He was going to get a lot happier later on in the day. In the shooting, our mixed teams in the 10-metre air pistol, the qualification stage 1, Daniel Repiccioli and Dina Aspandiarova, they finished 6th and qualify for stage 2 of that event. In the hockey, in the men's Pool A match, Australia defeated Argentina 5-2 and are now undefeated in this Olympic Games so far. So they're 3-0 and going along beautifully are the Kookaburras. In the rugby sevens, the first game for our men today, Australia v New Zealand. Australia were up 12-0 at half-time against one of the very best in the world. New Zealand, highly ranked and highly fancied. I think they would probably be equal favourites up alongside the reigning gold medalists in Fiji. 12-0 up at half-time. New Zealand stormed home and kept Australia scoreless in the second half. So... it was ended up being 14-12. Just off the text, 0433 98 11 16. Any AFL tonight? Well, no, there's no AFL being played tonight. But you have joined us on the evening session of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. We're broadcasting right around Australia. I do have a little bit of AFL news for you, though, if you've got a hankering. Buddy Franklin's charge at the tribunal. He was given a week by the MRO. The tribunal downgraded the charge, and he's now free to play against Essendon. $3,000 fine for him. So there's an AFL update for you. You can feel free to send through a few little bits and pieces if you've got some snippets from other sports that are going on around the world at the moment. Mixed teams, 10-metre air pistol. In the second stage, Daniel Repiccioli and Dina Aspandiarova unfortunately finished 8th and didn't qualify to go on any further in these Olympics, but congratulations to them. In the swimming, the women's 200-metre freestyle in the first semi-final, Ariane Titmus, who got our second gold medal at these Olympics in the 400-metre freestyle, she finished first in her heat and had this to say after winning that semi-final.
Yeah, a strong semi-swim from Ariane Titmus. Arnie, last night was just all about getting through the heats. Was there a particular plan this morning for what you wanted to do?
I mean, I knew that these were going to be fast. I mean, the second one still has to come, but I think I should be right with that swim. I wanted to try and put a 154 out there. I think I want to get in the middle, and that's what I think it was going to take. So I'm happy with that.
It was a huge day for you yesterday. We heard last night that your mum actually missed a call from you. Did you manage to get hold of them, and how did you sleep and all that?
Yeah, I got a hold of Mum and Dad last night really quickly before I went to sleep, and they were obviously still so hyped about it, but I was trying to calm down and get ready for bed. But it took me a while to fall asleep, but once I did, I woke up feeling pretty good this morning.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, you have a good rest today. See you tomorrow. Well done.
So that's a replay of Ariane Titmus after finishing first in her 200-metre freestyle semi-final. That replay for Lloyd's Auctions. Lloyd Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. Emily Seebohm, I'll get to that in just a moment. In the semi-final 2 of the women's 200-metre freestyle, Maddie Wilson got through in 4th and did qualify for the final. So Ariane Titmus and Maddie Wilson will be in action tomorrow during the day session for the final of the women's 200-metre freestyle. Ariane Titmus again head-to-head with Katie Ledecky. They're going to meet 3 times at these Olympics. It's 1-0 Titmus in the 400 metres. Can it be 2-0 after tomorrow? And they'll meet in the 800 metres as well later on in the week. It was a sensational day for us in terms of gold medals. With 100 metres to go, this is how Kaylee McEwen seized gold in the 100 metres backstroke.
The second 25 coming into the wall, she has got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch for Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touches first. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says, Dad, I am with you today.
Kaylee McEwen, that was exceptional. That was a beautiful race.
It certainly was. Our 3rd gold medal. And her and Emily Seebohm in that race. Emily Seebohm, who finished 5th, swam a phenomenal race too. Her time of 58.45 wasn't that far behind Kaylee McEwen. It was a really well thought out race, and Kaylee McEwen at 20 years of age. And it was an emotional day for her too. There'll be a lot of talk, and we'll play you some of the responses. And her sister spoke to Gerard Waitley. Her father passed away 11 months ago from brain cancer, and she made a big call. She was ranked number 1 in the world for the individual medley and decided not to pursue that at these Olympics, wanted to focus in on the relays and focus in on the 100-metre backstroke. So that was a decision that proved to be 100% spot on. And she is now an Olympic gold medalist. When we come back, I'll give you the response from her and Emily Seebohm, who spoke to Channel 7 directly after the race, and she's consigned herself to a lifetime of highlight reels after the post-race interview that will go down in history. If you thought Dean Boxer was entertaining for his response to Ariane Titmus winning yesterday up in the upper rafters of the grandstand, what Kaylee McEwen had to say, and what we're not allowed to play you, and we'll have to beep out, is well worth the wait. So I'll play that for you on the other side of this. A few people texting me about a boxer who tried to do a Mike Tyson. I'm going to find out what that is, and we'll address it during the course of the next hour and a half. You're listening to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
Hot party you've ever seen. Dream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream's been proudly manufacturing here in Australia for over 80 years.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
So ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Something big's about to land at Paul Wakeling Isuzu Ute, the all-new Isuzu MU-X, featuring exhilarating new technology like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, and enhanced off-road capability with 4x4 terrain command, allowing your vehicle to keep up with you no matter where you're headed. The all-new Isuzu MU-X is set to change everything you ever thought a 7-seat SUV should be. Be one of the first to test drive the new Isuzu MU-X and get ready to expand your horizons with Paul Wakeling Isuzu Ute. CL 20278.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner Ardex, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
It's something I've always dreamed of, and to make it a reality is, really amazing.
Just incredible. There's been so much pressure on you. You admitted to us before the heat and the semi that you were pretty nervous. How did you handle all of that?
I'm just thankful that I have a really good support team, and a few people before the race come up to me and just said you're the hardest trainer, and just have all the faith in the world that you've got this.
Your mum Sharon and your big sister Taylor are there watching. It's been such a difficult time for your whole family.
Yeah.
What would you like to say to your mum and your sister for now? We'll get the beep ready. We know you've got the tattoo on your foot. You've been through such a difficult time with your father. Tell us what you'd like to say to him.
I hope you're proud, and I'll keep doing you proud.
Well done. Such a great job. Brilliant. And Emily, come on in. You should be so proud of yourself as well. I mean, another final. That was a seriously fast field. Some of the greats of the sport. How happy are you with what you've been able to do here at your 5th Games?
Yeah, really happy. Pretty close to getting back to my best, which is really, really good. And it hasn't been an easy road to get here, and it's been a long wait this 5 years. It's really, really been a long wait, but totally worth it. It was an awesome race to be a part of, and I'm so, so happy for Kaylee.
Yeah, you did so well, and also looking after Kaylee as well. You've played a big role in this. Well done.
I don't know if I played a big role.
Yeah. Congratulations.
So there we go. Kaylee McEwen, very sort of working blue, very fruity kind of language, which I really enjoyed. I thought that was very humorous. And Troy, who's come through off the text, my kids were proud of the swimmers until they heard the gutter mouth of Kaylee McEwen. Lost all respect. Troy, not ideal, okay, with kids listening, I understand, but I think we sometimes just have to give people a little bit of a leave pass, don't we? That's 5 years that she's been building towards that. She's 20 years of age. She's not used to the bright lights and spotlight yet, and she's done that 11 months after her dad passed away. I think the emotion of the moment is always going to get you at some point. We'd all like to be prim and proper and correct and together at all times, but there is a place for emotion and personality, and if she makes a habit of it throughout her career, I think you can maybe throw the book at her, but on that occasion, I think it's a pretty easy parenting job to say, well, that's not ideal, and maybe just explain the context around it and the emotion that she would have been going through as well. Taylor McEwen is a silver medalist, Olympic silver medalist in her own right. Oh, by the way, before I get to that, I've got to say that Joanna Grigg, and I don't have the audio, but I have heard the quote, and it will probably be the greatest piece of commentary for the year when she responded, or for the Olympics, when she responded to that moment by saying there was a C-bomb and an F-bomb in the same race together. And I thought that was very, very sharp stuff from Joanna Grigg. Emily C-bomb, of course, and then Katie McEwen dropping the F-bomb. That's going to be tough to beat, especially off the cuff. Nicely done from Joanna Grigg there. Taylor McEwen spoke to Gerard Waitley, who is Kaylee's older sister, who's an Olympic silver medalist. We'll get to that in just a minute, but this was the McEwen family up in Noosa. The Channel 7 cameras were there with Ben Davis, and this is how they reacted to her winning gold in the 100 metres backstroke.
Taylor, your little
sister is an Olympic champion.
That is so amazing. I don't even have words. I can't talk. I literally can't talk. I'm so happy for her. She just looks so beautiful on TV as well and did it with such grace. I'm lost for words. I can't talk. She's so rare for me.
Mum's over here, Sharon. Oh, the jacket, Sharon. Your little girl is an Olympic champion. It means so much to the family, doesn't it?
Definitely, and her daddy would be so proud.
I don't know if you saw it, she blew him a kiss at the end.
Oh, did she?
So those are beautiful scenes. The McEwen family watching live in Noosa, and Taylor McEwen jumped on the phone with Jerry Waitley not too long after that and spoke about the impact of their dad's passing and what it had on the family.
Yeah, I mean, the emotion of Dad passing is still very raw for us. And any time that we have been talking about Kaylee blowing him a kiss at the end of the race, or the fact that we could see that he booted her to the wall in the last 5 meters, is just so emotional for us. And it just really shows that we've got such a strong family bond. And for Kaylee to be over there racing and doing this amazing, regardless of what's gone on in the last 12 months, just shows how resilient she is and how strong she is as a human. So it's a massive testament to her. And I know that Dad would be absolutely doing backflips right now. Yes. And he'd be thinking a couple of beers as well. So it's just so nice for us to be able to share these memories together now. Dad's been fortunate enough to see Kaylee race around the world previously. He went over to the World Championships for the World Championships in 2019 last year. So he's seen Kaylee do amazing things already. And this is just the cherry on top of the cake, and we know that he's here watching and he's seen this, so it's awesome.
She also spoke about Kaylee's swim, being an elite swimmer herself. She spoke and broke down the swim.
Knowing the way Kaylee races, we knew that she's a backhand swimmer. I mean, obviously she's an amazing 200 backstroker and all the way up to 400 medley as well. She had the fastest time this year, so she's got the ability to hold on when it really counts because of her amazing aerobic capacity. And that's something that her and Chris Mooney have worked on for years now. So to see her have that speed to hold on in the first 50 and then absolutely power home in the second 50 is just a testament to her hard work.
And this was a really interesting question, but she spoke about too when she realised that Kaylee had surpassed her as a swimmer.
I think she's the one who needs to show me a bit of mercy, to be honest. I think it was back in 2017, Kaylee surpassed my PB in the 200 medley, and that's kind of the only race that we come together and actually race each other in. And I knew the moment she passed my personal best time that it was all over, Red Rover. The little sister had surpassed the big sister, and now she's up there winning Olympic gold. I mean, how amazing is that?
That certainly is. Kaylee McEwen was 15 when she started swimming for Australia, and that's really generous of Sister Taylor. Sometimes there are things far greater than your own self-interest, and it's great to see that level of support from an elite swimmer in her own right and an Olympic silver medalist. This has come through off the text. I'm not sure what this is referring to. It might be my take on the swearing and that I don't think it's a hanging offence, but no worries, Mr. Self. And there's about 10 spaces, and then it says righteous. No worries, Mr. Self, space, righteous. Sure. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. If we get a chance, we'll play that full Taylor McEwen chat on the other side of this. Greg in Blackburn's been waiting really patiently. He wants to have a chat about Owen Wright. G'day, Greg.
G'day. God, I'm loving the Olympics. God, I'm loving your tattoo. God, I'm loving, the sad story of her dad passing at 52, but she looks down every time. It's just incredible. Owen Wright. So I'm an old grommet from many years ago. I'm 63, surfed all my life.
Yep.
What Owen Wright's been through, like 4 or 5 years ago, he was nearly dead when he got crashed in this huge wave. And for him to win bronze was insane. Absolutely insane. I loved it. I'm loving the Olympics I'm loving your coverage. I hope all of Australia, the 2.4 million people are looking at it in lockdown, are just really appreciating the athletes that, it's incredible, mate, from not being there last year to being there, world records beaten. It's just a real shining light in our lives.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, Greg. And you're right. The Owen Wright story is an incredible one. And you mentioned the brain injury he suffered. He had an accident at a pipeline in December of 2015.
He did.
2 days before the final event of the year, sat out the whole 2016 season, and this is the incredible part of it. He had to teach, so the injuries that he suffered to the brain were substantial enough that he had to teach himself how to surf again. And it only took him a year to do that, and he came back and won his first event back on the tour, 2017 at Snapper Rocks. That's extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. I mean, he just should be... Look, everything about this is incredible. The whole Olympics is incredible. I'm just loving it so much.
I'm loving that you're loving it, Greg. Thank you very much for the call, mate. We'll speak to you again tomorrow night when you give us a bell.
Good on you.
Greg in Blackburn there, 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16. If there's Olympics is often a hearts and minds thing, isn't it? I mean, there tends to be a lot of emotion that comes around it. There's often something that really grips you, it really brings you in, it really captures your imagination. We were speaking about this a bit last night, but if there is something that you've discovered and something that you've sort of come across, we've had people calling through the course of the day and of the evenings that they've never even seen a gymnastics event before, but flicked the channel over and there it was, started watching it for a little while and haven't been able to stop. So if it's something like that for you, or there's an event that's close to your heart because it's a sport you played as a kid, or you know one of the athletes, or you've got a connection to it, I'd just love to hear from you about it. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. So we're working through the chronological events of the Australians and how they fared today on day 4 of Olympic competition. I told you that this was the best commentary I've heard for the year. Julio's done nicely to dig this up. This is Joanna Griggs. So after Kaylee McEwen dropped the magic, and then followed it up with another 4-letter expletive, which we beeped out before after winning gold in the 100-metre backstroke. Joanna Griggs just followed it up with this nice little bit of witty repartee.
Wonderful scenes there, absolutely amazing. And honestly, between both of them, I think it's the first event, Luke Darcy, that we've had a C-bomb and an F-bomb in the same time.
That's going to be tough to beat. That's going to be very tough to beat in commentary parlances for the whole of the Olympics. So there's still so many events that we've got to work through. That was only at 12 o'clock today. When we come back, Mitch Larkin was the next Australian up. Unfortunately for him, 7th in the final of the men's 100-metre backstroke. There were still more medals that were claimed by Australia today, and we're going to speak about them coming up. But we're working through each and every event that Australians were in today, and we'll work our way through the medal tally as well for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. And I have found that story about the boxer attempting to bite the ear off another one. That's not probably in the spirit of Olympics or really any sport. I think Mike Tyson showed us that. But I do have that story, so I'll bring that to you as well shortly.
G'day, it's Matty White here. If you wake up with a sore neck or headaches or you snore too much, it's either too much booze or the bloody pillow. Problem solved, the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. I've made the switch to the Spinal Ease pillow and I've got to say, I love it. Aussie-owned, Aussie-made. I've made the switch, you should too. Here's what you need to do. To order your Spinal Ease pillow now with free delivery, just go to spinaleze.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au and you can thank me later. Always read the label.
Kick goals with a great value internet plan. Get your first 2 months plan fee free when you sign up to selected Southern Phone NBN plans and enjoy unlimited data, no lock-in contract and a friendly Aussie-based team to help you get connected. Visit southernphone.com.au/NBN or call the Aussie-based team on 13 14 64 to make the switch today.
Offer ends 31st of July unless extended. New and approved customers only. See southernphone.com.au/NBN for full terms and conditions. Fair use policy applies.
Arno, let's have another Bingley gift card deal.
Okay, Mum, what'll it be?
A laundry gift card.
You have to be more specific.
You have to be more clear. You like talking.
Okay, a bonus Bingley gift card up to 10% on selected laundry appliances at Bingley.
That's what I wanted you to say.
You're a ventriloquist.
A what?
Someone who makes a dummy talk.
Yep, that's me.
Get a bonus up to 10% gift card on selected laundry appliances right now at Bingley.
Australian family owned for over 60 years.
Hello. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Going back in chronological order through the events of today from an Australian perspective, a lot of events with Aussies in it, and we're about a third of the way through. So at about midday, the women's 63-kilogram round 32 of the judo. Katarina Haker was up against Jili Sharir from Israel and was able to win that 10-0. And go through to the round of 16. In the surfing, the women's quarterfinals, Sally Fitzgibbons was taking on Amuro Suzuki from Japan, and unfortunately wasn't able to get over the line. 11.67 for Sally Fitzgibbons, 13.27 for the local. And she was pretty devastated after it, Sally Fitzgibbons, and she spoke to Channel 7.
Sally Fitzgibbons, Olympian. What's your overriding emotion right now?
Yeah, it hurts so bad. This one probably the toughest loss of my career.
Now waiting on the score.
Yeah, I wanted to do it so bad for my teammates and my country. It didn't happen today, but man, I had the best time. And
25 minutes and 30 seconds.
Really that. Yeah, I had the best time out there. I fought my hardest, and this wasn't my day. And yeah, it's so hard, and my heart's just it's shattered.
You're really busy early in that heat. That was your plan?
Yeah, I was looking to definitely get some scores on the board, and then mix up the rhythms. And Amora, this is her hometown, home beach. She showed that today. I just couldn't come back in the end.
You, more than anyone, any of the surfers understand the Olympics.
Second wave of white
you lived and breathed it as a young track athlete. What's it been like to be a surfer at the Olympic Games?
8.33 and
something that I always remember being the first surfing Olympians, and hopefully, it just goes from strength to strength, and our sport's here to stay. I'm going to work really hard and hopefully see you all in 2024.
You're the perfect ambassador to bring surfing into the Olympics. I reckon Lane Beachley, all those that have been before you, be really proud of you, though, Sal.
I was just so proud to share the experience with Steph Gilmore and all the ones, Aussie surfers that have paved the way for us to be here. Thank you so much. And I did my absolute best out there, and I'll pick myself back up and I'll go again.
There were so many kids, I reckon, that are sitting at home. They're in lockdown in New South Wales, where you're from, lockdown in Melbourne. They're all tuned in. You might be inspiring some young surfers to get out there and crack.
Oh, I just hope all the young groms can pick up a board for the first time.
That's first priority.
Go out there with a smile on their face and just ride waves, because it brings me the most joy in life, and every day it puts a smile on my face. So I'm so happy to be here. Everyone's going through super tough times. So as I put on my hands, just love and hope. Thanks everyone, and go the Aussies in the rest of the Olympics.
Sally Fitzgibbons, you could just hear how much it meant to her. She was heartbroken that she wasn't able to progress, and it meant the world to her to be there. And hopefully she'll be back again in France in 2024. There is a good news story from surfing, which we'll get to shortly, but the next event on the timetable for us, from an Australian point of view, is in the badminton, the women's doubles. Gráinne Somerville and Satania Mapasa unfortunately went down to Denmark and were eliminated from competition there. In the weightlifting, the women's 59-kilogram Group B final, Erika Yamasaki finished fourth in that final and 11th overall. In the women's 64-kilogram Group B final, Kiana Elliott finished 11th overall in that division as well. In the sailing, in the women's dinghy, the laser radial, the race 5 out of 10, Mara Stransky finished 19th in that race. In the women's skiff, the 49ers FX, race 1 of 12, Tess Lloyd, Jamie Ryan finished 9th. In the sailing, in the men's dinghy, the laser race 4 out of 10, Matt Wern finished 4th. There's a good story developing there. And in the men's semi-finals of surfing, Owen Wright in the bronze. Now, let me just make sure that just bear with me. We're going to just let me come back to that in just a moment. My page is not, it's not updating there. In the semi-final, to get through to the gold medal, the gold medal match in the surfing, Owen Wright lost to Italo Ferreira from Brazil, 12.47 to 13.17. It was as close a margin as you can get in surfing. So that was really disappointing at that point. It was just so close for Owen Wright, just a fraction from being into that gold medal match. In the judo, in the women's 63-kilogram, the round of 16, Katarina Haker was eliminated from the competition by Jewel Fransen from the Netherlands. In the sailing, race 2 of 12 for the women's skiff, the 49er FX, Tess and Jamie finished 11th in that race. In the taekwondo, the women's 67-kilogram plus, in the round of 16, Reba Stewart was eliminated by Poland's Alexandra Kowalczyk. And in the shooting, the mixed team's 10-metre air rifle, the qualification stage, Dane Sampson and Katarina Kauplos and Alex Hoberg and Elise Collier didn't qualify, finishing 22nd and 19th respectively. In the men's dinghy and the fin, race 1 of 2, so Jake Lilly finished 10th in the first race of 10. In sailing in the women's dinghy, the laser radial, race 6 of 10, Mara Stransky finished 16th and is currently 18th overall with 4 races to go at that point. In the badminton, the women's singles, Hasian Yu and Wendy Chen beat Linda Zetshiri from Bulgaria. And in the sailing, in the men's dinghy, the laser race 5 out of 10, Matt Wern finished 2nd in that one. So he's really nicely placed, and we'll get to that in just a moment. In the canoe slalom, in the women's kayak, the K1 semi-final at that point, Jess Fox qualified first for the final, easily winning her semi-final. So what about wrapping up Owen Wright for his bronze instead of saying he lost in the semi? I'm getting to that. I'm going through each event in chronological order. This is the update of the day. I promise you I'll get to that. Just bear with me. We're going through each and every event for the Australians for today. In the sailing in the women's skiff, race 3 out of 12, Tess Lloyd, Jamie Ryan finished 7th, and at that point they were 11th overall. And then this is the moment that you're speaking about. The men's bronze medal match, two-time world champion Gabriel Medina was what stood in the way of Owen Wright claiming Australia's first ever medal in the first time that surfing's ever been at an Olympics. And this is how it went down. Owen Wright up against Gabriel Medina for the bronze medal in the men's shortboard surfing.
He's got the priority and he's away and he's going to take home an Olympic bronze medal.
Yes, the victory lap for Owen Wright. A bronze medal for the Australian. The team are ecstatic. Great effort. And Gabriel Medina's a tough scalp. Fantastic effort. Well done, young man.
Well done indeed. The road to recovery is complete for Owen Wright. It's an amazing story. Who had to come back from a nearly life-threatening injury 4 years ago.
And Gabriel Medina came into this event as the form surfer in the world. Everyone was expecting him to possibly be the gold medalist. Owen Wright defeating him for the bronze.
Owen Wright is the men's Olympic bronze medalist, and just look what it means to him.
They were jubilant scenes, weren't they? And what I love was that the rest of the team, despite their own personal disappointment, were just, you couldn't have held them back to get there any quicker, to get around Owen Wright. And this celebration that they've started doing, the Irukandjis that they've called themselves, the Australian surf team, after the poisonous jellyfish, every time they have a good result, they get in a circle around the surfer that's had a win, and he delivers a sting to each of them, and they all hit the deck. What I would love to see is more choreographed celebrations at the Olympics. I cannot tell you how big a fan I am of if you're an NFL fan, you know what I'm talking about, whether it be the hand grenade or they've even done the luge. I'd like to see a human pyramid get built. Ring-a-ring-a Rosie, whatever it is, a choreographed celebration, I think almost worth extra points depending on the event. But I think we need to see more of them. So I'm really happy to see what our surfing team are doing. He actually spoke in length to Channel 7, Owen Wright, after that bronze medal. I've got a thumbs up from my man now who wanted me to pump up Owen Wright. Thank you very much for sticking with me. I appreciate it. On the other side of this, we'll play that chat out in full as we continue to work through the results for the Australians today. We're doing it in chronological order, not sporting order, just for something a little bit different, just so you can feel like you're actually reliving the day. That replay for Lloyd's Auctions, Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au. And that was another great performance. A Wolf Blass, great performance. Wolf Blass, IWC Red Winemaker of the Year, the International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. And that was a Wolf Blass great performance. Back after this.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially. Your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au. SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Greatly appreciate your company. Another hour to spend with you as we recap the events of today from an Australian perspective. We're working through our Aussies in chronological order as they stepped up to represent our country with pride today. And then we'll look ahead to the events of tomorrow once we've gone through all of these. So we've just celebrated Owen Wright, the bronze medal over Gabrielle Medina. And I'll explain to you where that puts us in the medal tally very, very shortly for Rebel Sport. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range of the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. The women's cross country, Rebecca McConnell, her husband Dan, came 30th yesterday. She was able to do a couple of spots better, finishing in 28th. In the table tennis, this was the saddest story of the day. This is what devastated me. I've been loving, and again, you will have an event that maybe is a bit left of field, that you just can't not watch. And for me, I absolutely love table tennis. At my last work, I was the two-time reigning inter-office champion. There's a trophy in the reception that's got my name on it. It's not a big deal. So when I was reading before the Olympics about Jian Feng Lei, who's at her 6th Olympics, she got herself through at 48 years of age to round 3. And unfortunately, Germany's Ying Han had other ideas because she was becoming a cult hero, Jian Feng Lei. She was just crushing it against all odds. And unfortunately, her incredible run has come to an end and she bows out. But a 6-time Olympian is just an extraordinary feat. So congratulations to Jian Feng Lei. I'm shattered that the journey's over. Now I'm going to have to find another cult hero. In the tennis, our last singles hope was James Duckworth. He went down to Russian Karen Khachanov in the round 2 of the men's singles, 5-7, 1-6. Came close to taking that first set too, but then the Russian just too strong in the second set. In the canoe slalom, it's just... There are some medals that elude us throughout our history, and for Jess Fox, who's at her 3rd Olympics now, silver in London in 2012 in the K1, bronze in Rio in the K1, and bronze again. She looked unbeatable in the heats, in the semis, and unfortunately just a late penalty, 1 point something seconds, she ended up having to finish outside the gold medal winner. But this was how Jessica Fox claimed bronze.
Oh, big touch there. It was a big touch, but it was a good cross too, but not 2 seconds. So now the chase is on. She had the penalty in the semi-final. So she'll know now. She doesn't have room for error. Good paddling, good crisp strokes. Speed is there.
Just .03. There's nothing in it through the first time split.
Check now into the spin. That's good. Good exit. Running the boat nicely.
Drop through 15. Has to work hard, really hard. There's a couple of extra paddles there. Big paddles. Losing some time. He's going to have to get really busy towards the back end of the course. Still fast though.
About that split time held here. Now the chase. She'll know that mistake will hurt. Now get ready to close down, move to the right, and then cut the line back in for a high upstream.
Here we go. Boat nice and high. Loses another bit of time. Big trouble. Another touch. Has to get really quick here. 105.5 is the time to beat. Coming down to the line. Has she done it? 105, 106. She's in 3rd. Ricarda Funk has won the gold medal, and Jess on the podium again. But it's not what she wanted. She's got the bronze.
No, certainly not what she wanted. Jess Fox is another one of the athletes I think coming in was one I think a lot of people had penciled as one of the real standout athletes, one of the the hearts and minds athletes, the weight of the nation on the shoulder athletes. That could this be the Olympics? Well, unfortunately, bronze for her, but she still has got the C1 to go. And when you look at what she's been able to do at World Championships, she's incredible in both disciplines, but it's the C1 where she's actually had more success. So they say good things come to those that wait. This is her 3rd Olympics. It's her 3rd minor medal. It's an extraordinary achievement nonetheless. I'm not degrading it at all, but you could tell that her expectation was much greater than bronze, but we're still incredibly proud of her nonetheless. So bronze to Jess Fox, but you just get the feeling it's all setting it up for a fairy tale gold medal for her. But bronze, congratulations to her in the women's K1. In the sailing, race 1 out of 12 for Will Phillips and Sam Phillips, 7th in their first men's skiff 49er race. In the men's dinghy after that, Matt Wern came 2nd in that race and is now 2nd overall with 4 races to go in the men's dinghy. And that's in the men's dinghy laser. In the men's dinghy fin, race 2 out of 12, Jake Lilly came 8th in that and is now 8th overall. Earlier on this evening, in the evening session, the Matildas took on the might of the USA, the gold medal favourites. They ended up drawing 0-0 and just scraped through to the quarterfinals, courtesy of being the best of a bad bunch, we call it, the best of the losers. They were 1 and 2 from their group games, but they were the highest ranked 3rd place getter of the 3rd place getters. So they do go through now to the quarterfinals, and superstar Sam Kerr spoke to Channel 7 after the 0-0 draw with the US.
Well, a 0-0 draw between the Matildas and the USA here. A great result for the Aussies in terms of their chances to advance. Sam Kerr, it was gutsy, it was a grind, it was exactly what you needed.
Yeah, we obviously came here to win, but at the end of the day, point to point, and they're a really good team, as we know. So we'll take the point and, yeah, we move on.
They are a really good team. A lot of sides would have been intimidated by what they represent. You guys were not intimidated.
Yeah, I thought we played really well. I thought we dominated for most of the game, but at the end of the day, you don't win a medal by tying with the USA. So hopefully we go through and we can continue to play like that, and I think we'll go quite far.
The entire playing group and the staff were in a big huddle there for quite a while. Can you tell us what was said?
Just the same as the first game. It's only one step in our journey. So just keep focused, stay humble and work hard.
This result gives you a really good chance at the quarterfinals. What do you do now to prepare for that?
Yeah, recover. It's been a little bit of a tough week, game after game, but yeah, recover. Obviously, like you said, gives us a good chance, so hopefully we do go through and then just recover and prepare for the next game. I think we get an extra day rest if we go through, so fingers crossed.
Best of luck, mate. Well done tonight.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
So Australia go through to the quarterfinals. Sam Kerr, who has scored 3 out of our 4 goals, and she set up the other one. So, and there was a couple of hard-in-mouth moments where she went down with looked like she was injured at a point, looked like she was going to come off the ground, but stayed on there. So that was a massive sigh of relief breathed from all of us. Given that we think that our medal hopes really do fall squarely on the shoulders of Sam Kerr. Can we talk some footy too? With due respect, the Olympics are probably getting enough airtime at the moment, to be honest. Appreciate that sentiment. We are dedicating this session every night. The night session is dedicated to the Olympics. But if you wanted to ring up and say anything you like about footy, I'm happy to take your calls as well. But we have scheduled this for the next couple of weeks as to be dedicated to the Olympics. Sorry if that's not exactly what you were hoping for, and I totally understand that Olympics isn't for everybody. But if you've got something you want to have a chat about, I'm more than happy to take your call. So 1300 736 736. Our Opals, our women's basketballers, ranked number 2 in the world. Spoke to Chris Anstey about this a little earlier on. They had a dream draw with the groups. They had the 6th-ranked Belgium, the 9th-ranked China, and the 23rd-ranked Puerto Rico. It was a 6th-ranked Belgium that we weren't expecting to put on the performance that they did, led by their 2 WNBA superstars in Emma Mieseman and Julie Allemand, who played for the Washington Mystics and Indiana Fever, respectively. They were just too good. 15-point win for Belgium over a pretty unorganised-looking Australian side. Chris Anstey's got concerns at point guard. Leilani Mitchell, who's an out-and-out superstar of women's basketball, she had an off night, and he's just detecting a little bit of sameness in the squad. And he spoke about the fact that the squad was probably built around Liz Cambage being the focal point of it, and once she withdrew, it changed the whole makeup of the side. So how they were destined to play and how they'd been preparing to play won't work now. So they're going to have to actually come up with a new method. And they've got China in a couple of days' time. Our Aussie men play tomorrow, and Chris Anstey will be back as Australia take on... Where is it? We've played Belgium. I'm looking at the wrong draw. Australia take on Italy tomorrow, 6:20. We'll bring you all that action here. So not a great start to the Opals, but you'd expect them to bounce back. And off the text, have we overrated the Opals? Very disappointing tonight. No, I don't think so. They're ranked number 2 in the world for a reason. They got silver at the last World Cup, Com Games gold medal. We've got a ton of WNBA talent, and the WNBL is considered, just like the NBL is, in the top 2 or 3 leagues in the world, and we've got multiple championship-winning players everywhere you look. So we've got a stacked lineup. It was just a really bad night at the office, according to Chris Anstey. And big fella off the text, I'm barracking for my old man Sam, whose name is Jack McLaughlin, just spelled a little bit differently. Missed Chris Anstey's comment, the women's basketball, was that a major upset? Yeah, well, look, they're ranked 6th in the world, so they're a very good side, Belgium, and they've got their 2 best players are stars. But we would have expected to win that game, but to lose by 15 points, that was probably the upset part of it. A close loss, you go, okay, but a 15-point loss, that wasn't on the cards. So they'll need to bounce back, and they'll need to bounce back in a major way. So after the women's basketball finished, our men's rugby sevens unfortunately were eliminated. Fiji, the 2016 gold medalists. It's the second time rugby sevens has been at the Olympics, and Australia haven't been able to play together for a very, very long time, and they certainly look like it. Apart from that massive win over South Korea, they never really found a heap of mojo. Their first half today in the earlier game against New Zealand was exceptional, with former Wallaby Samu Karevi instrumental in that, but unfortunately the campaign is over for our rugby sevens team. In the swimming events tonight, the heats, so Kyle Chalmers, who won gold in the men's 100-metre freestyle in Rio, he kick-started his defence of his gold medal, finishing first in his heat, and this is what he had to say after that heat win.
Very impressive heat swim from Kyle Chalmers. Kyle, your form in the relay looked fantastic, and that looked really smooth and comfortable. How'd you find it?
It's good. It's a good confidence booster. 7 months ago I had shoulder surgery, so still kind of coming back and trying to get under those 48-second marks. So to do that in the heat's really nice.
I wanted to talk about your mindset here. We were looking at highlights from Rio, and you really do look like a kid. How different is it to come back here as the defending champ?
It's not all that different, to be honest. I think I feel really relaxed today. I knew my job was to get through the semi-finals. I've ticked that box. Get a good sleep tonight. It's good that it's early in the program tonight. Yeah. Tomorrow morning's going to be a big one with the 4x2 at the end of the program. But yeah, just getting through those rounds and excited to be back on the biggest stage.
Yeah, great swim, mate. Rest up. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, mate.
Well done.
Kyle Chalmers there looked really impressive in the heat. Rob Woodhouse was with us and just nodded in approval, was pretty happy with what he saw. So Kyle Chalmers has qualified for the semi-final. The interesting thing is going to be whether or not he swims in the men's 4x200 metre. So they've qualified for the final. I'll get to that. Well, we might as well go through that now. I'm jumping ahead of a few events, but I'm sure you'll forgive me for that. So the interesting thing about Kyle Chalmers will be now, with the final tomorrow, he's then going to have another final. He's through to the semi-finals. So the semi-final tomorrow of the men's 100 metres, the final will be the next day. So tomorrow, if they inject him into that relay side, he'd have to swim the 100 metres freestyle semi-final and then swim in the 200-metre freestyle relay. So Rob Woodhouse thinks that the Brits are the team to beat and can't see. They're going to welcome back, I can't remember the name of the swimmer, but apparently an out-and-out gun. They're going to welcome him back and bring him back into that side for the final, and Rob just doesn't think that even with Kyle Chalmers that they'd be able to cause a boil over there. So he would be erring on the side of caution and maybe not deploying Kyle Chalmers in the men's 4x200 metre freestyle relay. They qualified for the final, and now it's just a matter of whether they will look to try and put their best possible team out or protect Kyle Chalmers from himself in a way and have him cherry right for the 100 metres final the next day. Obviously given, and the asterisk on that is making sure that he gets through the semi-final, which we're expecting him to do. So there's a bit to play out there, which will be interesting over the next 24 hours. The women's 200-metre butterfly, Heat 2, Brianna Throssell, she finished third in her heat and qualified for the semi-final. This was her thoughts after the race.
Yeah, look, a bit of a strange situation, Brie, that you sort of know you're through to the semis. Did that change the way you actually approached the heat?
Yeah, I guess I started sitting in marshalling and there were less than 16 people in there, so provided none of us got disqualified, we're all going to make it through. So I just wanted to come out tonight and just put together a solid swim, and didn't really want to exert myself too much, just knowing I can go back to village, rest and get ready for the semi tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you did that well. Now, you swam quite well in the 100, and you've also got that experience from making the final in Rio. Do you feel like a more sort of settled, mature swimmer 5 years on from that?
Yeah, I guess I hope I've taken that sort of maturity and experience with me, but I can still get very nervous, and I guess it's sort of the pinnacle of swimming, so yeah, the nerves are certainly there.
Yeah, well, you did well tonight. We'll see you in the morning.
Thank you.
Well done, Bree.
There we go, Brianna Throssell. So she's into the semi-final for the women's 200-metre butterfly. Zach Stubblety-Cook, who was ranked 2 in the world in the men's 200-metre breaststroke, he finished in a dead heat. Apparently there's been 5 of those at this Olympics now. He finished in a dead heat for first and has qualified for the semi-final. He spoke to Channel 7 after that result.
She out in front, swimming very quickly. Kaminga, 100 breaststroke silver medalist, and still under world record pace.
Arno Kaminga knows how to put a good 100 together, and that is very obvious.
Zach's in 3rd spot now and bringing it home.
He's made a really good move here. That was so crucial for him to move up. He looks really strong and he's come home really strong, which means that his first 100 was pretty easy and he's got a lot of energy in the bank.
Racing for a spot in the semi-final. Zach Stubblety-Cook, #1 ranked swimmer this year, gave Kaminga a huge start. Can he find the wall first? Bit of a confidence booster. Kaminga just in front. They lunge. Dead heat again. Well, we keep seeing them in the pool at Tokyo. Is that 4 now, Liesl?
4 dead heats now. That is so rare in Olympics.
So that was the actual dead heat itself. Not him chatting to Channel 7 after, but thanks to Channel 7 for that audio. Our broadcast partners on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. So Zach Stubblety-Cook finishes first and goes through to the semi-finals. This was a great story from the night, which I'll tell you about on the other side of this. It hadn't been a great night for our teams until the Aussie Sharks stepped out, or swam out, I should say, in the water polo. But I'll update you on that on the other side of this.
Hello. National Tiles have European-made Kimberlook laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. So rush into National Tiles' all-new spectacular megastore at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Classic Hits 2CH. When you want to listen to the likes of Fleetwood Mac, the Beatles. What about Billy Joel? And Whitney Houston. Simply tune your digital radio to Classic Hits 2CH. Classic Hits 2CH. Now playing on DAB+, the SEN app and 2ch.com.au.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. As the footy heats up, so do your winter showers. And we've found the best try of the season. You just gotta try Palmer's Glass. Just like Tommy Turbo, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. And while the footy lights up the screen, this is the world-class shower screen that has to be seen. Try Palmer's Glass. First class, world-class glass. You can't go past Palmer's Glass.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Appreciate your company. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. And off the text, 0433 98 11 16 from Kitch. Where's Ramrod and Damo tonight? Give the big rod a shout out from Kitch and the Elk Summer. Now, I have no idea what any of that means, but I do say that if you text in, I'll read it out, almost sort of Ron Burgundy-like. Kitch, hello to you. I don't know if you're actually listening to me or whether you sent that text to us by mistake, but a big shout-out to the Rod and Ramrod and the Damo, and good on you, Kitch and the Elk Summer. Whatever any of that means. but wonderful to have you on board, Kitch. I mentioned that one of the good stories of the night, this was a major upset in world sport, and I likened it to when a VFL side might take on an AFL side, and not just any AFL side. Croatia in water polo ranked number 2 in the world. So if you looked at that in AFL parlances, that'd be like if you're coming off last year's results, Richmond number 1, Geelong number 2. So that's like a VFL side playing Geelong when Australia steps out, because Croatian, all their players are professional water polo players. They make 6-figure sums playing water polo every year, ranked number 2 in the world. All our lads are amateurs. So essentially we've got a VFL side taking on an AFL side in the water polo tonight. Australia got within 5 points of Montenegro, who are one of the gold medal fancies in the men's water polo. And our Sharks were very impressive in their opening game. In their second game of their group stage, they took on the might of Croatia, and this is how it panned out.
It's got a steal here. Lockie Edwards on that 3 fouls. They've come up with the ball. There's only 38 seconds left in the match. Australia lead Croatia 11-8. The first time they've been able to defeat Croatia at the Olympic Games. It's happening before your very eyes right here.
This is an incredible game for Australian water polo. These boys are absolute amateurs in comparison to the professional Croatian team, and they are just have been outstanding the whole game. Congratulations, boys.
Yeah, you're earning a couple $100,000 to play water polo full time for Dubrovnik or any of the big sites, Pro Recco, wherever it may be. And here they are, victors over Croatia. Australia 11-8 for the first time in history. They've beaten the Giants, and they're in this chance with a genuine chance now to get out of this group of death. Look at that, eh?
So excited for the boys. They have been so close at so many major tournaments and Olympic Games, and you know, even today they didn't get some of those calls that we really thought they should have, and they were still too good. It is absolutely a remarkable victory for the Australians. They've worked so hard for so long.
Congratulations, you've just made Olympic history. We've never beaten them before.
Didn't know that, but it's we were definitely great after the first game. We were a bit disappointed. We started well and ended not so well, but it was great for the boys to bounce back. And Anthony, our goalkeeper, had his debut for the Olympics today and had an absolutely incredible game. So can't do better than that for your debut.
How does this help the motivation after the first game loss?
It definitely helps a lot. It puts us in the game. We definitely have the hardest group here. So now that we're up in the mix, it gives the boys a lot of motivation going into the next game against Serbia, that we can actually play against these bigger teams. And I think it's really what we needed to kickstart our campaign, and it's definitely good.
It was neck and neck there for a while, and then you built on the lead towards the end. What were you thinking as that lead was building? Does it put the pressure on even more?
The focus the whole game was just on defence. After the first game, we laid the slide in defence, so that was the main focus, and just platforming off that. But obviously, to keep them to how many goals we did was the main part of the platform.
You've got a powerhouse to play next in Serbia. Where do you regroup? Where do you go from here?
Now we just got to evaluate the game we just played, and then we'll go to evaluate them. They're the current Olympic champions, so it'll definitely be a hard game for us, but hopefully this game gives us a bit of motivation and a bit of extra push to rally against them in the next game.
Anything you want to say to everyone at home?
Just hello and thanks for the support, and it's been great getting all the messages of support, and keep tuning in.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
So that's Shark skipper Aaron Younger at his third Olympics. So too Aidan Roach and Joel Dennerley, and then four-time Olympians Reece Howden and Richard Campbell created a little bit of history tonight, and that was sensational to see after it been a tough night for our teams. They get that win, and now 1-1 and in a really, really tough group, but they have got themselves off to as good a start as they could have hoped for, given the company they're keeping at the moment in that group of death. So good signs for our men's Aussie Sharks Olympic water polo team. Off the text, now this is clarification. Thank you for that. I didn't know what... we got a text from Kitch who said, where's Ramrod and Damo tonight? Give the big rod a shout-out from Kitch and the Elk Summer. That was a lot of words in a sentence that didn't quite fall into place for me to understand what Kitch was talking about. But thank you to whoever sent this through. I think he's talking about A-Rod on a Tuesday night, yes, and Damo or Geordie on the overnight crowd. Now, that makes sense. A-Rod is who he's referring to when he says Ramrod, and Damo, Damien Watson, the walking encyclopedia of sport, is just extraordinary. That man's got a recollection of sporting events, dates, times, weather on the day that is unparalleled. Him and Dash, I think, are the two. And Jordan Canellis. That Geordie should be up next after me at midnight tonight. So, Kitch, Jordan Canellis will be up with the overnight crowd after midnight. Working our way through the events of today in chronological order. Only a couple to go. So the men's 4x200 freestyle relay finished second in their heat and have made it through to the final. So Alex Graham, Mac Horton, Elijah Winnington and Zach Inserti are through to the final. And as I said before, the big question is whether the Aussie team selectors will put Kyle Chalmers into that team and just run the risk of maybe wearing him down as he'd have the 100-metre freestyle final to swim the next day, if in fact that he makes that. But we're pretty certain that he will, given he's the reigning Olympic champion. Stranger things have happened. I don't want to moz him, touch wood, just knock my head. So that's going to be fascinating over the next 24 hours. And the last swimming heat of the night was Jack McLaughlin, our first medalist at this Olympic Sunday. He got silver in the men's 400-metre freestyle, the event that Mac Horton actually won gold in Rio. He finished third in his 800-metre freestyle heat, and this is what he had to say after it.
Yes, Jack McLaughlin safely through to the final. Jack, that was an interesting tactical situation. The previous heat was fast, and they had those swimmers out in the wider lanes going quickly as well. What are you sort of thinking towards the end there?
I was just trying to keep myself in the mix, to be honest. I knew that I could have a strong last 100 plus 50, and same with like the 400, just trying to make sure you get through. It's we're lucky that we get like an extra day now, so my goal there was just make it through, and I knew that if Greg was around me, then I'd be able to be up there. And yeah, it was a bit tighter than I hoped, but got through the next stage, and yeah, looking forward to the final now.
We got 2 sleeps now before the final. It seems like a week ago that you won that silver medal. Tell us what it's been like for you in the days after that. Have you been able to just sort of soak it in and then refocus?
Yeah, definitely. I'm really looking forward to this 800. So I had a good couple of hours of celebration with some friends. Well, not really celebration, just reminiscing with Mac and stuff in the room. But it's been good, and I just try to change my focus straight away to 800. Try to get a good swim out on the board here.
This distance, we don't sort of know too much about it at the moment, but it does seem like it's a good one for you.
Yeah, definitely. When it got announced to be on the Olympic program, a smile just appeared on my face because I knew that it was going to be an event that I could definitely target. I've always tried to look at how my ex-training partner Jessica Ashwood raced and tried to emulate her because she was amazing at it. So, with my coach Vince, we've just been trying to put together a plan. I've talked to Hacky about how to swim it, and hopefully we can execute a good race on Thursday.
I'll let you go and actually get some oxygen through that mask.
Thank you.
Have a good rest, and we'll see you in the final.
Thank you.
Well done, Jack.
Thanks.
Already got a silver medal to his name, and he'll swim for another Olympic medal on Thursday. So we're looking forward to that final as well. So that's you up to speed on every Australian and how they performed today. On the other side of this, I'll give you the medal tally update, and then we'll look ahead to tomorrow's events before we finish up at midnight. And I'll play you the chat that Gerard Whateley had with Taylor McEwen, who's the sister of Kaylee McEwen, who won gold today in the 100 metres backstroke. And Jess Fox spoke for about 3.5 minutes to Channel 7 after claiming bronze today. I'll play that for you as well on the other side of this. Alex off the text, they need to take water polo seriously in Australia. Make them professional. I reckon, like with a lot of sports, Alex, you need a TV deal to be able to make it professional. Really hard to pay people professionally when you don't have a broadcast arrangement. It's not the case for every sport, but for most it tends to be. So, unfortunately, there just doesn't seem to be the appetite for it from a commercially viable sort of point of view that there is in some of the European nations, which makes it even more impressive when it's not a hugely participated in sport that we can produce the calibre of team that's able to knock off the number 2 ranked team in the world. It's a remarkable effort from our men's water polo team today. We'll go through the medal tally on the other side of this.
Hello. At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles, like Stone Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large-format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now in Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Need a guest speaker for your next major event? Bravo Talent Management connects your business with legendary past and current stars of the AFL. Gary Ablett Jr.
Runs to 50 and pulls the trigger! And he's got it!
Dermot Brereton, Dane Swan, Wayne Swass, Shane Crawford.
That's what I'm talking about!
Wayne Carey, Jordan Lewis, Jack Revolt and more. For brand ambassadors, appearances and keynote speaker engagements, inquire with Bravo Talent Management. BravoTalentMGMT.com.
G'day, it's Matt White here. You know, here at SEN, we're all sleeping like logs when we're not working. What's our secret? The Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It's helped me sleep so much better than I have in years. No neck pain, no headaches. So here's the deal. I'd like one of our listeners to go to spinalease.com.au right now and order one, because a great day starts with a good night's sleep. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleeze.com.au, and you can thank me later.
Always read the label. When the cravings hit you, how does a Ripper Mega Box from Red Rooster sound? Mega yes, please. Packed with a Ripper Roll, 2 buttermilk wings, chips, mash and gravy, and a drink. Get your Ripper Mega Box now at Red Rooster. The Rooster's calling.
Giddy up for New South Wales Racing Week on SEN Track.
From Wyong to Kembla Grange, Ballina to Hawkesbury, Tamworth to Lismore.
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
So the medals that have been handed out today, just to completely give you the full picture on day 4 and all that it entailed, goes a little something like this. The canoe slalom, the women's kayak, the K1, where Jessica Fox got bronze. Ricarda, this is in alphabetical order, this one. Ricarda Funk from Germany got the gold, and Malian Charot from Spain. Cycling in the mountain bike, the women's cross country, Alenda Neff was the gold medalist, and Linda Indegrand the bronze, and Sina Frey was the other one. Now, this is where I'm getting slipped up. I've just got to Google this because I don't know when we've got the list that we're working off. It's just got the abbreviation of the country, Switzerland. That's what SUI is, Switzerland. So those two I just mentioned are from Switzerland. In the diving, the women's synchronised 10-metre platform, China the gold, USA the silver, Mexico the bronze. In the fencing, the women's épée team, Estonia beat South Korea and Italy for the gold medal. In the judo, the men's 81-kilogram class, Takanori Nagase from Japan won the gold medal there. In the judo, women's 63-kilogram, Clarissa Agbeg Nanau from France was the gold medalist. In the shooting, the mixed teams, 10-metre air pistol and air rifle, China won gold in those events. In the softball, the women's final was won by Japan over the USA. So that is massive for Japan. Softball is huge over there, and they'll be celebrating in a big way as their women win softball as the host nation too. And softball actually won't be at the 2024 Olympics. France aren't having a bar of it. So that's a historic win, a gold medal in the softball for Japan. In the surfing, the men's final, Owen Wright got the bronze for Australia. Italo Ferreira from Brazil was the silver medalist, and Kanoa Igarashi from Japan got the silver. In the surfing, the women's final was Carissa Moore from the US, Bianca Buttendag from South Africa, who knocked out Sally Fitzgibbons, and Amuro Tsuzuki from Japan was the bronze medalist. In the swimming, the men's 100-metre backstroke, Yevgeny Rylov from Russia, Clement I should have practiced these. Kolesnikov from Russia, and Ryan Murphy, the bronze from the US. In the swimming, the men's 200-metre freestyle, Tom Dean from Great Britain beat Duncan Scott, who is the Brit that's going to come into the English side for the men's 4x200-metre freestyle final. and Fernando Sheffer from Brazil, the bronze. Swimming, 100 metres backstroke, Kaylee McEwen from Australia gets our third gold medal. Kylie Mass from Canada and Regan Smith from the USA. In the women's 100 metre breaststroke, Lydia Jacoby from the US and Tatiana Schoenmaker from South Africa, and Lily King was the bronze. Taekwondo, the men's 80 kilogram, the gold medal went to Russia, Ladislav Larin, and in the women's 67 kilogram in Taekwondo, Milica Mandic from Serbia, and the triathlon, the women's individual, I mentioned that before, Fiora Duffy, that update for city venue management, Camino apparel, creative and sustainable cycling, and triathlon apparel for the modern athlete. And in the weightlifting, the women's 59 kilogram, Q Sing Chun from Chinese Taipei won the gold, and in the 64 kilogram women, Maud Sharon won gold there for Canada. So that's pretty much every medal that's been handed out today. The overall medal tally, let me just hit refresh so we get this absolutely spot on. Japan currently sit on top of the medal tally. They've got 18 medals in total, but it's the 10 golds that have them sitting ahead of the United States, who have got 9 gold and 25 medals in total. China sitting third with 9 gold, 5 silver, 7 bronze, 21 medals in total. The Russian Olympic Committee, 7, 7 and 4 for their 18 medals. And Great Britain have got 4 gold, 5 silver and 4 bronze for 13. South Korea, 3 golds, 2 silver, 5 bronze for 10 medals. We've got 9 medals in total. 3 gold, a silver and 5 bronze medals, and we've got some chances for medals tomorrow. I mentioned Jess Fox, who had a bronze today. She spoke to Channel 7 at the culmination of the K1.
3 Olympic Games and 3 medals now. I'm going to say to Jess Fox, a huge congratulations, Jess. I'm glad to see you smiling. I saw you shed some tears. I hope some of them were happy tears. This is an enormous achievement.
Thank you. Yeah, look, it's special to win a 3rd Olympic medal, and obviously I was dreaming of that gold medal, but a mistake at one of the last gates cost me the gold, and that's probably where the tears came from, a bit of frustration, but at the end of the day, to be on the podium again is just so special, and to share it with Ricarda and share it with Mayalen, whom I've shared the podium with in London and Rio, it's still a very special moment.
Yeah, we spoke a few weeks ago and you said the Germans would be the ones to look out for, and a little birdie told me that you said to Ricarda, I'm glad it's you. You guys are so close.
Yeah, I think, we are friends, and there is a rivalry, but we're friends first and foremost, and I think we're in a sport where we encourage and support and celebrate all the good runs that happen, and obviously that's what makes us better as well. So that rivalry, I'm so pleased for her. She made me emotional as well because, her coach passed away at the Rio Olympic Games. So for her to be here and stand on the top of the podium was very special for her.
And what about your form? You've come in absolutely red-hot form, and both, the last couple of days as well, including the semi-finals. I know it's just happened, but what do you think you put it down to, the final run?
Yeah, I felt really good on the water, and that's exactly how I wanted to feel coming into that final. So I felt like I'd put down each run, like I wanted to get to that final stage, and I knew that it was still fairly open in the final as well for that gold medal position. So I wanted to put down a run that was safe, that was solid, and I made an early mistake with a touch on gate 4, and unfortunately came in a bit too tight, a bit too, impatient to get to the finish line into that last upstream, which is where I got that second touch. So yeah, look, we learn from these things, and that's where to still come away with a medal shows that I'm fast enough. It's just putting it together.
And you had a moment with your mum and coach afterwards. I know it's a private moment, but I wonder if you could share any of that with us. It looked very moving.
I think we've shared so much along the way. We were coming here feeling really good, feeling like we've put in all the work, and she's the one who said to me, Jess, I'm still so proud of you. You've won a medal. That's so special. We'll learn from this. You've still got the C1 tomorrow. But, it's always when you're in your mum's arms that you start crying. So
it's so true. And, of course, you've got your beautiful sister who's overseas, Naomi, watching as well, and your dad in commentary. Yeah. You've had a pretty nervous figure, I must say, but I know he's extremely proud of you.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not listening to the commentary. But, no, look, they're all part of the journey, and my younger sister, obviously, as well. Dad at home,
special to have Mum here and my whole team and the whole Australian Olympic team and community back home. I've really felt the love and the support has been amazing. So thank you so much and yeah, big love to everyone at home.
The floods to a pandemic and now Tokyo and a bronze medal. Congratulations. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
He did very well to keep it together, didn't he, your old man, in the Channel 7 commentary? You wouldn't have known unless you'd figured, unless you were told that was Jess Fox's father doing the commentary for Channel 7. But congratulations to Jess. 3 medals at 3 Olympics. It's an extraordinary effort. And I just get the feeling that it's after that initial disappointment that the stage is set for her to do something really special tomorrow in the C1. It's her favourite event. So at about 4:52 tomorrow, she will get back in the canoe. Off the text, I like this one. Well done on pronouncing Tom Dean correctly. Only joking. I don't envy a job when it comes to international sporting names. There is a rule that I'm breaking every time. Don't read it out on air until you've read it to yourself off air. And so I've only got myself to blame that I keep stumbling over a few of them as we work them through for you throughout the course of the evening. Hey, we'll take a quick break and come back, and I want to play you part of Taylor McEwen's chat with Jared Waitley from earlier on today after Kaylee won gold in the 100-metre backstroke. We'll then go through each of the sports tomorrow and which Aussies are competing in them and which of those have medals up for grabs in them. If you would like to have your final say on the night, I'm with you till midnight. 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16 on the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other.
Get ready to own the city with the Kia Picanto GT hatch. Turn heads with a razor-sharp sports body kit and 16-inch alloy wheels. Inspire your inner enthusiast and tackle the toughest of corners with ride and handling fine-tuned for Australian roads. Feel the excitement from the punchy turbocharged engine and immerse yourself in the sports-inspired cockpit. Book a test drive for your chance to own the city in a Kia Picanto GT hatch. For more details or warranty terms, go to kia.com.au.
Being at the greatest event on the sporting calendar is what makes sport fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. AFL, NRL, horse racing, soccer, basketball, cricket, boutique events and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. Ballparkentertainment.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN Track is your new home of chasing, pacing and racing. And Saturday Trackside.
When you roll them into something, I've learnt a bit of value.
Simon O'Donnell, Dave Taggart and Paddy Garshagan bring it all to the table.
For you people on your multi, Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. The banter, the expert analysis and cheering home a winner.
Down, Tommy!
Down, Live stream Saturday Trackside on the SEN app via your mobile, computer or smart TV. Lock it in. Saturday Trackside on SEN Track.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
As we come to the end of what's been a huge day, gold to Kaylee McEwen in the 100 metres backstroke. We got a bronze to Jess Fox in the K1. And we got a bronze to Owen Wright in the men's shortboard surfing as well. And what tomorrow brings, we're going to find out in just a moment. A big thanks to our clothing partner, Sportscraft, who's the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms. As I said last night, I'm not looking the best at the minute. Lockdown got me good. Not in great shape. The beautiful Evie's probably not loving what is presented to her of a morning when I meander out of bed and find my way out into the world. Disappointing for her. But ever since I've been presented with this beautiful sort of olive green sportscraft number, it's not too tight, so you're not seeing the extra little bits and pieces that I've added to myself, the extra little bits of padding around the outside of the waist. It fits very nicely, and I've got to say, I feel $1 million in it, so I couldn't be more grateful. Every now and then, you just get a couple of little perks, and this beautiful sportscraft T-shirt has really got me up and about. Look good, feel good, and I think I look as good as I possibly can, which is not saying much, but I feel great, all thanks to Sportscraft. Off the text, Sammy, did you see any of the Slovenia v Argentina basketball game yesterday? Luka Doncic on fire, 42 points. Was it 42 or 48? I thought he was really close to the Olympic record's 55, and I know he got really close to that. But yeah, I saw some highlights, and he's a freak. He's only 22 years of age, Luka Doncic. He single-handedly got Slovenia into the Olympics. They were nowhere without him. Pretty much like the Dallas Mavericks. Great text though. 48 points it was. Thank you, Julia. Before we give you a taste of what's on tomorrow, I want to just play you part of the interview that Jared Waitley had with Taylor McEwen after 20 years of age. Her baby sister Kaylee, 11 months ago, they lost their father to brain cancer. Today, she's an Olympic gold medalist in the 100 metres backstroke. Jared spoke to Olympic silver medalist, older sister Taylor, earlier on today.
Taylor McEwen, she has dominated this event. Far better tonight in the final when it mattered. An intensive session in the lead up to it is going to pay dividends, and the 19-year-old will win gold for Australia.
The McEwen family already had Commonwealth golds in the cabinet. That was Taylor winning the 200 metres breaststroke in Glasgow in 2014. And then today, younger sister Kaylee added Olympic gold.
And the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touching first. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says, Dad, I am with you today.
Yes, indeed. So this is a family story that's played out before us as a nation today, and elder sister Taylor McEwen is with me. Taylor, congratulations to the family. Welcome to SEN.
Oh, thank you so much, guys, and thank you for having us. We are just so ecstatic at the moment. It's been an absolute roller coaster of emotions.
What have the last 2 hours been like for you?
Oh, it's just been like total disbelief. Every time I talk about Kaylee, I just want to cry because I'm so proud. It's been so hard for Mum and I to compose ourselves to talk to anybody because we're just so proud, and the emotion at the moment is still so raw. I mean, my sister literally just became Olympic champion less than 2 hours ago, and I can't believe it. It's just so amazing.
It is. It's a big reality. So, Taylor, you're an Olympic silver medalist in your own right and the Commonwealth golds there. Yeah. Just in the lead up to it, what was your sense around what Kaylee might be able to achieve?
You know what? I know how hard Kaylee trains, and she's an absolute animal, and the hard work at this stage had been done. You know, we've been through some of the hardest times of our life last year with Dad passing, and everything from this moment forward is easy. And all she had to do was get up there, stick to her race plan, and let the results do the talking. And she was so well composed, you know, didn't panic down that first lap, knew that she had it in the last 15, and really trusted herself. And what an amazing swim. I mean, she was still so close to her own world record, and to do that in the mornings rather than at a nighttime swim is just so amazing. You know, we're so damn proud of her.
Well, what was your sense of it during the race? Terrific start right there at halfway, and then powerful at the end.
Yeah, knowing the way Kaylee races, we knew that she's a backhand swimmer. I mean, obviously she's an amazing 200 backstroker and all the way up to 400 medley as well. She had the fastest time this year. So she's got the ability to hold on when it really counts because of her amazing aerobic capacity. And that's something that her and Chris Mooney have worked on for years now. So to see her have that speed to hold on in the first 50 and then absolutely power home in the second 50 is just a testament to her hard work.
How far does swimming go back for the two of you, Taylor?
Well, we always had a backyard family pool growing up, and our family was very ocean and beach and pool orientated. I mean, we were always doing camping trips away around these amazing beaches that we have here in Queensland. So swimming's always been a huge part of our lives, and Kaylee was right there at my first Commonwealth Games way back in 2014, witnessing me win that gold medal, and she says to this day that that's the moment that made her then want to get up and do the same thing. So for me to know that I've inspired Kaylee to go out there and totally smash it and live her dreams and be so successful means a lot. Swimming goes way back for us, and, you know, to have two sisters achieve their Olympic dreams is just so amazing. I'm so proud of her.
So you've got the age advantage on her. Did you show her any mercy in the backyard, or was it a tough schooling?
I think she's the one who needs to show me a bit of mercy, to be honest. I think it was back in 2017, Kaylee surpassed my PB in the 200 medley, and that's kind of the only race that we come together and actually race each other in. And I knew the moment she passed my personal best time that it was all over, Red Rover. The little sister had surpassed the big sister, and now she's up there winning Olympic gold. I mean, how amazing is that?
It is. It's incredible. The family story here, Taylor, and I imagine you have to share it with the whole nation. So I guess that's both a privilege and a burden. 12 months on since your father's passing, have you sort of braced yourself a little bit for that today?
Yeah, I mean, the emotion of Dad passing is still very raw for us. And any time that we have been talking about Kaylee blowing him a kiss at the end of the race, or the fact that we could see that he booted her to the wall in the last 5 meters, is just so emotional for us. And it just really shows that we've got such a strong family bond. And for Kaylee to be over there racing and doing this amazing, regardless of what's gone on in the last 12 months, just shows how resilient she is and how strong she is as a human. So it's a massive testament to her. And I know that Dad would be absolutely doing backflips right now. Yes. And he'd be sinking a couple of beers as well. So it's just so nice for us to be able to share these memories together now. Dad's been fortunate enough to see Kaylee race around the world previously. He went over to the World Championships for the World Championships in 2019 last year. So he's seen Kaylee do amazing things already. And this is just the cherry on top of the cake, and we know that he's here watching and he's seen this, so it's awesome.
Taylor McEwen with Gerard Whateley a little earlier today. It was a fantastic chat, and we were rapt to have her and grateful to her and the family's time. That's pretty much it from me, but tomorrow, a lot of Australians in action. Tomorrow night I'll be back with you from 6 with Chris Anstey. The Boomers are in action, and then the Women's Rugby Sevens. So Chloe Dalton, who helped Australia win gold in that event in Rio, will be alongside me as well. So it should be a great night tomorrow night, and the swimming heats as well. But we are competing for medals in the rowing in the women's fours tomorrow at 10:50, the rowing in the men's fours at 11:10, the men's quad sculls at 11:30. In the swimming, we've got Ariane Titmus going head-to-head again with Katie Ledecky. So chapter 2 in this 3-part rivalry story. The points have gone to Ariane Titmus so far in the 400 freestyle. She's got the 200 tomorrow. Can't wait for that. It's going to be must see with Ariane Titmus and Maddie Wilson in that event as well. The women's quad sculls, we're competing for gold there at 10 to 12. In the cycling, we're well represented in the women's cycling road in the individual time trial. And then in the women's 1,500 metres, we've got Maddie Goff and Kia Melverton in the final for that. That's at 5 to 1. Then the men's 4x200 freestyle relay. Real medal chance for us there. In the cycling road, the men's individual time trial is on tomorrow at 3 p.m. as well. So there's the events that we're competing for gold for. And as I said, the Boomers are in action tomorrow. The Hockey Roos are in action against Japan. The Ollie Roos are on at 9 o'clock against Egypt. The men's hockey team, the Kookaburras, are taking on New Zealand as well. There's judo. There's a heap of... And Jess Fox starts her campaign to find that elusive gold medal in the women's canoe, the C1. So that's going to start at about 10 to 4. Her heat should be at around 2:45. That didn't make any sense. That's going to start at around 1:50. Her heat should start at about 18 minutes to 3. That makes a little bit more sense. Our women's and men's beach volleyballers are in action tomorrow as well. We've got Caitlin Parker, Paolo Acuso and Sky Nicholson all in the boxing. So good luck to them. There's a heap of rowing, as I mentioned, a heap of sailing. So getting to the early stages, the halfway marks of a heap of events, the men's dinghy, in the Finn and the 470, the women's and the men's skiff, the mixed multi-hull, the women's dinghy, the women's skiff, the 49er FX as well. We've got women's trap qualifications in the shooting. And then in the evening sessions tomorrow night, there's... in the day session, we've got semi-finals of the women's 200 butterfly, the men's 200 breaststroke with Matty Wilson and Zach Stubblety-Cook. And then tomorrow night, Rob Woodhouse, who will be with Jared all through tomorrow's session. If you're listening to us in Melbourne, tomorrow evening he'll be with me. Emma McKeon will have her heat of the women's 100-metre freestyle. Kate Campbell as well. Tristan Holland in action for the 200 backstroke. His heat start for that. The 200-metre breaststroke for the women, Jenna Strosh and Abby Harkin. The IMs, the men's 200-metre individual medley, Brendan Smith and Mitch Larkin will take to the pool for the heats, and the women's 4x200 freestyle, the heat start for that tomorrow as well. Ash Barty, Storm Sanders, Sam Stozer, Alan Perez, and Ash Barty and John Millman all in action for tennis for doubles and mixed doubles. And Brandon Wakeling, our first Indigenous weightlifter, will start his competition off as well. So a heap of events, a lot of Aussies in action. Thank you very much for your company. Really loved having you on board for the first couple of nights of these Olympics. That's day 4 in the books. Day 5, I should say. We're not counting backwards, are we? Day 5 tomorrow should be a ripper. Can't wait to recap it with you and take you through the night session tomorrow. Thanks again for your company. Have a great night. Stay safe.
Everyone needs an injection of kindness. Kindness is simple and can change someone's day or life. Kindness is also contagious, so pass it on. If each one of us did just one act of kindness every day this kind July, that would be 775 million acts of kindness across Australia. The possibilities are endless, and together, what a great country we can be. Do something kind this kind July. Find out how you can get involved at staykind.org.
Classic Hits 2CH. When you want to listen to the likes of Tom Jones.
Not unusual to be loved by anyone.
Carole King.
At the Hard Rock Cafe.
Elton John. Simply tune your digital radio to Classic Hits 2CH. Enjoy more of your favourite music in crystal clear stereo on your DAB Plus radio. Classic Hits 2CH. Now playing on DAB Plus, the SEN app and 2ch.com.au.
Andrew Voss for breakfast.
The fans probably feel they know you, Ricky.
At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles,
that is a badge of
like
honour in
Stone
Australia.
Code, which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. But only
weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Hello. National Tiles of European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals,
that's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. So rush into National Tiles' all-new spectacular mega store at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Many of us grew up on quad bikes and we still love them. But a few years back we started migrating to the utility, comfort and manoeuvrability of the mid-size two-seat side-by-side and the genuine safety benefit they offer. Now it's happening in droves. 22 years of Polaris range of development mean these American-built workhorses remain at the front of the queue. So tow more, carry more, haul, heave and hunt and get into a Polaris dealer and see if maybe mid-size is your size.
A tense match went to extra time, where Jamie Dwyer smashed home the winning goal. The curse was broken. Our Kookaburras had finally won goal.
They absolutely aced the finish. And so can you with Ace Gutters' state-of-the-art coating facility. Search acegutters.com.au.
Bailey ladders have been trusted on work sites for over 60 years. On a Bailey ladder, you're working safer, smarter and more efficient. Check out the new range of your local Bailey stockist or
Australia's
online
number
at
one
baileyladders.com.au.
Gain as a carpentry business. Here's Challenge showing you his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
I can be challenging for people suffering from astigmatism. Fortunately, the answer is clear. I saved over $250. Using Professor Alpen's innovative laser correction technique.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialist. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Get yourself a free bonus Makita LED flashlight valued at $179 when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 cordless blower kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details.
Quick on service and quick on delivery.
Rule the outdoors.
G'day, it's Matty White here. Hey, what's your daily routine? You wake up, you get showered, you get dressed, you go to work, you love SEN, of course, then you go home, you have dinner, you watch telly, and then you go to bed. Nah, mate, you're actually awake during all of these, and the only time you're not awake is while you're sleeping. That's why you need to trust a pillow that'll do the best job while you sleep. And that's why you need the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleeze.com.au, and you can thank me later. Always read the labels. On this day in 1914, W.G. Grace plays his last game of club cricket in England at the age of 66, making an unbeaten 69 for Eltham. On this day in 1937, the Tour de France is won by Roger Lapierre of France. And on this day in 1940, American John Sigmund is swimming for 89 hours and 46 minutes to mark the longest solo swim of all time. As we celebrate this day for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, visit tobinbrothers.com.au.
For Tobin Brothers Funerals, the overnight crash on SEN. The Doyens of Drive, Joel Kane and Brian Fletcher.
This is no tongue Gary. Boys, when I can, eat proper. A chicken pie with garlic airline sauce was great.
What? Aioli. Aioli.
Gary, I know you can't talk, but you can certainly spell it.
Driving you home weekdays from 3 on 1170 SEN. With thanks to Hyundai. Shop online with Hyundai.
For over 100 years, Trojan Tools have been helping tradies and DIYers get the job done. And since then, Trojan has added heaps of tools to its range. Everything from screwdrivers, pliers and hammers to tape measures, hand saws and paint scrapers. Trojan Tools are tried and tested and come with a lifetime warranty. And we mean it. You break it, we'll replace it. No questions asked. With Trojan Tools, there's no substitute for quality. Whatever the job, Trojan Tools are up to the task. Trojan, tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Kogan Money credit card is full of value with no annual fees, amazing rewards and a complimentary Kogan First membership giving you cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. And right now you can earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Plus earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every dollar of eligible spend. So make the switch to a better value credit card today at koganmoney.com.au/footy.
Offer ends August 2nd, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply. Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Pty Ltd.
Something big is about to land at Camden Valley Isuzu Utes, the all-new Isuzu MU-X, featuring exhilarating new technology like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto and enhanced off-road capability with 4x4 terrain command, allowing your vehicle to keep up with you no matter where you're headed. The all-new Isuzu MU-X is set to change everything you ever thought a 7-seat SUV should be. Be one of the first to test drive the new Isuzu MU-X and get ready to expand your horizons with Camden Valley Isuzu Utes ZL20278.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability. All while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. visit australianmade.com.au.
Since 1871, Continental Tyres have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tyres as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tyres are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tyres. German-engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tyres fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-tyres.com.au.
Hey guys, Joel and Fletch here.
First Point Mortgage Brokers are a different kind of broker, Fletch. They pride themselves on delivering the best outcome for their clients, and their online reviews speak for themselves.
Just like SEN, they're a local Sydney business with years of experience in banking and finance.
I know them firsthand. Their game plan is to improve your financial health with great service and even better results.
So for expert assistance with your home loan, head to firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au now.
For over 40 years, Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery has helped to shape and build Australia. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.com.au to view the latest online catalogue or contact your local Kubota dealer for your copy today. Kubota, shaping Australia.
The Overnight Crowd on SEN. Breakfast with Bossy, the newspaper, back to front.
And when your thoughts, the confusion now, crackdown and confusion.
We just rushed into it. All of a sudden, one weekend, we just said, right, we're going to crack down on this, rather than talking about it with everyone having an understanding of what's going to happen. Download the app
and
now
we find ourselves in this mess where you're watching games and thinking,
think BeBet.
well, that was a sin bin last week, why isn't it now? For a fan, it's confusing and frustrating. Imagine being a player and a coach right now.
Weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN. Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
I'm Kate Cotty, the first woman to sail solo, non-stop and unassisted around the world. And if you're like me, and where you call home changes over time, APIA offers a range of home insurance options to choose from, including house, apartment and village living.
Call APIA on 13 50 50 for a quote today. APIA, get set, go. APIA is an authorised representative of AAI Limited, the product issuer. Limits, exclusions and conditions apply. Before buying this insurance, read the PDF. Contact us for a copy.
Everyone needs an injection of kindness. Kindness is simple and can change someone's day or life. Kindness is also contagious, so pass it on. If each one of us did just one act of kindness every day this kind July, that would be 775 million acts of kindness across Australia. The possibilities are endless, and together, what a great country we can be. Do something kind this kind July. Find out how you can get involved at staykind.org.
This is Ben Reid.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. Our Pay What You Can model extends to all businesses affected by COVID-19. So if you're a business that sells its services to other businesses and needs help to generate more inquiries quickly, our team of phone and digital experts are standing by to help you. And regardless of whether your business is big or small, simply pay what you can and we'll get to work on supporting you through this time. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supplier to the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Thinking of building new, making a sea change or escaping to the country? McDonald Jones are making it even easier to make your dream a reality. Right now, they're taking a huge $25,000 off every home design, giving you free 20-month fixed price for added peace of mind. Plus, your choice of free flooring or $20,000 in My Choice upgrades. You'll need to hurry. This offer won't last long. Visit McDonaldJonesHomes.com.au. Drop into a display home today. Conditions apply.
Born on this day in 1936, former British racing driver Jerry Ashmore
receive your instructions if you know where you'll be on census night, Tuesday the 10th of August. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics Canberra.
Tilers want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner DTH Australia. Simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Lives, visit TobinBrothers.com.au.
For Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. The overnight crowd on SEN. Sports Day with Badge and Sats. Thanks to Kia.
He's the quietest, most humble man off the field. He put the mouth guard in and put the switch in the back of his head.
It's not the umpire's fault, but the
got a good shot on him because he used to dip pretty low, didn't he?
It is a massive issue for the AFL.
He dropped him and he got up here.
Prior arms pinned, maybe was it illegal disposal, was it a throw? It's a nightmare for the umpires. We have made the game fast.
Sports Day with Badge and Sats. Weeknights on SEN. Mornings on SEN.
Hello.
The tyres your car travels on are critical. They need to deliver performance when it's wanted and safety when it's needed. Maxxis Tyres delivers great value without compromising on safety. Get award-winning Maxxis Tyres with the latest technology built in for you, your family and your car. Maxxis Tyres. Find out more at maxxistyres.com.au.
That means a lot to me.
Hello.
It's expanding with twins.
At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles.
They make me a better person.
Stonecoat,
they make me want to be
which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre every day of the year. You heard right. These ever-popular large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now in Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and say,
what's the right spirit to having sport?
Iona Rossley loved her job as a ski instructor. Over time, she developed her skiing to a point where she represented Britain in speed skiing. In fact, Iona admits her life was generally in the fast lane. She rebelled against anything religious after growing up in a Catholic family. Then the day came when she was competing for her country, and at the speed of 160 kilometres per hour down the slopes, she crashed. Somehow she survived and went straight back into sport, this time equestrian events, and in PR for Formula One racing. Iona said, being successful in sport gave me a sense of acceptance and value. But over time, she came to realise the truths about what Jesus said about her work. In the Old Testament, the prophet Jeremiah wrote, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope."
The spirit of sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
A COVID-19 vaccine is your best defence and our only way forward. Now's the time to arm yourself, your family, your friends, your workmates, your community.
Hi, I'm
someone
James
you
Cashmore.
love.
Our Pay What You
Find
Can
out
model
when you can
extends to
arm
all
yourself
businesses
and book
affected
your
by
vaccination.
COVID-19. So
Go
if
to
you're a business that sells its services to
australia.gov.au
other
or call
businesses
1-800-020-080.
and needs help to generate more inquiries quickly, our team of
Authorised
phone
by
and
the
digital
Australian
experts
Government
are standing by to help
We've
you.
had to adjust to a
Regardless
new
of whether
normal.
your business is big or small,
But some things
simply
are just
pay what you
not
can,
normal.
and we'll get to
Blood
work
in your
on
poo?
supporting you through this time.
Not normal.
Go to leadgeneration.com.au
A recent change in your bowel
to
habits?
find out more. That's
Not normal.
leadgeneration.com.au.
Unexplained weight loss? Not normal.
JH
Severe abdominal pain?
He's a kicking
Not
goal.
normal.
You can cut out the middle.
If you notice
and
any
save even
symptoms,
more with
talk with your
their
GP
fast-growing
today
electrical range.
to find out what's
Shop
not
fun,
normal
shop value,
or to donate
shop difference. Go to bowedcanceraustralia.org.
Bred
on a Kimberley cattle station to withstand the Aussie life. Ringer's Western clothing looks great in the city while toughing it out on the land. From tees and jackets to boots and denim, Ringer's Western. Shop now at ringerswestern.com.
We're searching all over the world for better
That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start.
$99
With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
The overnight crowd on SEN. The overnight crowd on SEN. Monday to Thursday from 9 on 1170 SEN. Mornings with Matt White.
Are you ready for another 3 to 4 months of rugby league players taking a dive? This is the NRL's next headache. In fact, it's the now headache. The NRL is trying to put out swamp fires as the wildfire burns. It's the time-honoured situation of the Crims being one step ahead of the Cops.
Mornings with Matt White. Monday to Thursday from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Hello. National tiles of European-made timber-look laminate flooring for under $19 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look flooring for under $19 per metre. That's less than $190 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. So rush into National Tiles' all-new spectacular mega store at Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Rick Moy here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers. More than 100,000 businesses around Australia trust Gallagher. That's 100,000 small, medium and large businesses facing their future with confidence. With Gallagher on your side, you'll be ready to tackle any challenge while covering gaps in your field and protecting your day-to-day. Gallagher, the official insurance broker of the NRL. Visit ajg.com.au or head into your local branch.
39 records during her career.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN. UPIN.
I've always used Ace Gas. If I order a stock item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
Kia Sorrento Large SUV with first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category. Class-leading tech and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details. So did they. Over the 7-seat Kia Sorrento SUV drives car of the year.
If you've come off the field feeling sore in your joints or muscles again, it's time to try Sudox Active. Sudox Active Pain Relief Cream uses only naturally sourced ingredients, assisting with mild pain relief, and it's fast to apply with a massage roll-on applicator.
Sudox Pain Relief Active Cream, now available at Chemist Warehouse for just $19.99.
That's SOODOX.
It's a world where the dreams read the label and use only as directed if symptoms persist. See your healthcare professional.
Tax. It's the largest single cost line in your business. If staying on top of tax is becoming unmanageable, talk to Prestige Australian Financial Services. They'll work together with your business to improve your tax situation, including reducing your taxable income, increasing your tax deductions, and taking advantage of tax credits, rebates, and losses. Prestige Australian Financial Services, because your success is their business. To learn more or to book an appointment, visit ilovepafs.com.
Want unlimited data and top speed internet? Mate, get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for 6 months. Unlimited data, no contracts, 1 month risk-free guarantee. Choose a provider you can trust, like a mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
And on this day in 1982 at the US Open Women's Golf Tournament, it is Janet Anderson shooting a final round 68 to favour her only LPGA Tour win. Celebrate this day for Tobin Brothers Funeral Celebrating Lives. Visit tobinbrothers.com.au.
For Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. The overnight crowd on SEN. The award-winning with Badge and Sats. Thanks to Kia. Saturday morning.
Perception's more important than reality a lot of the times in this game.
And I'm going to say it doesn't have to be a Queensland.
What is the distance?
Kathy Freeman lived at 100 metre sprint bike.
But once you do the media reports after the game, someone's making $100 million in the other way.
I didn't toss Greg Norman up at all. You said you were questioning where he would carry the ball.
Well, he's been practicing. Sports Day with Badge and Sats. Weeknights on SEN.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Hello.
Since 1926,
At National Tiles, we continue to permanently reduce our prices on Australia's most popular wall and floor tiles.
And we think
like
that's
Stone
worth
Cove,
celebrating.
which we've crunched down to just $19.95 per metre
Between 3 and 6
every day of
for
the
your
year.
chance to attend the
You
Penrite
heard right.
party here at our
These
SEN
ever-popular
studio.
large format stone floor tiles down to $19.95 every day of the year. So rush into National Tiles now in Alexandria or go to nationaltiles.com.au now and say.
Bingley have been bringing you the best brands and best advice since 1957. Ready to kick some goals with some of the best deals too? Check out the AFL Record Digital Edition now for Bingley's exclusive online deals. Also, the AFL Record Digital Edition includes feature articles, team lists, footy trivia, kids section and plenty more. Bingley and the AFL Record Digital Edition. All things Aussie rules and amazing online deals. Available now at sen.com.au and on the SEN app.
Hey, Callum Sinclair and Buddy Franklin here. For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal. Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance. Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
What's so great about Abbey Timber then? Well, Abbey Timber is Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialist. They're also the exclusive distributor of modern decking. Modern Deck composite decking is scratch resistant and there's zero maintenance required. With free clips and screws. They also have Sydney's largest range of timber decking and outdoor timbers, with trade discounts too. So speak to Sydney's outdoor decking specialists. Abbey Timber, Heathcote Road, Moorebank, or visit abbeytimber.com.au.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on
In lockdown, racing continues New South Wales wide, and SEN Track is your home for all the action.
The overnight crowd on SEN. Andrew Voss for breakfast.
Family dinner, compulsory, you're not allowed to miss that.
Win in 1995 as coach, and still I regard as one of the greatest and most unbelievable things of all time.
Funny how I got the job. I just done some work for the footy show and I was going to shut an Andy ad and I was feeling off some
Travel and experience new adventures.
And Ross Livermore rang and
A
said,
family-owned company that cares for families in their absolute time of need. Find out more at TobinBrothers.com.au.
Weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance.
As I got serious about my endurance
Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Thinking of building new, making a scene change or escaping to the country? McDonald Jones are making it even easier to make your dream a reality. Right now, they're taking a huge $25,000 off every home design, giving you free 20-month fixed price for added peace of mind. Plus, your choice of free flooring or $20,000 in My Choice upgrades. You'll need to hurry. This offer won't last long. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au or drop into a display home today. Conditions apply.
Experience is everything when it comes to kids with big things wrapped in glass.
Want unlimited data and top speed with your internet service? Mate, serves up award-winning All Aussie service. Get the Elite Mates Home Super Fast plan for $89 a month for the first 6 months. Mate, how good's that? Plus, get unlimited data on all internet plans. No contracts and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Daily Telegraph app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
LMCT 10901.
Keep Tokyo.
Did you know every day in Australia, thousands live without essential clothing like clean socks and underwear? Well, Underworks, together with Food Bank, are working to solve that problem one pair at a time. And you can help. Post your silly sock pic this July with the hashtag #IGiveASock, and Underworks will donate a pair of socks or underwear to an Aussie in need. How good is that? So get on the socials and help us reach 20,000 pairs this year.
Guys like it simple. When it comes to That's why Stuff keeps personal care simple for men. Stuff for your face, stuff for your head and body, stuff for your pits, which can come in handy. There's even stuff for your other bits. And the best bit, not only will you smell good, but it helps fund mental health programs for young men too. How good is that? So, want to get on the good stuff? We bet you do. Just head to websiteofstuff.com. That's some good stuff.
Imagine the convenience of buying your new car from the comfort of your own home. With Hyundai's Click to Buy, you can shop online. We've made it easy to compare models, configure your Hyundai, and make a deposit online through our secure Click to Buy process. So, whether you're after the remarkable i30, the impressive 8-seat Palisade, or the seriously fun Kona, you can shop online with Hyundai. Search Hyundai Click to Buy for details. T's and C's apply, subject to stock availability. Speak to your Hyundai dealer for details.
For Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. The overnight crowd on SEN.
and then just continued on. We won a couple of golds, couple of bronze, and then it got a little bit worse and worse after that. It was still an overall successful day, but it could have been that little bit better. This is how it sounded on day number 4 of the Olympics.
The second 25 coming into the wall, she has got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch with Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touches third. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says, Dad, I am with you today.
Kaylee McEwen, that was exceptional. That was a beautiful race.
Zalewski injects. It's Gubbers again, and Gubbers delivers on cue. Australia equalises on the stroke of quarter time. It's a beautiful finish from Gubbers. Take 2 for the Kookaburras, and this time it's Gubbers again. Gubbers has a brace. He's having quite the Olympics. 5 goals now for Blake Gubbers in Tokyo.
The first time they've been able to defeat Croatia at the Olympic Games. It's happening before your very eyes right here.
This is an incredible game for Australian water polo. These boys are absolute amateurs in comparison to the professional Croatian team, and they are just have been outstanding the whole game. Congratulations, boys.
Now get ready to close down, move to the right, and then cut the line back in for a high upstream.
Here we go. Boat nice and high. Loses another bit of time. Big trouble. Another touch. Has to get really quick here. 105.5 is the time to beat. Coming down to the line. Has she done it? 105, 106. She's in third. Ricarda Funk has won the gold medal. And Jess on the podium again. But it's not what she wanted. She's got the bronze.
He's got the priority and he's away and he's going to take home an Olympic bronze medal.
Yes, the victory lap for Owen Wright. A bronze medal for the Australian. The team are ecstatic. Great effort. And Gabrielle Medina's a tough scout. Fantastic effort. Well done, young man.
The overnight. The Doyens of Drive, Joel Kane and Brian Fletcher.
Steph wasn't totally... There's a chance we can get into the Athletes Village. Not this year. Paris. LA. Maybe Brisbane. Paris. We're doing it. We're getting in.
We're doing it. We're getting in.
French.
And we're coming back tomorrow.
Driving you home weekdays from 3 on 1170 SEN. With thanks to Hyundai. Shop online with Hyundai.
The Kosciuszko is back, and so is your chance to earn a share in a racehorse running in the $1.3 million country showpiece on Tab Everest Day, October 16. To enter the draw, purchase a $5 Kosciuszko ticket on the Tab app or at your local. The more tickets you buy, the greater your chances of winning. Hurry, they're on sale now.
Entry open in New South Wales residents only. Visit thekosciuszko.com.au for details. Racing New South Wales authorised under New South Wales permit number GOCSC 1051. Gamble responsibly. Call gamblers at 1-800-858-858.
Get on side with the winning team this season. Head into Thrifty Plumbing Supplies Campsie and install a Rheem continuous flow or storage hot water system in stock and ready for same-day delivery. Thrifty Campsie, the Rheem experts on the corner of Canterbury Road and Beamish Street.
G'day, it's Paul from MaxiSeal. Are you sick of looking at mouldy silicon in your bathroom or shower? Did you know that mould can cause serious health problems? Get on the front foot and attack mould with MaxiSeal. Grab a blue and silver tube of MaxiSeal A. Designed for all wet areas and general caulking, MaxiSeal A is 100% silicon, mould resistant and easy to use. MaxiSeal, the premium silicon sealant for wet areas, natural stone and pools. Visit maxiseal.com. Available at National Tiles and your independent trade stores.
Smoother.
Faster.
Better. MaxiSeal.
Get ready to own the city with the Kia Picanto GT hatch. Turn heads with a razor-sharp sports body kit and 16-inch alloy wheels. Inspire your inner enthusiast and tackle the toughest of corners with ride and handling fine-tuned for Australian roads. Feel the excitement from the punchy turbocharged engine and immerse yourself in the sports-inspired cockpit. Book a test drive for your chance to own the city in a Kia Picanto GT hatch. For more details or warranty terms, go to kia.com.au.
Bringing your best means having total
total trust in the only piece of equipment you use on every shot, your golf ball. The all-new Titleist Pro V1 and Pro V1X feature new aerodynamic cover, casing layer, and core technologies for longer distance, consistent flight, softer feel, and increased greenside spin and control. Experience new Pro V1 and Pro V1X and always bring your best.
I've seen all sorts of sheds in my time, but if you're after a shed, you'd better get moving because the price of steel is heading up. Best Sheds is a family-owned business that have the best sheds with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. They stand by the quality and durability of their sheds for your peace of mind. So come on, team, let's hit the sheds before we get hit by the price rise. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
Bailey ladders have been trusted on work sites for over 60 years. On a Bailey ladder, you're working safer, smarter and more efficiently. Check out the new range at your local Bailey stockist or online at baileyladders.com.au.
The overnight crowd on SEN. The overnight crowd on SEN.
Day 4 of the Olympic Games in Tokyo started off so bright for Australia, picking up a gold in one of our first events in the pool on the day. A bronze followed after that in the surfing. And then as the night went on, it became a little more disheartening as we didn't quite get the wins we wanted to. But still, we walked away with 3 medals. This was how Day 4 sounded.
The second 25 coming into the wall. She has got a lot of work to do here. Kylie Mass is really outstroking fast, really leading this. Watch for Kaylee McEwen now working in the last 25.
She's into the silver medal position and she races up alongside Mass. There's our leader. Now we get a look at the world record line and the Australian working her way to the lead. Can she do it? Kaylee McEwen in front. Kaylee McEwen touches first. An Olympic record. She wins gold and says, Dad, I am with you today.
Kaylee McEwen, that was exceptional. That was a beautiful race.
Zaluski injects. It's Govers again, and Govers delivers on cue. Australia equalises on the stroke of quarter time. It's a beautiful finish from Govers. Take 2 for the Kookaburras, and this time it's Govers again. Govers has a brace. He's having quite the Olympics. 5 goals now for Black Govers in Tokyo.
The first time they've been able to defeat Croatia at the Olympic Games. It's happening before your very eyes right here.
This is an incredible game for Australian water polo. These boys are absolute amateurs in comparison to the professional Croatian team, and they are have been outstanding the whole game. Congratulations, boys.
Now get ready to close down, move to the right, and then cut the line back in for a high upstream.
Here we go. Boat nice and high. Loses another bit of time. Big trouble. Another touch. Has to get really quick here. 105.5 is the time to beat. Coming down to the line. Has she done it? 105, 106. She's in third. Ricardo Funk has won the gold medal. And Jess on the podium again. But it's not what she wanted. She's got the bronze.
He's got the priority and he's away and he's going to take home an Olympic bronze medal.
Yes, the victory lap for Owen Wright. A bronze medal for the Australian. The team are ecstatic. Great effort. And Gabrielle Medina's a tough scalp. Fantastic effort. Well done, young man.
Well done indeed.
That was how day 4 sounded in Tokyo from an Australian perspective. There was still lots to be proud of. There was some heartbreak in there as well. All in a day's sport. How about it? The overnight crowd with you this Wednesday morning on SEN. Jordan Canellis here. You can send us a text at any time, 0433 98 11 16. And what your highlight of the day was on day number 4 of the Olympics. We only had the 1 gold medal, so I think most of our highlights would be centred around or centred on the same achievement. But there was a lot of other sports that if you were picking up on the right tones that were being set down by our Aussie athletes, I'm sure you would have had a lot of fun elsewhere, even outside the pool in your Olympic watching on day number 4. So as we debrief on the day of the Olympics, let's touch on the big things. The day did start out so well. It was full of joy and promise of medals. We took gold with Kaylee McEwen in the pool, a wonderful woman with a fantastic swim over 100 metres in the backstroke, and a heartfelt story that was shared over 100 times throughout the day of how she lost her father last year after a long battle with brain cancer, and then how they've, as a family, the McEwen women together, the mum and the sister Taylor, how they've banded together to help Kaylee get to and achieve her Olympic dream, which she fulfilled entirely today. She came in as the world's best swimmer in that discipline, in the backstroke, the short distance backstroke, 100 metres, world record holder. She absolutely blitzed the Australian Olympic trials a couple of months ago to come into these games. Last night on our program, we had Michael Thompson, one of our producers here at SEN, but also our swimming correspondent on the overnight crowd, and we were speaking with him and saying how Kaylee was out of the 2 finals that we were in today, and now 3 swimmers across the 2 finals, so Kaylee McEwen and Emily Seebohm together in the women's 100-metre backstroke, and then Mitch Larkin in the men's, that Kaylee was the one that we would pin our hopes on to hopefully go on and achieve the medal. And she did that. She did that, and it was awesome to go and see her do that. And it was maybe not as extraordinary as what Ariane Titmus did the day before, but along the similar storyline of she was down in the first half of the race. She was keeping pace, but not in front, Kaylee McEwen. And then by the last 25 metres, the last quarter of the race is when she powered through and went on to go on and overhaul her opponents and get the gold, which was amazing for her and amazing for Australia. So it's another gold medal for the Aussies, and that takes us now to three gold medals, all of them in the pool, one day after the other. We had the women's 4x100 metre freestyle relay on one day. We had Ariane Titmus the next, and then we had Kaylee McEwen do her thing in the pool earlier today, or yesterday now, Melbourne time, Eastern time. So that was the first port of call. After that, not long after that, we had Owen Wright in the men's surfing. We didn't quite get Sally Fitzgibbons into the final, which was heartbreak for her, and she was emotional in the aftermath, but probably in that emotion showed how important the athletes already think that surfing is to the Olympics, and how important the Olympics is to surfing. So that was a bit of heartbreak there, but it was restored. Our joy was restored after Owen Wright took the bronze medal, and his story as well is a fascinating one. It's again a heartfelt one, but it's one of, if you delve into it, pure endeavour on his part, and we get the inspiration from that. So he had an injury in a wipeout in a surfing accident back in 2015, where he hit his head in the wipeout. He had pretty severe brain trauma at the time, which he has now made obviously a full recovery from. But after the incident with the brain trauma, he had to relearn how to walk and talk, and obviously relearn how to surf. So from that moment in his career and his life, Owen Wright, to now, 6 odd years later, to achieve a medal at the Olympic Games, I mean, bronze that's fine. He'll take that. We'll take that for him. That's huge for Owen Wright to get that medal after, if the wipeout had been, a millimetre left or right, or maybe, a fraction harder or more severe, it could have been bluntly, it could have been fatal for him, but he recovered. He got back out into the ocean, and now here he is some years later winning a bronze medal. And not only for the story, but for the achievement on the day. Gabriel Medina is a 2-time world champion. He's one of the best surfers. He's probably arguably the best surfer in the world right now, if not the second best behind Italo Ferreira, who went on to actually win the gold medal, probably confirming that claim. But Gabriel Medina is a he's a giant of surfing in the modern day. And for Owen Wright to pip him by 0.2 of a point from the judges that was as enthralling as a final as you could get and as intense a final as you could get for Owen Wright. So the bronze medal, the reaction from the team, the little dance that they did afterwards, just how pumped his coaches and his support staff and his teammates were. So all the other surfers were there watching him, Sally Fitzgibbon, Stephanie Gilmore and Julian Wilson. That was a huge moment for Owen Wright. So that restored a bit of the heartbreak maybe that we felt from Sally Fitzgibbons. And then we had during the middle of the day the kayaking, the K1, the women's K1 kayak. And this is what we had been, I know for me anyway, this is one of the medals that I had been pinning my hopes on. I really wanted this to happen for Jess Fox. And she had absolutely dominated the semi-finals during the day. She cleared the qualifying time by about 3 seconds, and she was on top with a gap of, I think, 1.2 seconds to the second best qualifier. So she was yards ahead. Into the final she went. She was the last runner to come out. Her pace was great. She was looking confident. A small error early in the run cost her a 2-second time penalty, but even despite that time penalty, she was still about 1.3 seconds up at the midway split. And I thought that's amazing that she was able to be up that much, even with the penalty, the first penalty. And then it was the second penalty, the penultimate gate, the upstream gate. We have to go up, around, backwards through the gate, and trying to get her head under the pole, and it was just the graze of the chin on the pole and an extra 2-second time penalty, and that's what cost her in the end. Had her chin not grazed, had she been half an inch further lower, just arching her back backwards by that extra inch or millimetre, it wouldn't have been a penalty. She would have raced to the end and she would have won. It was that 2-second time penalty which cost her in the end. Had she not had both of the time penalties, so the 4-second penalty overall, all told across the run, she would have won the event by 3 seconds. So you remove the penalties from that run from Jess Fox, and she would have been 3 seconds better than the eventual gold medal winner. Had she not had one of the 2-second time penalties, she would have still won by a second, but she had the 4 seconds all up and she finishes with the bronze medal. It's still a great achievement. It's a third medal for her. She's won a silver before and 2 bronze medals now at the Games. Regardless of that, and regardless of the fact that she hasn't yet won a gold medal, and I say yet because she's still to compete in the canoe slalom, which is already going to start today. So the canoe slalom heats will be later in the afternoon, and then the finals will be in the days afterwards. So she still has the canoe slalom to go. The difference between the kayak and the canoe is the kayak has the 2 paddles, that's the double-ended paddles, and the canoe has the 1. So that's the difference there for those wondering. And I think in the canoe you kneel down, and in the kayak you sit on your backside. So the canoe is to come up today for Jess Fox, but even despite that, look, firstly, she's 27 years old. The silver medalist, Mylan Chirot from Spain, is 38. So if you go by that, Jess Fox still has 11 years at least of competition left in her, which would equate to, maybe another 3 Olympic Games if she wants to go really old. So she still has Olympics ahead of her if she wants to continue into her 30s. And she's still the best in the world. She's still one of the best kayakers there have ever been. She's still won 7 World Championship gold medals. A lack of Olympic medal doesn't lessen the athlete. It's heartbreaking. It would have been fantastic had she won the gold medal, and she still has chances to do that. So I'm not saying it's all over, but it doesn't lessen who she is as an athlete. Even though at the time it's hard to think about that, it's hard to rationalise your thoughts that way at that moment. And I was pretty flat for about an hour after Jess Fox just missed out on the gold medal after that slight graze on the upstream gate, the penultimate gate in the run. But you look back on it afterwards, and hey, a bronze medal is still fine. She's a 7-time individual world champion. I think she's won 3 team world championships, so she's still got championship medals spilling out of her ears, and she's still one of the best of all time. Hopefully the gold medal is still on her horizon, but if it doesn't ever happen, it's not going to take away from the fact that she's still the best in the world. But we still hope for a gold medal for Jess Fox because we know how dogged and how hell-bent she is on getting that medal. So that just flattened our spirits a little bit during the day. I reckon the Sharks picked it up for you, though, in the water polo. The men's water polo team tonight, that was one ripper of a match if you watch that against Croatia. So the last night's match with the Stingers, the women's team, that got me excited when they beat the Netherlands. And I thought, I'm going to stick to water polo. I've watched water polo at previous Olympics before, so I'm not totally new to it. I know what it's about. And water polo is a pretty easy sport to understand. It's basically, basketball in water or, handball in water. The men's team tonight beating Croatia. Now, if you've ever watched a sporting event with Croatia in it, regardless of what sport it is, normally it's football, soccer. If you've ever watched a match and you see Croatian fans in the crowd, they all wear water polo caps. It's part of, a sort of unspoken tradition in Croatian sports fandom that whatever sport you go to, it doesn't have to be water polo, but the fans in the crowd will wear water polo caps, such is the height of the sport in Croatia. So they are a pretty damn good team. They're one of the world's best teams, Croatia. And as you heard on the commentary I played for you before, they are a professional team compared to the Sharks, the men's team, who aren't professional. They aren't professionally trained or resourced or remunerated or anything like that. And they came out and they beat Croatia in a thrilling match. They were up for most of the night as well. So this wasn't something out of the blue. They were up for, there was an arm wrestle in the first half, but they were able to stretch that lead away. They led by about 3 to 4 goals through the second quarter. They led by a goal through the third quarter, and then they ended up winning the match in the end, 11 goals to 8. It was a fantastic performance. I thought the defence of the Australians were great. The goalkeeper played a really good game. Both goalkeepers were very good. They're able to ping that thing pretty hard. When you think of the fact that water polo players aren't able to ground themselves really by having their feet touch the bottom of the pool, they're waiting, or they're doing the egg beater the whole time. So there's no, normally when you think about when you throw a ball or throw a tennis ball, or when a boxer throws a punch, the way you get your power, the way you generate your power is by grounding your feet. It's by having a good stance, shoulders width apart, proper gap between your feet, not too close, not too far away, and you gain your power through your trunk, through your legs being grounded on the floor. In water polo, you don't do that. You can't do that. It's you're floating around basically. So the ability for them to generate that power to shoot the ball as hard as they do and as fast as they do with as much pace and direction as they can without being grounded is phenomenal. And to also save that from a goalkeeper's perspective is huge. It's a sporting phenomenon, really. I don't know how they do it, and I probably couldn't do it even if I trained for it. So the water polo has completely swept me up. Our women's team is doing phenomenal. Our men's team got their first win tonight against Croatia. That lifted the spirits. The other 2 team sports we had tonight, or the other 3 actually that we had tonight, were all a bit flattening. So firstly, the Matildas. We did what we had to do, and the result in the end was fine. We had to wait for the other matches later in the evening, but they would have had to have been extraordinary upsets for the Matildas to not qualify for the quarterfinals. We are in the quarterfinals. We got there. We played for the points. It wasn't a pretty game. It was a 0-0 draw in the end with the Americans. As I said, we did what we had to do, but it was a boring game, and I think both teams knew that. And they knew that had they each got themselves a point, that they would have got through to the quarterfinals together. And the Matildas didn't have to play extraordinarily well. They didn't have to risk anything on the attack. They just sat back, they defended, and both teams had an understanding that if they played for the draw, then they would both get through. And that's what happened. It was not a nice game. The first half was actually all right. The Matildas, it felt like they had a decent share of possession. They had probably the better of a couple of chances. Team USA were allowed to break on the counter, and Australia's defence might be a little concerned because the Americans got in behind a few times, but the covering defence of Alana Kennedy, who was brought back in to the starting 11, of Claire Polkinghorne as well, and then Chloe Lagazo in midfield, helped do the job defensively. But in attack, good through the first half. We were lacking a few players. Caitlin Ford was a late out, which was a surprise. Mary Fowler was probably one of our best players in that front third. But yeah, it wasn't the best game, but hopefully there are better things to come for Australia in the bracket phase now, the knockout stage which we go into. So the quarterfinals for Australia, our team that will play is, and isn't this great, we get to restore some Ashes rivalry, is we play Great Britain, who are a good team. The English team is a great football team. They combine to be Great Britain in the Olympics. They're a good side, the UK. They are a good team. So this is going to be a challenge for the Aussies come Friday night at 7 p.m. I'll be in the chair on SEN Flip doing the Olympics on Friday night. I'm definitely going to be watching this ahead of the football because Olympic sport trumps footy in my mind. And that's all guns blazing for Tony Gustafsson's team, the coach. That'll be a moment to savour, and hopefully the Australians get the win. The Opals in the basketball, that was a flat performance. How did we lose to Belgium? For a team who has medalled in every Olympic Games we've competed in, bar the last one, the Opals, the women's basketball team, to lose by 15 points to Belgium, who really don't make that big of a splash, and no disrespect to the Belgians, but they don't make that big of a splash in the world scene, really, when you think about it. We were flat against Belgium tonight. I mean, Australia should be, really, without trying to be too sort of elitist, we should be a class above. We're the second best team in the world, Australia. Belgium, they're still decent. They're sixth. So they're in the world's top 10. They're in the world's top 6. But Australia should have been getting the job done against Belgium. And there was just no aggression to the way the Opals played. Hopefully they can turn the ship around in their next match, and I'm sure they will, because that's an uncharacteristically poor performance from the Opals. All is not lost. Group stage, you can still get through with a couple of wins under your belt into the knockout phase, so it's not completely over, and it's far from over, really, from the Opals. It was a bit of a flat performance, and then the rugby sevens men's team losing to Fiji, who are the current gold medalists. We kind of expected that one, but they were emotional after the match, and a couple of players for the men's side were on the verge of tears. So, that was how the day started, and that was how the day ended. Your thoughts? 0433 98 11 16 here on the Overnight Crowd, SEN. Jordan Canellis with you for the next couple of hours on the station, on the network, on your Olympic network. We'll continue to wrap up and reflect on what was day 4 at Tokyo.
Breakfast with Vossi, the newspaper, back to front.
Cameron, your thoughts? The confusion now, crackdown and confusion.
We just rushed into it. All of a sudden, one weekend, we just said, righto, we're going to crack down on this, rather than talking about it with everyone having an understanding of what's going to happen. And now we find ourselves in this mess where, you're watching games and thinking, well, that was a sin bin last week. Why isn't it now? For a fan, it's confusing and frustrating. Imagine being a player and a coach right now.
Weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
I'm Kate Cotty, the first woman to sail solo, non-stop and unassisted around the world. And if you're like me, and where you call home changes over time, Apia offers a range of home insurance options to choose from, including house, apartment and village living.
Call Apia on 13 50 50 for a quote today. Apia. Get set, go. Apia is an authorised representative of AAI Limited, the product issuer. Limits, exclusions and conditions apply. Before buying this insurance, read the PDS. Contact us for a copy.
Everyone needs an injection of kindness. Kindness is simple and can change someone.